This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed.
During the adjournment debate last week, Mr Wells made an entirely inappropriate reference to the Nazi death camp at Belsen. Can I ask, Mr Speaker, how are you addressing this misplaced and offensive attempt at humour?
Last week I actually chaired the adjournment debate, and Mr Wells made what I considered to be, which I thought were inappropriate remarks, but I wasn't sure what I actually did here, and I didn't therefore want to raise it with the member at the time. But as soon as I left the chamber, I went and checked with my officials, did I hear what I thought I'd heard? And we checked that on the record, and of course there were inappropriate remarks made. I immediately wrote to Mr Wells to advise him that he had made these inappropriate and offensive remarks, and to consider and reflect on his position on that. To be fair, he responded to me within the hour to withdraw the remarks and to apologise for offence caused. And I took note of that, and I then further responded with Mr Wells advising him that he should reflect on the remarks and just to reflect on how they might be more further addressed if he wished to do that. And I advised him that I had received a number of complaints from members. So to answer your question directly, I wrote to Mr Wells. I advised him that his remarks were offensive and inappropriate, asked him to reflect on that. He did within the hour come back to me to withdraw the remarks and to apologise. And again, as I said, I did remind him that he should not only consider and reflect on those remarks, but ensure that that type of thing would not happen again. Okay. Okay, members, the first item on the order paper is a motion to approve a statutory rule, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, Amendment of Certain Relevant Periods, Regulations, Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
And I call on the Minister for the Economy to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. So please, Minister, open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval of the statutory rule which was made on the 15th of September and came into operation on the 29th of September. The regulations have been made under the powers set out in the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, which was made at Westminster on the 25th of June. The Act includes amendments to insolvency legislation applying in Northern Ireland, which were agreed by a legislative consent motion passed by this Assembly on the 2nd of June. The Act includes a number of temporary modifications to insolvency legislation in Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The modifications are aimed at assisting companies and mutual societies which may be in financial difficulties as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. These modifications were originally to expire on the 30th of September 2020. However, the Act allows for my department to extend the temporary measures if it is considered necessary. Mr Speaker, the coronavirus pandemic has not been the isolated and short-term event that was envisaged when the Act was passed in July of this year. I consider it prudent, therefore, to extend 3 of these measures to provide continued support to local businesses. This statutory rule, therefore, extends 2 of the temporary modifications until the 30th of March 2021 and the 3rd until the 31st of December 2020. The main purpose of the Act was to create a new freestanding moratorium, giving companies in financial difficulties a breathing space free from creditor pressure, during which to explore options for rescue and recovery. The first provision to be extended provides for a relaxation of the eligibility conditions for companies entering such a moratorium. It also establishes a set of procedural rules for those that wish to enter or are currently in a moratorium. Mr Speaker, this measure will help companies which are struggling as a direct result of the pandemic to gain access to a moratorium, which will give them protection from creditor action and improve their chances of recovery or rescue. This temporary measure will be extended until the 30th of March 2021. The second extension relates to contractual arrangements with companies that have entered insolvency proceedings. When a company enters an insolvency or restructuring procedure, suppliers of goods and services will often either stop or threaten to stop supplying the company. The supply contract often gives them the right to do this, but it can jeopardise attempts to rescue the business. The Act introduced provisions to prevent suppliers from using contractual terms to jeopardise a rescue in this way. However, any losses that may arise from having to supply insolvent companies can be expected to have a more severe impact on the small supplier. The temporary measure that is being extended, therefore, provides an exemption for smaller companies during the emergency. Providing temporary exemption for small suppliers will enable them to make any necessary adjustments to their trading policy in order to avoid potential financial difficulties to their own businesses. This temporary measure will also be extended until 30th of March 2021. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Act introduced measures to help struggling businesses by temporarily removing the threat of winding up proceedings where the debt is due to the coronavirus pandemic. It also introduced temporary provisions to void statutory demands issued against companies during the emergency. This protection has given businesses the opportunity to reach realistic and fair agreements with all creditors. The third and last extension is to the period during which these measures are to apply. Accordingly, petitions to have companies wound up cannot be presented where the statutory demand for payment of a debt was served between the 1st of March 2020 and the 31st of December 2020. Similarly, the prohibition on winding up petitions being presented and winding up orders being made in cases where coronavirus has had an effect on the company's finances will continue until the 31st of December 2020. Mr. Speaker, the extension of these modifications and the dates to which they are extended correspond with what is being done in the rest of the United Kingdom. The regulations which you are being asked to approve have been agreed with the Department's committee, and the Executive was advised prior to their being made. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the coronavirus pandemic has had a longer and deeper impact on the economy than had been predicted when the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act was passed in July of this year. I believe, therefore, that the extension of these temporary measures will provide continuing support and assistance to local businesses. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would move that these regulations should now be approved by the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy, Dr. Kiva Archibald.
Gura Margaret Can Corlia, and I rise to speak only briefly to this motion today as Chair of the Economy Committee. As the Minister has indicated, the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act amendment of certain relevant periods Northern Ireland 2020 will assist companies affected by the coronavirus pandemic. On the 29th of September 2020, there were the temporary extensions of certain modifications to the legislation, for example, the temporary exemption for small businesses in regards to maintain supplies to companies which have entered insolvency proceedings, extended until the 30th of March 2021. The Committee considered the SL1 for the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act amendment of certain relevant periods Northern Ireland 2020 on the 9th of September 2020, and members were content with the policy direction. The Committee also agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 23rd of September 2020, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rules came into operation in September 2020. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to affirm on the Committee's behalf. And just to add very briefly, as Sinn Féin spokesperson for the economy, I also support this SR. It extends some temporary provisions made earlier this year to give some flexibilities to businesses to ensure continuity of supplies and some protections from creditors and other proceedings, as outlined by the Minister. As the Minister has also outlined, the impact of COVID-19 on our businesses continues to be grave, and it is likely that these impacts will continue and potentially worsen. Therefore, I am supportive of these measures. Gura Margaret.
Thank you. And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Firstly, I want to welcome the Minister's statement and affirm the Democratic Unionist Party's support for these measures. I don't think that any of us could have envisaged in July of this year, when this first set of when these measures were first being put in place, that we would now be looking to extend them well into another year. But that, unfortunately, is the situation that we find ourselves in. And I think the Minister has shown leadership in ensuring that these measures are brought forward and a tailored solution can be delivered in order to help businesses through this very, very difficult time. Sir, I think it's likely that we're going to be having a very long and a very deep and hard winter in economic terms, and therefore anything that the Department can do, or that we as an organ of government can do in order to help our business sector to get through this difficult time should be done, and it's in that vein that we support these measures today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would now call on the Minister for the Economy, Ms Diane Dodds, to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion, please.
Can I thank you, Mr Speaker, for that, and for those who have contributed to today's debate. It is meant to try to assist companies, to provide greater flexibility for companies. And as my colleague said, and I think as each of us have listened to the news reports over the weekend, it is likely to be a long, tough winter for businesses and for jobs in Northern Ireland. And therefore, these are just some of the measures that we can take to try to alleviate difficult positions. Can I say thank you to the House for your support?
The question is that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, amendment of certain relevant periods, regulations, Northern Ireland 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Members, just take your ease for a moment or two, please. We change the arrangements.
Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 4, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate. I call upon the Minister to open the debate on the motions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The motion before us today, the amendment regulations before the Assembly today, have placed additional restrictions upon gatherings of private homes within a defined period, which is referred to as the emergency period, and within a defined geography, which is referred to as the protected area. As members will recall, these restrictions were initially introduced solely for Belfast and specific postcodes in the Ballymena, Glenavy, Lisburn and Crumlin areas on the 10th of September. BT60 was then added on the 18th of September, and they have subsequently been applied across Northern Ireland from the 21st of September and remain in place. The restrictions imposed by these regulations relate solely to the domestic sphere. They limit social interaction in homes and gardens with the intention of preventing the spread of coronavirus. Principally, the regulations state that in respect of the protected area, no one may participate in a gathering indoors in a private dwelling which consists of persons from more than one household, and no one may participate in gathering outdoors at a private dwelling which consists of more than 6 persons or which consists of persons from more than 2 households. A number of important exemptions are applied, allowing gatherings to take place outside these limits in a number of specific circumstances. These are where all the people in the gathering are members of a bubble, and the regulation provides the definition of bubbling, or when people are gathering for a number of specific purposes, being that for childcare, or for building or maintenance works, or the provision of a trade or profession at the home, or for providing care or assistance to a vulnerable person, or giving or receiving legal advice or assistance, or fulfilling a legal obligation, or the provision of emergency or medical assistance to any person, or a marriage or a civil partnership where one of the couple is terminally ill, or a funeral or an event associated with a funeral or a house move. At the same time, advice was given to those living within the affected areas to avoid unnecessary travel outside the protected areas. Care homes and hospitals in these areas were advised to significantly curtail visits as soon as practicable, so that one member of a family is permitted a visit once a week while these restrictions apply. Medically vulnerable and older people living in these areas have also been asked to be particularly careful in following the advice on limiting household contacts, social distancing, hand washing and wearing a face covering, given the local levels of COVID-19. These regulations place a significant imposition upon individuals and families, preventing them from socialising at home. The Executive does not take these measures or any measure like them lightly, but the regulations are made for the purpose of preventing greater harm through the spread of the virus and the sickness and deaths of others. The deterioration of the situation since the 10th of September has meant that the localised restrictions have now been applied across all of Northern Ireland, and even further restrictions have been brought to bear in the Derry City and Strabane Council area commencing a week ago. This is the current direction of travel, reflecting the increased levels of infection and the increased risks to health. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like at this point to read a number of things into the record. And that's to alert members that the average number of new positive tests per day over the last 7 days has increased from 241.4 to 518.6, a doubling. The 7 days incidence based on new positive cases is per 100,000 is up from 88.9 to 191.1, a doubling again. The 7 days average number of total tests, of which are positive across both pillars, 7 days ago was 4.1%, and the last hour paper was 8.94%, more than a doubling. The number of new positive tests in the over 60s in the last 7 days is up from 189 to 420. The first COVID positive hospital admission in the last week is up from 43 to 77. The 7-day average number of COVID occupied hospital beds is up from 44.7 to 76.1. and the number of community-acquired COVID inpatients is up from 51 to over 130 today. Mr Deputy Speaker, in regards to commentary that is in the public domain and has been made public, I firmly believe that the decisions taken by the Executive should be had and dealt with in the Executive and not in the media. Mr Deputy Speaker, I can inform this House that I provided the First and Deputy First Minister with detailed recommendations as to where we think decisions should be taken in regards to the Department of Health. And I can confirm that I submitted a paper yesterday evening to the First and Deputy First Minister spelling out the detailed advice from the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor. That paper recommends decisive action be urgently taken to save lives, prevent the health service being overwhelmed and protect non-COVID services to the greatest extent possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, we all in this House realise that these are complex issues and need to take into account a number of perspectives and implications. The role of our Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Advisor is to provide advice from the health perspective. Other sectors will quite properly have additional issues and concerns. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is ultimately for the Executive to consider all factors together. It is not, or it would not be helpful to focus on any of these perspectives in isolation, and I will continue to respect the Executive by not making public the guidance that we give to it public before it has had time for Executive discussion. Mr Deputy Speaker, the purpose of this debate is to allow members to examine the terms of this set of regulations and to debate their merits. And I welcome the opportunity to address these issues in the Chamber, and I look forward to the contribution of colleagues.
Before I call the next speaker, in a previous debate on coronavirus regulations, it was rightly and accurately pointed out that the Junior Minister had 10 minutes, 85% of which was used to discuss stuff not related to the measures he was actually announcing. Similarly, I think that the Minister went a wee bit further than just these measures, so therefore I will show some leeway to members, because I think if a Minister expands on a theme, then I think it's only fair that members should be allowed to as well. I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Mr Colin Gildernew.
Thank you for that. And I suppose I want to start my remarks today by just reflecting on the very grave situation that the Minister has outlined in relation to the number of cases, in relation to some of the key metrics doubling at a rate which is of significant concern. I also want to give my condolences to everyone who has lost a loved one since the start of this as a result of COVID-19. And also that our thoughts are with those who have tested positive in recent times, and all of the anxiety and stress and difficulty that brings to them and their families, and that our thoughts are with those also. So I would like to start by thanking the Minister, his officials and the wider health and social care workforce for their relentless work on our behalf to tackle this pandemic, to keep us safe and to protect our health service and the vast array of services delivered daily without fanfare. As outlined by the Minister, these regulations put in place the enhanced restrictions that initially applied to a limited number of areas defined by postcode and have since been extended. While acutely aware of the need for effective measures to curb the rising infection rates, the Health Committee found these regulations challenging, and we considered them on 2 occasions before coming to a view. While we agreed to lend our support today, the Committee also agreed that I should put on record a number of concerns. The first challenge was the issue of access to the evidence, modelling and advice behind these and other coronavirus regulations. When these regulations come before the Executive, Ministers weigh up the merits of the proposals based on advice from senior departmental officials, who, we are advised, trawl a range of scientific papers and present a summary indicating the rationale and presumably modelling anticipated costs and impact of these measures. The Health Committee, on the other hand, has been asked to come to its view without access to this critical information. This is all the more important given the haste with which some of these measures are having to be put in place with no time for consultation. Despite challenging the adequacy of information provided in relation to a series of these regulations, officials could not advise if the Committee's request for access to relevant papers has yet been relayed to the Executive. The Health Committee believes it should be equipped with all relevant information in order to perform its statutory duty to scrutinise the legislation before it. And just for the avoidance of doubt, I will say that this scrutiny allows us to play a role in terms of assessing what measures have had an impact, how those and what lessons can be learned for the future. So we are not undermining the fact that many of these restrictions are necessary. What we are saying is that we want to be able to learn and to implement the lessons from that as a result of having good evidence and applying our scrutiny function. Moreover, in view of the impact the regulations have on people's lives, I think there are potential benefits to be gained in being as transparent as possible about the underpinning analysis on which the regulations are based in terms of securing and maintaining the also important public buy-in at what is an undoubtedly difficult time. The second challenge for the Committee is that these regulations provide that subsequent changes to the list of postcodes covered could then be done by direction. This means, as members know, that there is no Assembly or Committee oversight. Indeed, the directions listing new postcodes were placed on a website and not even copied to the Committee. The Committee might have had less concern if the directions were making minor technical arrangements, but these directions do have a significant impact on people's family and lives. I want to be clear, the issue is not about the merits of the enhanced restrictions nor their legal validity, but about how reasonable it is to extend significant legal obligations to different communities by simple ministerial decision without any possibility of the Committee, or indeed this House, asking questions or taking a view. Again, this must be considered in light of my earlier point about access to departmental analysis. The Committee would want me to stress, I'm sure, our understanding of the need to be agile in such difficult circumstances, but the question is whether this is the right balance between agility and scrutiny. Further to discussion, we remain uncertain that laying new SRs to adjust these restrictions, as has been the case in dealing with all the other restrictions, would be unworkable. The Committee has asked the Department to look again at this approach and only use directions where absolutely essential. And I would like to note that the Derry and Strabane increased restrictions were brought in by statutory regulation, and on behalf of the Committee I welcome that approach we believe is a sounder approach. The Committee also sought and received an assurance from officials with regard to communication of future directions. Considering then now the rules on linked household or bubbles, the Committee discussed with the Examiner of Statutory Rules the necessity and the proportionality of prohibiting a household from forming a new bubble with a second household should a first bubble break down. While members recognised that the exemption would be open to abuse if there were no restrictions in place, we asked officials to consider the merits of amending the legislation to enable a new bubble to be formed after a safe period of time had elapsed. Officials helpfully reminded the Committee that, in addition to linked households, a further exemption exists to allow a vulnerable person to receive care and support in their homes. He further pointed out that a vulnerable person is deliberately undefined to allow for some reasonable interpretation. A member did suggest, and rightly so, that isolation as distinct from caring needs, from pure caring needs, should be further considered in terms of the exemptions and the current limits to forming linked households. Again, the Chief Environmental Officer did offer that he would give this issue further thought. Finally, the Committee discussed with officials the growing body of evidence regarding transmission of the virus. The Chief Scientific Advisor told us that whereas it initially seemed the majority of infections resulted from household transmission, presently the largest volume of cases appear to be occurring through community transmission. He went on to explain that community transmission is a broad category comprising a range of settings including sports and hospitality, but not workplaces. The Committee has requested a further breakdown of the evidence on transmission, although we understand it is often impossible to be categorical about where the virus was acquired, and we will be discussing the information gleaned through contact tracing this week with the Public Health Agency. In closing, I would reiterate the Committee's unwavering commitment to working constructively with the Minister and our solidarity with all those working to provide leadership and clear public messaging at this critical time. I would again encourage everyone to stay informed, to reduce their social contacts where possible, and to continue to observe the basic precautions of washing hands, reducing social contacts and observing social distancing. Finally, last Ceann Comhairle, in terms of my own role as Sinn Féin health spokesperson, I would like to once again reiterate the fact that there is a large body of very worrying evidence out there in relation to the spread of coronavirus and its potential and actual impact now on the health service. We know that our health service operates at very tight capacities at times over the winter in normal years, and we now have the additional element of COVID, both in terms of admissions and very, very critically, in my view, in terms of hospital staffing levels, which are going to be challenged. We also know that we are seeing increases of the virus within the care home settings, and that we have limited capacity around many of our health services, and that those must be protected. We all recognise the need to also protect, and the Minister has acknowledged that he is working very hard to protect all of the other services. But I just would like to indicate on behalf of the committee and on behalf of ourselves our support for these regulations today. I
call Mrs Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And just at the outset, I want to also put my condolences on the record as well for all those who have lost lives, the families of those who have lost lives in recent days, and unfortunately will continue to as time goes on. The regulations before us today represent another attempt at getting ahead of the virus and indeed trying to control the spread amongst our community. In recent days, we have seen new positive cases rise to over 1,000 per day, and that is a very worrying trend now. It reminds us all how this virus transmits so quickly. It would be a daily warning alert to follow guidance, and that's what we have to do. We need to do the right thing. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we were told that much of the transmission was within households, and hence the regulations we have before us today were adopted. I think we all struggle with the restrictions on letting people into our homes. The Ulster people are hospitable people, and it's against our nature to let someone stand at the door and not bring them in and offer them a cup of tea and a chat. But yet it is just those sort of natural daily occurrences that we are told are spreading COVID, so we have to say no. I do welcome the bubbling concept. I think it's especially good for those who are single, live on their own at home, for whom this has been a very lonely time in recent months and a difficult time. It's vital that those who have care needs, in particular, can bubble with one other household, so that is to be welcomed. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we also look at the regulations here today in relation to business, and who amongst us has not been inundated with calls and emails from businesses quite simply fighting to keep the doors open. It is a deeply worrying time, and the latest cautions from my colleague, the Economy Minister, should serve as a warning to us that if we restrict businesses, that must be at a last resort. And yes, of course, it does go without saying that lives need protecting, but we must learn to do that while also protecting livelihoods. How do we expect these businesses to survive? How do we expect employers to keep paying employees when the cash simply isn't in the takings? And to be blunt, how can we expect the government to keep picking up the tab? We need to learn to live with COVID, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Protect health and people, but also protect society, protect jobs and family incomes. We need a balance, and we need individually, and each of us have individually that power to provide that balance. Key to finding this balance is driving home the key messages: washing your hands, wearing a face covering, social distance, self-isolate if you have symptoms and book a test, follow the regulations, follow the guidance. Too many times in recent weeks I've been told of examples where people with symptoms or awaiting a result have been out and about in public spaces, and this is simply wrong. I say stop it, wise up, for your actions prolong this period of public health risk and economic turmoil. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we need to monitor the impact of these regulations closely and decide what elements work and those that do not. We also need to keep mental health and the desperate loneliness that isolation brings as a priority in our considerations. I also encourage whatever actions are needed to keep our health service open, from GPs to the surgeon, to scans, from the scans to the chemotherapy and physiotherapists. We need our health service functioning for all who need it. We cannot shut down like before and leave the sick to get sicker, the prognosis to deteriorate. To do so would be seriously wrong. So let's look at, I would respectfully suggest, requesting Army medical support, if that will bolster our health service and keep those vital elective care, including cancer operations, going in this second wave of coronavirus. I do at this point want to thank the Minister and the Executive and the Chief Scientific Officer, the Chief Medical Officer for their continued effort at what is an unenviable task. And I would, however, respectfully ask the Health Minister what preparation he and his department have made in order to deal with the bed capacity in particular with the ongoing crisis of our healthcare system. We've known about this from early this year, and it would be good to hear what exactly he has done in terms of preparation, taking us forward and what we knew was already coming in the second wave. It's vital that a way is found to ensure that essential healthcare can continue, as highlighted by the Royal College of Surgeons just last week, to avoid preventable non-COVID deaths as well as COVID deaths. Thank you.
I call Ms Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion as it is an important tool to help fight the cause of COVID. The Minister is undoubtedly, it's a worrying time with significant rises in cases and hospital admissions in the last week. It's actually really hard to comprehend that 30% of the overall positive test cases from March have been in the past week. That is getting out of control. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there's an obligation upon me to share my concerns with this Assembly in relation to the escalation and spread of the virus in Derry. Astonishingly, in the space of a few months, Derry went from having the lowest rate of infection across the whole of the UK to the very highest rate in the whole of the UK. In the space of 6 weeks, that infection rate rose 100-fold. The rest of the North and the rest of Ireland, and indeed the rest of the UK, needs to understand what happened in Derry to avoid them having the same disaster that we are experiencing. That would be much, much easier if we had an effective test and trace system, but we don't. But we do know some things. There were house parties, there were dinner parties, birthday parties, First Holy Communions, where hosts and visitors were complacent. There was a fun fair approved by the Executive Office despite concerns of Derry City and Strabane Council, and large numbers of those attending, and there were large numbers attending, did not socially distance themselves and did not wear masks. And then, and this is barely believable, we had a well-attended anti-mask rally last month. Inevitably, there was little or no social distancing, and this is where it really does become unbelievable. One of the speakers was a GP. She is also a political representative, an elected councillor. She's a qualified doctor. She spoke against wearing masks and also spoke against vaccinations. This level of irresponsibility must be condemned. It must have played a part in the spread of the virus, but how big a part is we cannot tell. As a result of the spread of the virus, there is potential for thousands of jobs at risk in the city and district. Hospitality businesses are at risk of collapse. Households will have difficulty in paying their bills. The businesses and their workers desperately need our support, our financial support. Firms in Derry and Strabane need to be covered by the extended furlough, and ministers in the Executive must stress this to the British Government. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, my final words are these. Beware of the conspiracy theorists, the deniers, the fantasists who are putting so very many lives at risk, whose words will inspire people into their hospital beds and perhaps for a few into their graves. There are very few more dangerous things than politicians who ignore evidence, to choose to believe what they want to believe and pretend that that is the truth. If they also happen to be doctors, this is just dangerous.
Thank you. I call Mr Allen Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker. I certainly recognise and support the need for this motion today, and for those that will surely follow in the days and weeks and indeed even the months ahead. It is disappointing to hear leaks that can only have come from within the Executive, been circulated in the public domain and debated on radio. To date, the approach of the Executive to the COVID pandemic has been an admirable collective one. There should never be a point when political point scoring should interfere with the responsibility of the Executive to protect the life and health of our citizens and to sustain our National Health Service. The staff within our health service at every level have in recent months went far beyond what we should expect from them. They've toiled long hours and have taken threats to their own health and safety head on. The leadership and support they have received from the Health Minister has been rock solid. For it to have been otherwise would have been to risk a collapse in staff morale and commitment. This leadership and support has been publicly supported by the Executive every step of the way. Any corrects in that collective leadership will have bad consequences. It is the last thing we need as we find ourselves being hit with increasing infection rates and rising hospital admissions. Most worrying is the number of people currently needing the intervention of ICU teams. If these figures continue to grow at the current rates, we will, as a society, we could be in really deep trouble. Many people will die. The measures needed to curtail this happening lie in our own hands. The Executive must be prepared to take whatever action is needed to minimise the impact of this dreadful virus on our population. If ever there was a vital moment when collective responsibility trumps everything, it's now. I heard this morning some politicians asking the question why their area should suffer intensified restrictions when their rates of infection are much lower than other areas. In my own area of North Down, the figures of infection are low. However, Northern Ireland is too small to start finger-pointing across constituency lines. Every day I see convoys of vehicles leaving Bangor with workers bound for Belfast and other places, and later in the day the reverse happens as they return home. It is impossible to guarantee the virus is not making that same journey along the A2 road. That situation is replicated every day in every corner of Northern Ireland. Also, recently I've heard many members calling for evidence, more evidence and more data to support the actions that the Health Minister and, by extension, the Executive are taking. And from my perspective, the evidence that I see and the evidence that convinces me that there is an issue and there is an issue that needs addressed is the number of people who have passed because of this virus and the number of people who have become infected and who will endure a long and difficult recovery. What more evidence do any of us really need? I've also heard people putting forward the argument about herd immunity. And they're talking about, well, sure, if everybody catches it, well, will be fine. I would ask those same people who are making those arguments, what is their evidence that if someone catches it, that they will become, as they recover, they will become immune and that they'll not have a recurrence, or indeed that they'll not subsequently pass it on to other people? So evidence from those people would be maybe useful as well. Can I just maybe ask the Minister that could he confirm that every minute of every day is vital as we fight against this virus? And can he confirm that delay in taking decisive action could cause more misery and more death. And could the Minister also confirm the doubling time? He talked about the doubling time for COVID hospital admissions. Could he maybe elaborate on that? And I understand that the past weekend there was around 140 people admitted to hospital. And could I ask the Minister if he could maybe tell us that using that doubling rate, what he would expect the rate of admissions to be to hospitals this coming weekend? Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to also place on record my condolences to those families bereaved and enduring thanks to our health and social care staff in battling this virus. I rise to support the regulations and do so out of necessity in retrospect. I'm extremely concerned about both the interpretation of the evidence under which they and Amendment 5, which was announced at the same time, were agreed. And I need once again to repeat that there is a massive communications failure around the announcement of this amendment. These failures, Mr Deputy Speaker, need to be addressed urgently. Firstly, with specific reference to Amendment 4, the First Minister said at a news conference on the 21st of September that the spread of the virus was happening in domestic properties and not in other environments. I believe she meant primarily in domestic properties, but this was the clear statement to the public that the evidence from the Department of Health was that private homes were considerably higher at risk than anywhere else. The Deputy First Minister made similar comments in an interview at Stormont the following afternoon. Yet, in fact, these statements jarred somewhat with what the Chief Scientific Advisor had in fact said. He said that spread at the time, which had already begun to rise exponentially in some council areas, was being driven by community transmission. Community transmission essentially by definition means the origin of the transmission cannot be identified. Of the cases identified, it may well be the case that they were in homes where pubs were not yet open after all, but we do not know where many of the infections of unclear origin had taken place. Subsequently, it was confirmed that a significant share of cluster outbreaks are in particular happening in gatherings in the hospitality sector. We also have a problem with our contact tracing identified just a few days ago by the Acting Chief Medical Officer in the Irish Government. Supposedly, we are able to pick up where infections are taking place by working forwards from where the infectious people are at the time others become infected. However, contact tracing in Asia works differently, asking instead where a positive case was at the time of infection, not just at the time of infectiousness. With the sheer scale with which case numbers grew, we need to accept that contact tracing was unable to give us the information about where people were at the point of infection. The Minister himself accepted that the scale of rise in cases, particularly in the Derry and Strabane City Council, were totally unexpected. If contact tracing was providing us with the evidence we need concerning the nature of infections, such things would not be unexpected. Are we to believe that contact tracing was resourced and able to cope with something so unexpected and continue to give us the evidence about actual point of infection we needed? The acceptance that most cases arise from community transmission is an acceptance that we do not really know. So I would ask the Minister to improve the resourcing of the contact tracing service and urgently to consider amending it to include questions that will identify the location where someone was first infected, not just where they became infectious, as in the case of Asia. This will be crucial in the evidence base needed for going forward with any further regulatory amendments. Unfortunately, what we can see from when these regulations were first announced on the 17th of September was that we had missed the main areas where infections were rising. None of the initial postcodes to which the regulations applied was in Derry or Strabane or in Newry, Mourne and Down, despite the fact that those are two of the three worst affected council areas by the rapid rise in cases. The trends were simply missed. What does that tell us about the quality of evidence under which we are operating and developing restrictions? Before I come to communications, I would also ask why more attention was not given to the general situation concerning how such regulations would be enforced. The requirement for no more than a single household to congregate in a private home was introduced at the same time that students were starting to congregate in our houses of multiple occupation. And I've spoken so many times about this, I'm not going to repeat it, but we do know that there are students who came to the Holy Land in September, went home at the weekend to their weekend jobs in the retail sector, brought the infection back into their communities, and the inevitable and the predictable happened. Principal Deputy Speaker, I need to raise some serious reservations about the communications from the Executive Office and the Department of Health about the regulations as well. Gloomy statements containing neither proposals nor action late on a Friday afternoon do nothing to help guide the population at the time of significant strain. And I think the point that has been raised before as well around the evidence, people are getting tired of the same message over and over again. We need to explain to people why we are introducing it, not just what they need to do. So the communication was not helped by the fact that in September that Amendment 4 and 5 came in pretty much on the same date, were announced and were blatantly contradictory. We were led to believe that this was because domestic transmission was the driver, so restrictions were required in private homes, but not in public venues. But when we asked to see the evidence at committee, it never appeared, and it has since become apparent why. It's because there was never such a solid basis for such evidence, and indeed the evidence from elsewhere, as far afield as Melbourne or as near as home at Newport, was in fact that wet pubs and their equivalent would lead to an obvious rise in increased transmission. We were told that the evidence was nuanced, but really it was quite clear. We should not have been encouraging social mixing in indoor public venues at exactly the same time as discouraging it in indoor private homes. Either we encourage social mixing or we discourage it. Just moving on. As I just said there, what we have to do is clarify the why. People need to know if we are going to bring forward any further restrictions, what they need to avoid, because we have to rely on people doing what they think is right in their communities and for their families. So we need to get more buy-in from people. So just in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of justified concern out there among the public. Many cannot face the prospect of further lockdown, while others still feel insecure just leaving things as they are. It is time we start improving our evidence, improving our communications and getting the basic things right. The Chief Medical Officer has been clear that social mixing is the problem. So let us start with proposals from the Health Minister and the Executive for targeted interventions there. Thank you.
Mr. Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. I intend to be short. I'm becoming more and more concerned about lots of issues, and I'm sure the Health Minister is as well, but I'm becoming more and more concerned at the lack of time we're having to consider these restrictions. And while I understand the need to adapt to ever-changing circumstances with the coronavirus pandemic, the lack of being able to scrutinise properly is becoming a worry for me, because the changing scene is happening at such a rapid pace. We're nearly changing things every several days, and I do understand the need for that, but it is a worry for me as well, because what we do and what we accept will have a huge impact on the population of Northern Ireland. I worry about the impact we're having on our economy and any potential shutdown, and it was deeply worrying and annoying to hear on the Nolan Show this morning about that, the way it was done, and I think something like that should be at the Executive. It should be going to the Health Committee to even discuss and let us hear the reasoning why. And it's just caused absolute havoc out there. People listening to that, because they're just not ready for that. And Mr. Speaker, I also hear different ways people are handling the virus in different countries, and Mr. Allister mentioned it last week about the Sweden model, and Mr. Chambers has just mentioned about herd immunity, and I'm sure it's the same topic. But it's something, are we looking at that? Is the Chief Medical Officer looking at that? It's certainly something that seems to be becoming more prevalent in the news, and I would like to know more about it. I'm not a medical expert, but I would like for us to know more about it. I'm becoming more worried as more cases are being reported, but these cases are being picked up in testing, which is good, but our testing, are we now getting to a capacity issue with our testing? And I was hoping the Minister can maybe give me an update on whether we are still able to increase that capacity. Also, we look down at, I call them the mini lockdowns in Londonderry, Strabane. I'm wondering, have those mini lockdowns or semi-lockdowns, as you call them, are they actually having an effect on reducing the numbers in those areas? These are things that I really want to know about. I'm also worried about our capacity to handle the increase in the coronavirus. We've hundreds of nurse vacancies across Northern Ireland, and there's even some GP vacancies and stuff. So are we actually in a place to be able to handle the increase in this surge and the capacity issues? So hopefully the Minister can give me some updates on those issues, but I have to say I'm becoming increasingly more and more worried. I'm becoming more and more worried, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of mental health and the increase in suicides, because what we are doing is putting an effect on people's lives as well. So I look forward to hearing more from the Minister if he could possibly help. Thank you.
Mr. Pat Sheehan.
Agad a free last Ceann Comhairle agus buchas leis an ara as Jacqueline Shaw Armagin. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming in here this morning. And I rise to support these regulations here today. It's not totally unqualified support in any of these coronavirus regulations under normal circumstances. We wouldn't support them, but given the situation we're in, they're considered to be necessary under the circumstances. It has already been mentioned that the issue of process in terms of the Health Committee's scrutiny role in regard to these regulations has come under some criticism recently, and there was an issue at the Health Committee last week when the Chief Scientific Advisor was giving evidence, and he was asked about providing the committee with the evidence to support the introduction of these regulations. And he said that the SAGE website was open to the public and we could go there if we wanted, but there were thousands of pages. And to me, it wasn't even so much what he said, it was the way that he said it, and he was given the appearance of being reluctant to provide the committee with the evidence it needs to carry out its statutory role of scrutinising legislation. So, in terms of the process that the committee is engaged in and what it needs to carry out its statutory role, there's certainly the attitude of the Chief Scientific Advisor last week, in my view, left a lot to be desired. And if the committee can't be given the evidence that's being used to underpin the introduction of these regulations, then it can't do its job properly. I understand, and we all understand, we're in a very difficult situation, and particularly now with the rising number of infections. And add to that, we have seems to be anyway, a rising number of pandemic deniers, and we have these anti-mask demonstrations, conspiracy theorists, and every crackpot you can think of coming out and making sure their voices are heard. Now, we don't know how strong that view is out there, but there does appear to be certainly cracks appearing in society in regard to the approach towards this virus. And that may be because despite the rising numbers of infections, it appears that there are fewer people actually dying as a result. And that can be explained in a number of ways. First of all, we're 9 or 10 months into this pandemic now. We have more knowledge than we did at the start. There are treatments available now that weren't available when this pandemic first hit us, and better treatments, better drugs, and so on. And it also appears that the infections at the minute are disproportionately affecting younger people who are healthier and less likely to succumb to serious illness as a result of this. So it may well be that there's less fear out there in the community, but what we also have to take account of is that the numbers have risen very, very quickly, and in terms of hospital admissions, serious illness and potential deaths could be facing us in a week, 2 weeks or 3 weeks down the road. And it's important that the Executive gets that message out. And I would agree with the issue Paula was raising around contact tracing. I mean, we've had 6 or 7 months to get the contact tracing sorted out. I spoke here a couple of weeks ago about the difficulties that I personally had. We had a situation not long after that across the water where 16,000 people weren't contact traced as a result of some glitch in the technology. And the difficulties here have been well documented also. So I'm concerned. I know at the start when the contact tracing operation was re-established that there were only around 100 people involved in contact tracing. And I know you told us recently that there were adverts out for recruitment for other people to join that team. I'm not sure there were very significant numbers. I think it was 20 or maybe 40. And if we're getting, 1,000 cases a day, I think it won't be long before that contact tracing operation is completely overwhelmed. So we need to take account of that. And in terms of, it's not just about testing and tracing, it's also about isolating and supporting those who are isolated. And I know of cases where people have tested positive and didn't isolate. They just went about their business. And some of them, because they were in low-paid work and they couldn't afford to isolate for a fortnight, and they went on into work. And that's, when we're talking about supporting those who have to isolate, we're talking about ensuring that there's financial support there. Now, we know there's a £500 payment agreed for across the water. People will get that. But it hasn't been introduced here, as far as I'm aware. And that's something that the Executive should maybe focus on. And just finally, for you last, John Corla, that we live on a small island here. And irrespective of where we come from politically in regard to that and the partition of this island, if we don't operate collectively and collaborate together right across this island, it really doesn't matter what we do on either side of the border, whether we put the best system in place that's possible. If the other side of the border isn't doing the same thing, it's going to be the weak link in the chain all the time. So I would implore the Minister to take account of the fact that this island should be treated as one epidemiological unit, and that any restrictions that are coming in, any restrictions anywhere on the island, there should be discussions beforehand between the relevant CMOs and health ministers. So we're in a difficult situation. The Minister's in a difficult position himself, and there are issues around capacity in our health and social care system. Questions have been raised about what preparations there have been over the past 6 or 7 months, because we've all been aware we were waiting on a second surge coming. And it would be interesting to hear what extra precautions and what extra capacity has been built into the system to ensure that we can deal with that.
I call Mr. Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to be able to say a few words on this, following on from my Health Committee colleagues. First and foremost, I just want to pass on my condolences and thoughts and prayers to the families of the bereaved, those who are currently in hospital or unwell with COVID. I think it's important that we continue to remember those people as they go through their current health situation. I also want to pay tribute to our NHS staff and all of our carers out in the community. I indeed also want to put on record my thanks to the Health Minister for the role that he has played, and indeed the Health Committee for their scrutiny role. And I think that we've seen the benefits of that over this past couple of months. The regulations themselves are welcome, whilst we may not have wanted to see them. They were needed, and I think that that's something which will no doubt pay dividends going forward. We know that the regulations themselves obviously have consequences and impacts beyond the health sector. Ultimately, it's about saving lives, but we must try and ensure that we balance the situation between lives and livelihoods as well. I have consistently said that we will not get out of this pandemic through regulations or restrictions alone. There's going to have to be personal responsibility. No matter what we say here in this Assembly, whilst we need to show leadership, we also need our communities and our neighbours to ensure that they follow the guidelines that are put in place, and they do so in a way that keeps themselves and others safe. We also need a joined-up approach. I think that what we have seen in recent weeks is the executive pulling together and trying to send out a joint message, but we also need those in our local councils to ensure that that is implemented right through at all levels. And I do want to put on the record my appreciation for my own council, the Derry and Strabane Council, for the work that they have done. And we talk about even that cross-border working. You know, I was on a call last week with Donegal County Council and our own council together, and I think that that type of initiative is welcome, because this is not about an orange and green or a north-south issue or an east-west issue. I think that if we can try and drive down the number of cases, then we need to do what we can to ensure that that's the case. My own council as well has shown initiatives around the events and future planning, ensuring that we get in there at an early stage, and I think that is very, very important. Now, the member for Foyle, my colleague Sinead McLaughlin, did touch on some of the things that have happened at a local level, which have been unfortunate. However, without maybe politically point scoring, the member may not be aware that in terms of the fun fair, her own colleague and member of this chamber attended the fun fair on a number of occasions. So it is important that we all take personal responsibility, ensure that when we're throwing stones, that we're not doing so in glass houses. There's no blueprint in relation to all of this stuff. We're all going through this at a time where we're trying our best, and I think that we need to give people the space to allow them to do that. As we look at further new potential restrictions, I would urge the Health Minister and urge all ministers in the Executive to look at the wider impacts, to look at the impact that it's going to have on our economy, look at the impact it could have on joblessness and employment, but also in terms of the mental health impact as well. And I think that all ministers will look at that, but ultimately we need to do what we need to do to ensure that lives are saved and that they're protected as well. Just finally, as we go forward, obviously there's a lot of speculation out there around potential restrictions coming forward. The one plea that I would have is around the issue of clarity. I think that when members have touched on the communication issue, I think we need to be clearly articulating what it is that we're looking at. There should be we need to try and eradicate any grey areas, because as we've seen with some of the localised restrictions in the past, there have been more questions than answers in terms of what do we do, where do we shut down, are we able to open? If we can get as much clarity as possible, if we bring people with us on these issues, I think that we'll get out of it much quicker. But just finally, I would urge everyone to follow all of the guidelines, continue to wash your hands, keep a distance, wear a mask where appropriate. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Orlea Flynn.
And I would just like to start off also by recognising the pain that's out there amongst all those families that have sadly lost someone to COVID-19. It is a really worrying and anxious time that we're still in, and I know that many members of the public are deeply concerned about the rising numbers that we're seeing within the new cases, and also the increasing numbers that we're starting to see within hospital admissions. The regulations that we're discussing today in particular have obviously came before the Health Committee previously, and I know that some of the other members have already spoke about some of the concerns around that process and power that obviously it grants with the Minister and his officials to make some of these difficult decisions. So I'll not go over all of that in detail, as some of it's been covered, but I would just like to ask the Minister if he can endeavour to ensure that the Health Committee is supplied with as much information as possible and as it's being requested to try and help make some of these necessary changes going forward. It's in everyone's interest that full scrutiny can occur, and it's important that we have the full range of evidence to highlight when actions don't go far enough or when they're not proportional. I also want to acknowledge that we are dealing with the regulations after they have already come into play, and potentially over the next few days and weeks we could be talking about other decisions that need to be made. And I know that some members have already quoted some statistics, but I do want to just note how much the situation has changed in the context of the date whenever these regulations were made, which was on the 16th of September. So on the 16th of September there were 129 new cases, and yesterday there were 1,066. In the week running up to the 16th of September, it's been spoke about already, Antrim and Newton Abbey had the highest rate of new cases per 100,000 at just over 50 per 100,000. Yesterday, the rate for Derry and Strabane was 946 per 100,000. On the 16th of September, there were 21 hospital cases and 3 people with COVID-19 were in ICU. And as of yesterday, there were 137 hospital cases of COVID-19 with 19 people in ICU. So it's alarming and it's a stark warning at how this virus can and is spreading, even with some restrictions already in place. And restrictions aren't the only answer to fighting COVID-19. It's also the investment in public health services, such as the testing and contact tracing programmes and supporting those who need to be self-isolating and staying at home. We're definitely not in a good place, and particularly we're seeing the high rates around the border areas also, which is highlighting the reality that the virus is spreading from community to community. And as has already been said, we do need to have that coordinated approach. And unlike the first wave, we're now heading into the winter months when we know that the Health and Social Care Service is going to be under significant strain and struggling to cope. So many operations and appointments are cancelled or are being missed, and this is storing up problems for the future. But the answer must include the central aim of suppressing the spread of COVID-19. Clearly, further action does need to be taken, but that also means that action from government and its agencies will provide support in having the appropriate systems in place that we need to help fight the spread of coronavirus.
Mr. Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise as well to support what I would consider to be necessary regulations and changes to them. Minister, I'd also like to pay tribute to you. This is a very challenging and difficult time, and I certainly don't envy the position that you're in or the very difficult and delicate decisions that you must consider and reach on a daily basis in relation to this very fluid situation. I'd also like to offer my condolences to the many families of the bereaved. To lose anyone at any time to whatever illness is a very difficult thing. To lose them to this virus, which may have been picked up quite easily by someone who visited, is totally mind-boggling and beyond words or comprehension, particularly when it could have been potentially avoided. And that's really what we need to get out there to people. This virus does transmit so easily. Some people don't even know they have it. And because they're not taking the necessary precautions, they may put others at risk, maybe within their own family or maybe in the community. I'd also like to pay tribute to our frontline workers and our key workers who continue to provide a vital service to our public, a life-saving service to those in need. This has been a very difficult time. It's been a difficult year. There are businesses that are now closed almost 8 months. Our society has been forever changed. Our lives have been impacted in every single way that you could possibly imagine by this virus, and it is difficult. It is difficult for everyone. It is difficult for all of our people, and it is certainly impacting on the mental health of our general population. I was in isolation for 2 weeks, and I can tell you, as a young person, yes, I had symptoms of the virus, and it impacted me for a period within those 2 weeks of 5 days quite badly, and then eased beyond that. But I can also say that a very difficult part of that isolation was being at home for 2 full weeks without getting out. And it's very tough, and I'm a young person, so I can only imagine the impact that has on people who have been at home for months, who have made considerable sacrifices, who are lonely, living alone, and very severely impacted, who are so worried about getting this virus that they're doing everything possible to avoid it, and often to their own detriment in terms of their own physical and mental health as well, because have no doubt about it, it is having an impact on the health and well-being of our population. And that's where we need to get the balance, the delicate balance, very, very right. There are other people in our society as well, Minister, that are struggling with other illnesses, life-threatening illnesses, who are concerned that when this second wave has come, and it has arrived now, that their treatments may be affected or cancelled. They need reassurance. They need to be told that they will still be a priority, that cancer patients in particular and others will not be forgotten about, that they won't come second to this virus, because that is what has been spilled throughout pages of social media day and daily. And there needs to be a solid message from this House and from the Department and the Minister that we will not forget those who are in those very difficult and challenging circumstances. And we should also continue to encourage those who are in those circumstances to continue to present to their doctor, GP or the health service generally, should they need it, that it is there for them. I also must point out that this is a very, very delicate situation. It's a delicate situation between protecting lives, protecting jobs and our livelihoods. And with that comes great pressure, immense pressure on our society, on our people, on our business owners. You know, asking a business to shut for 8 months, almost in some instances, is a very stressful situation for the person that has a mortgage to pay, has a family to feed. That has an impact on the mental health of that individual as well. And that is why we must get this right at every level. We haven't got an endless pot of money. Everyone knows that. But intervention for those in need at that time is absolutely critical, particularly in ensuring that they buy in to doing whatever they can to play their part. But if someone's reached in a situation, a decision between feeding their family and keeping the business shut, it's a very, very difficult place. And that's why the intervention from this House and from Westminster for businesses needs to be meaningful, and it needs to be sufficient. And no direct criticism of the Minister, but the current, although I understand he's restricted, the current intervention is not sufficient. And I've heard that, and I'm sure his own party and others around this chamber have heard the same. The key to this, and I've heard it from other members speaking, communication is absolutely vital. And there is, as Mr Middleton rightly points out, there's no blueprint to this. We don't have a book we can refer to with all the answers in it. This situation is very fluid. We're learning about this virus. It is new, and we're learning about how it affects each of us and how we can live with it and move around it where possible. But It's vitally important in doing that that we have confidence in the message. And I know the Health Minister has continued to reiterate the message, as has others. But there needs to be confidence in the public message from this House. It needs to be united. Yes, there's a five-party executive, but we need to collectively pull together to ensure that we're all on the one page. That's difficult because we're political parties with different views, with different opinions on how things happen. But one thing we cannot toy with or play with is the clear guidance around how we protect each other and ourselves. So therefore, there is a job of work to be done in rebuilding confidence in that message. And we, as Assembly members, all have a part to play in doing that. Because the public are leaving us. They are ahead of us on a lot of things, but they're starting to ask serious questions. And they're entitled to do that. Their lives are impacted. They're entitled to ask the questions. They're not entitled to mislead. They're not entitled to go on to Facebook and state things as fact when they're completely and absolutely untrue, because that, again, puts others at risk. But we here have a job of work in challenging the false narrative and presenting the truth as we go forward, as we learn. And how we do that is by having a clear and transparent message. And we can talk about the level of infection and we can talk about the level of death, but this has been around now for 8 or 9 months, and people are frustrated, they're concerned, they're worried, they're fed up. We also should be telling publicly the level of recovery to reassure people that you're not, you could die from this, yes, but people recover and recover well. Because there is a huge amount of concern and anxiety that we need to also ensure that we provide the clearest possible information to challenge. And that's why we need to come back to the fundamentals of this. Should we be providing the numbers of infected? Yes. Should we be providing the numbers of people who have sadly died from this? Absolutely. But we should also be providing information, transparent information around the numbers of people that have recovered and recovered well, and what the impact was, because there's so many cases. I know it's difficult, but we need to provide that in a public domain as well. And also in relation to the virus, what do we know about the virus? Because if we're shutting businesses and people's lives are affected, we need to provide the clearest possible information about the virus. What have we learned? Are we dealing with a lesser strain? Are we dealing with a virus that has weakened? Because we're not seeing, maybe, the level of death. Because I remember, like other members in this House, watching the TV and seeing Italy and seeing body bags on hospital floors and seeing them in trucks and seeing them buried, and that scared the life out of me and many others. And luckily, we aren't at that place, and I hope sincerely we never are. But we need to be very clear about what we're dealing with so the public have confidence in the message. And also around testing, because there has been concerns raised around testing. Have we sufficient capacity to test people? And are tests accurate? Because I'm fed up listening to that question, and I know the Minister, thankfully, has committed to providing that public reassurance, because again, it's about transparency. It's important that we provide as much information to the public domain as we can to build the confidence in that message. And that is why some decisions taken during this pandemic may be questioned. And that is why some of the situations we found ourselves in over the course of the last few weeks may have conflicted with the message that we have been sharing from this House. Keep 2 metres apart. But many, even teachers, principals, are saying to me, but Mr McCrossan, why are 30 children allowed to go into a classroom and go home to their grandparents and their parents and spread it? And yes, it's a delicate situation. It's very important we educate our young people and our children, but it conflicted exactly with the message of keeping 2 metres apart. And the public raised questions. Also, in terms of conflicting messages, Eat Out to Help Out. Great scheme, supported business, absolutely. But was the timing right? Is this not something that would have been better in January or February? Did this spread the virus? Did it contribute? Well, when you consider that 64 million people across the UK availed of that scheme, you would suggest that yes, it definitely played its part. And again, I understand there's no blueprint, but we have to get this right, and the message needs to be clear. We need to protect jobs. We need to protect livelihoods for the exact reason, as I've said. As much as people are worried about this virus and doing their part in closing their businesses and adapting their lives, they need support and if they haven't got this support, their mental health will be affected, again adding pressure to our already crippled health service. It's very important that at all times we are consistent in what we're asking the public to do, because they will leave us. They will go ahead and raise questions, and social media, as we've seen, can take legs of its own, and people believe false narratives as fact, and we have a great job in trying to challenge that. Every day of the last month, I am challenged on the message, as I'm sure other members are. But I am true to that message in ensuring that we at all times must ask people to play their part to keep each other safe. The other point that was raised by Ms. Bradshaw was in relation to the First Minister, who in a press statement said that the transmission was largely down to house parties and social gatherings in houses. And I have no doubt they played their part, because it's not. We are human beings. We naturally come together, challenging, 8 months apart. But house parties have certainly, in my view, and others, have played a massive role in this. And I've said to the Deputy First Minister last week that it is my firm view, particularly with the closures of pubs and restaurants and cafes, there's still going to be an element of our community that are going to have social gatherings in their homes, because they can quite easily access alcohol from off-licences. And I asked why we haven't closed off-licences when there's nowhere to go, not singling out young people, but they will gather together in some spot and that's difficult to police, that we won't even know is happening, and that's where this thing potentially will transmit. I've had parents on the phone to me, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, crying because they have a son or a daughter, 19 or 20 years of age, who won't stay in the house, who are going out with friends. And that parent is saying, what am I to do? Lock them in the room? Put them out of the house? These are parents that are vulnerable and at risk. And they just can't get the message through to those young people who think that they're invincible to this and that they won't spread it. And that's what's so scary about this, because people that have had it, as the Health Minister will know, some don't even produce any symptoms. And that's the worry in relation to this. So I would ask that the Health Minister apply any pressure to ensure that off-licences are dealt with, because a lot of people are asking questions as well in relation to that, and that he would do whatever he can to ensure that those who are making the necessary sacrifice to save lives, and we're all making sacrifices, necessary sacrifices to save lives, have the intervention necessary to support them in their closure, because it's so critical. And I'll finish on this other point. We do need to collectively work together. We all know, regardless of our political differences, that this virus knows no border. It transmits with people. And earlier this week, I don't live very far from the border, about 3 minutes' walk. I sat at the Tinnies, the famous Tinnies, and I watched the free flow of traffic on both sides of that border. Huge volumes. Going to shop, essential journeys in some instances, given that a lot of rural people live on both sides. But there didn't seem to be, the intervention from this House, the regulations of this House didn't seem to take the effect that I thought that it would. And that concerns me, because things just seem to be as normal. And when you're trying to explain, is it a lockdown? Is it restrictions? What is it? It's very difficult, and that's why the message needs to be clear. And as Mr. Sheehan said, and rightly so, we need to work right across these islands. We are one island, and we need to work with the Irish Government, as I know the Health Minister and others have done, to ensure that we have the strongest possible approach in protecting human life and the livelihoods of our society. We all have a part to play, and that is not just in spreading the message and getting the message out there and ensuring that it's clear, but also in challenging the false narrative that is getting the attention of a lot of people. And the only way we can challenge that is by clear, consistent messaging and with the facts and evidence to support those facts. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't expect to be called, but I appreciate the opportunity, because I too would like to go on record to offer my condolences to all those people who have lost lives through this pandemic. I also want to thank the Minister and all his colleagues who were faced hourly with a changing situation and the difficulties that arises. But I've listened carefully to the commentary in the House, and there is much speculation, even amongst ourselves here, about the age profile of those who are currently amongst the numbers which are growing rapidly at a frightening and alarming rate. But I am fearful that there is this growing narrative that it is young people who are ultimately the lawbreakers or the rule breakers. And I know from my own outings, which I restrict at every opportunity, I see on many occasions people who do not fit that age profile, who are equally as complacent. And it may well be that those people or individuals have exemptions to wear masks. It may well be that those people don't feel that they fit in any profile which would endanger them specifically. But if that's the case, if it is the latter, what a selfish act. What a very selfish thing to do, to go about your business feeling somehow immune to this virus and feeling no sense of responsibility to those around you and the vulnerable people around you. So I do join with others in putting that message out. And it's good to hear the unison in this House that those people who take with anonymous accounts, and not even anonymous accounts, I have to say, in this instance, to spread absolute rubbish with no foundation to suggest that there is anything other than facts behind the decisions that are made. And I listened to my colleague, Mr McCrossan, asking for clarity and that somehow the messaging will be contradictory, but it will. The messaging will be contradictory at times, because this isn't an absolute. This is a balancing act. Of course, we want our children to go to school. Of course, we want life to resume as we all know it. But we can't have it that way. And what we're all charged with doing is finding out how much can we get away with without taking that level of risk home to the people who will be most affected. So I don't come here expecting absolute clarity and to follow a logic through all the decisions. It won't be there, because there is no absolute answer. And we all have, no doubt, different perspectives. We all come at it with different priorities about what is important in our lives, and that may come from your age profile, from where you live. And everybody will, no doubt, have different solutions. But I do think we have to do our very best to reach out to everybody. We have to follow through with, if we ask somebody to isolate, that we know in our heart of hearts that they can do that because they have the financial power behind them to do it, should that be the amount that we heard mentioned that needs to be announced of £500 for people here. We also need to know that we can empower people to know that there are support mechanisms out there, that when they have to go into isolation or into lockdown, that they will have access to food, medicines and all of that support around them. And the mental health and loneliness issues are recognised, and that we do empower communities to support each other. Again, as I say, Principal Deputy Speaker, I didn't expect to be called, but I do welcome the opportunity, and I do support the regulations here in front of us. And I recognise that more may need to be done. And I think everybody in this House has a duty to stand up in one voice and explain to the public why they, like us, have as much a role to play in this as we do. Thank you.
I call Mr Jim Allister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'll make a few comments in a moment about the pros and cons of various issues, but I want to pick up on what the Chair of the Health Committee had to say in his opening remarks, because he rightfully, I believe, I'm not a member of the Health Committee, but taking at face value what we were told, he rightfully made a criticism that if the committee is not being provided the data justifying these regulations, then that is a very poor situation, because you cannot scrutinise without knowing the facts relating to that which you are scrutinising. And that is, I think, a very valid contention. Secondly, said that there was concern in the committee about the lack of oversight to any future additions and changes to these regulations. And I must say I do strongly share that, because when you go to this particular regulation and go especially to Schedule 2 of the regulation, we read a couple of things that I find surprising. We find in Schedule 2, paragraph 1, subparagraph 2, that a direction ending the emergency period may be revoked at any time by the Minister of Health. Fair enough, you might say. That's after consulting the experts. But let's think about that. That's talking about where the emergency has been revoked. The Health Minister, and only the Health Minister, with no need to consult anyone other than the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Officer, can then make a direction revoking the ending of the emergency period. It's there in black and white. The effect of such revocation is that the emergency period then immediately recommences. So at the stroke of a pen, the Health Minister and the Health Minister alone can decide to reinstate the emergency. Now that does rather drive a coach and horses through the idea of anyone, never mind a scrutiny committee, having any say, even an executive having any say, if it means what the plain words seem to mean, that any revocation of the emergency can be done by the import of paragraph 1(4) of the schedule, namely that the direction is made by being published online and must, as soon as reasonably practicable after it is made, be published in the Belfast Gazette. So by publishing online a revocation of the emergency, and by having it published in the Belfast Gazette, the emergency can be reinstated. That does not seem to me to be an adequate course embracing the basic concepts of consultation. And that's quite in addition to the point that the Chair made about you can add, take away from or add to the various postcodes, etc., simply by making a direction. You can do much more than that. Under this regulation, we are giving power to the Minister to reinstate an emergency that has been revoked by simply decreeing such. I'm not sure that's that healthy a situation. It's not that I don't trust the Health Minister. The Health Minister in this House has, I think, the most difficult job in government. I think any of us would be very foolish to envy him the role that he has. But we are giving him phenomenal power if we are giving him, by a mere direction, made in that manner, the right to recommence the emergency. So I do question why that regulation is drafted in such sweeping terms. You know, the emergency periods had to themselves pass through a legislative process here. Now we seem to be adopting a great shortcut in respect of that, which I, for one, am not happy about. Could I then move on to some of the other points? The Chair mentioned the lack of data backing up some of these. I think that is a real concern. But if you listen to the media today, that's a concern not just in the committee. According to some anonymous source from the executive, that's a concern in the executive. Really? That this executive is not, according to that source, being given the data that would justify decisions such as the reported call from the Chief Medical Officer for a 6-week lockdown. I'm staggered if that is so. That data as basic, as far-reaching, as essential as that. If that is correct, if that has not been given to the executive, then that is beyond appalling. To think that the executive could be asked to impose a 6-week lockdown without executive ministers having the basic data. I think we need urgently clarity on the veracity of that claim. And if it's not true, then it needs to be rectified. And if it is true, the circumstances that give rise to it need to be rectified. Because either way, it cannot be right. Yes?
We're giving way, and in the commentary around data, obviously that can pertain to health data, but would the member agree with me that in considering any potential restrictions that would infringe on schools, for example, that we need to look at the impact that that had on the closure of schools? One school that I'm very familiar with in my own constituency, a third of children engaged in online learning, 0. A third. There was no interaction at all, and the impact that's having now on the school is phenomenal. And therefore, going forward, we need to be looking at what was the impact on children's education from previous lockdowns, the impact on our economy, employment, as well as the health data, which would be important to inform people when it comes to taking these decisions.
I agree absolutely. And in fairness to the Health Minister, I think he did say in his opening remarks that it was a balance. And of course, it wasn't just about health, although obviously that's his primary discipline and concern. But the member's absolutely right that there has been very considerable, some of it maybe irreparable damage done to some, both in terms of their well-being and in terms of kids. So to think that we would move to a 6-week lockdown without the data, as I say, quite staggering. But my fundamental question about moving into lockdowns is, where's the exit strategy? How do you get out of these lockdowns? If every time, as I said last week, there's a rise in the infection rate, you introduce a form of lockdown, and you never build any immunity in the community. Member for North Down doesn't like that idea, but I think most scientific data relating to COVID does seem to agree there is an element, maybe some dispute about how much, there's an element of immunity from those who have it. But if every time, because the infection rate, not the death rate, because the infection rate rises, you go into a lockdown, when do you ever get out of a lockdown? Because when you come out next time and the infection rate rises again, because the virus is still there, you go into another lockdown. Where is the exit strategy? And it is that ongoing effect that really begins to kill our economy and really puts us in a very, very perilous position. So, yes, it's necessary to have regulation. It's necessary to supervise them. But it's also necessary to think through where's the long-term strategy in all of this. I understand entirely The first lockdown was premised on a great fear of our health service being overwhelmed. We were told 15,000 people could die. And we'd seen, as Mr McCrossan, in what was a very balanced and considered speech from the authority of somebody who's had COVID, he referred to the situation in Italy. We all saw that. It was frightening. And no great surprise, therefore, of a fear of our health service being overwhelmed back in March. But can we really say with the same vigour or conviction that that same threat exists today? You know, what is it, 18, 19 people in our ICU units with COVID? 2 deaths, I think, last week. Can we really say that as a justification for a wholesale 6 weeks or whatever lockdown, that the threat is such to our health service that we must have it? I think when you put all that into the balance of what's going to be the increasing impact on the well-being of our wider community and of our economy, then frankly, the threshold for lockdown gets higher, not lower. And I fear that we're being maybe just a little too ready to rush through lockdown with no exit strategy and insufficient thought to what it ultimately does to the whole community.
Thank you, Mr Allister. It is now 13:51 hours. I'm assuming the Minister is going to take more than 10 minutes to respond to the points made. If not, if you wanted to indicate to me if you think it'll take a bit more than that. That's what I suspected, and I don't think it would be fair either to the Minister to allow him to get sort of 9 minutes in and then bring him back after lunch for the remaining 3 or 4 minutes. So what I propose to do is we shall take our ease until question time, and then
they start.
Okay.
Anyway, and
yes, that's fine. If you're happy with that, that's fine.
I'm always at the House's.
Call the Minister.
I'm always at the House's call, and I have been since this place came back. Look, I'm grateful to members for their contributions to this debate. And Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in my opening comments, I deliberately widened it over this regulation that we should be talking about today, because I have been cognizant that when we come in here to talk about some of these regulations, it has been a wide-ranging debate. But I think about where we are today, I think it was only just and right that this House had the opportunity to have that wider discussion. And I appreciate the degree of goodwill that the Assembly shows towards what is the usual process, whereby the role of the legislative scrutiny is applied only after the event in regards to these specific regulations. Nevertheless, I believe it is important that scrutiny does take place in order to examine and comment on the measures that have been taken. So in the current context, things move fast, and the observations and concerns of Assembly members and colleagues are taken on board as we develop policy and work on the next set of amendments. I also believe the public must have confidence that the Executive is not acting without scrutiny. And for that reason, I'm happy to respond to questions and comments raised by members during this debate. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as always, can I thank the Chair and the Health Committee for their scrutiny of these regulations. And I think, as Mr Sheehan has said as well, in normal times we would not be, the Health Committee would not be doing this. This House would not be accepting them. In normal times, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I would not be bringing them. It's as simple as that, and I've said that on a number of occasions. But we are not in normal times. In regards to that, and I picked up on the Chair's comments in the charge of this being done, a lot of this being done by direction in regards to the departmental analysis that's allowed, and the timing and the openness that the committee does get. Some of the struggles and some of the challenges because of these regulations are being brought forward through health. Many of the underlying principles are without health, so we had play areas, pubs, licensing, but they do fall to the analysis of the health committee. So that's where I endeavour to provide as much support as my department can. And I think in regards to the conversation that the Health Committee had in regards to the bubbles, that has been brought back. But I think the Chair himself indicated it was the abuse of those bubbles, because if somebody was able to turn a bubble on and off in a matter of hours, if not the next day, it starts to undermine the whole principle and the benefit that that bubble actually brings as to how we manage the spread of transmission. In regards to where we were, and I think a number of members referred to this, when these regulations were actually made, we were in a very, very different place as to where we are today, and I think that's why they have been superseded and will be superseded. But when the Chair was speaking then as the health spokesman for his party, for Sinn Féin, I think one of the things that is clear is under the current spread and the current trajectory, I can quite openly and quite honestly, hand on heart, say our health service is under pressure. I've said it many times in this House recently that we've been trying to run 3 health services. Ben Goa made it very clear that when he brought about his changes long before COVID, that we needed to be running a health service plus a transformation service. When the initial phase, the initial wave of COVID set in, we did transform to a COVID service, and many of our day-to-day services and elective surgeries were challenged and were cancelled. We got to a place where we don't want that to happen again, but the trajectory that we are currently in, if we do not have the interventions and have them soon, we will have to revert to a COVID service. For the simple fact, we cannot turn people away at the door of a hospital because they have COVID. When it comes to re-establishing the ICU unit, that specialty regional approach that we took in the Tower Block, when we have to do that, for 15 ICU beds, we need 100 nurses. We can only do that by stripping ICU nurses from across the entirety of our health service in this province. When we put that number of people into ICU beds, we needed anaesthetists from across the province. So when we take anaesthetists out of our health service, no matter where they work, no matter what trust they are, that has an adverse impact on the number of operations that we can actually perform. So when it comes to that question of how much did we do to prepare, how much are we doing, I cannot create nurses, I cannot create anaesthetists in 2 months, in 3 months. And when it comes to more beds, beds are a physical thing, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I've said it before in here and I maintain it, and we've all championed them in this House. It's our health service staff that we rely on and their resilience and their flexibility and their adaptability where they actually work across our health service. In the first wave, they've done a fantastic job. And Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll come back to the other comments after question time.
Thank you. As question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the House takes its ease until then. After question time, this debate will resume when the Minister will conclude his remarks. The members would just take their ease to allow change at the top table. Thank you.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Minister for the Economy. And just before we call Catherine Kelly, I'd just like to thank the Minister for stepping in at such short notice to cover the swap today and tomorrow with the Deputy First Minister to facilitate the Deputy First Minister's inability to attend and the First Minister's dealing with the COBRA meeting. So thanks to the Minister. But could I remind all members that we do have time constraints for asking questions and giving responses as well. So thank you. And I now call Catherine Kelly to ask the first question.
Cash to hand, question 1, please.
Can I thank the member for her question? I have no plans currently to amend redundancy legislation operating in Northern Ireland. I believe the existing legislative framework offers robust protection for workers in this difficult position with regard to redundancy consultation, notice period and pay. Employers must adhere to this framework. Workers have a right to complain to an employment tribunal if they believe they have been unfairly dismissed or that their redundancy rights have been breached. Employers and employees can also avail of confidential and impartial information provided by the Labour Relations Agency. Where the COVID-19 situation requires adjustments to employment legislation, I will of course make those adjustments. In August, I introduced the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order Coronavirus Calculation of a Week's Pay regulations to ensure that those who have been furloughed under the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme would not see reductions in any entitlements associated with the termination of employment, which are based on the calculation of a week's pay. My officials will also continue to engage with counterparts in the rest of the United Kingdom to establish if any further changes will be required as a result of the introduction of the new UK-wide job support scheme.
Call Catherine Kelly, supplementary.
Minister, thank you for your answer. It is completely unfair that under current legislation, workers under the age of 22 are entitled to less redundancy pay than older workers, regardless of whether they have the same term of service. The Minister will be aware that young people are more likely to lose their jobs due to COVID. Will the Minister therefore end the age discrimination that exists in redundancy entitlements, and will she standardise redundancy pay across all age groups?
The calculation for statutory redundancy payments is complex, is dependent upon age, length of service and contractual earnings. Redundancy pay is calculated using an employee's normal wage and includes regular overtime, any bonus or commission. There are statutory limits to redundancy pay and that is capped at £16,800. The member is absolutely correct when she says that young people are more likely to be impacted by unemployment as a result of the COVID-19 and the current economic conditions that we are currently suffering. And that is why, in order to help with that overall problem, I have introduced the apprenticeship support schemes and additional training places as well, so that young people might reorientate and have a pathway forward in life, which is really, really important to them. Thank you.
You call Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister so far. Minister, can you tell me, your department, how many redundancy notices have you received since March until now? Thank you.
I don't have the exact figure, but of course I will write to the member with that exact figure. However, we currently have, up until June, over 4,000 people made redundant and many, many more prospective redundancies in the pipeline. I have warned on many occasions, and I'll take the opportunity to this House yet again today, that the current situation, the current increase in the transmission of the virus, any potential restrictions that we will impose as an executive and as a community on business will inevitably lead to higher levels of unemployment and greater difficulties within the labour market. I will do my best to try to help people in such very, very difficult circumstances.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, could you tell the House what action you're taking with your own departmental officials and local government to ensure that those who are unfortunate enough to be made redundant are given adequate and full advice?
I, of course, have full advice from young people with our Careers Advice Service and in conjunction with the Department for Communities and Jobs that benefits the type of advice that people would expect in this particular area. These are incredibly difficult times for the Northern Ireland economy. I cannot stress enough how we will need one, to support each other, but also to support jobs as we go ahead. I am delighted that even in the midst of such difficult times, we have announced 1,600 new jobs and new investments in Northern Ireland, and I think it's important to remember this as we go forward.
Next question, Emma Sheeran.
Question 2, please.
Can I thank the member for her question? I have continued to meet regularly with business organisations and indeed with businesses throughout this COVID pandemic in order to hear at first hand the impact being felt by businesses and their employees and the impact on the wider economy. During these discussions, I have specifically talked to business organisations about how they can support employees required to self-isolate. I have urged employers to show flexibility to employees required to self-isolate and to treat them fairly. I would encourage employers to support self-isolating workers in working from home if practicable. I will be meeting with business representatives again later in the week and indeed do so on a regular basis, where I will be reinforcing this message. If we are to get on top of the health crisis that we are currently experiencing, it will be important that people have the space and ability to self-isolate when they're required to do so.
Emma Sheeran, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer thus far. Minister, you'll be aware of the level of anxiety that exists around the virus at the minute, and obviously I'm very conscious that for anyone who can't log in from the kitchen, the stress around COVID-19 is going to be exacerbated by the moral dilemma that they now find themselves in. The fact that statutory sick pay is so much lower than a week's wages for most people means that they're forced to choose between feeding their family and keeping themselves and others safe. Minister, can you advise if you'll consider some form of financial package for low-paid private sector workers who are asked to self-isolate and don't have the option to work from home in order to mitigate against their financial loss?
I fully understand the dilemma that the member expresses, and indeed last week met with members of the Unite Union who had young people from across Northern Ireland on that call, and that was one of the dilemmas that they expressed very, very clearly to me, and about the difficulties of living on, for example, statutory sick pay against, as you say, the moral dilemma of the need to isolate and make sure that they, their families and their wider community and workplace are safe. The Department for Communities currently delivers a discretionary support scheme, and I will write to the member about the details of that scheme, because I think it is valuable and worthwhile that some folk will be able to refer to that particular scheme in this situation.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you tell the House what action that your department is taking in relation to supporting those employees who are either currently or are very soon likely to be banned from working? But not just that group of employees, the knock-on effect of the supply chain employees who will be equally affected.
Can I thank the member for his question? Very pertinent, very absolutely apt in these very difficult circumstances. The Chancellor's statement on Friday indicated that there would be support of up to 2/3 of salary for those whose businesses were asked to close as a result of the localised health guidelines in particular areas. We are currently looking for the further detail of that particular scheme, but of course that will not have an impact on those businesses whose business has been either curtailed because of the measures, or for those businesses, for example, who are in the food service sector supplying into the restaurant and hospitality industries, who would equally be curtailed. These are very difficult choices, and the Executive will have some very, very difficult choices to make, and I would expect that those choices would be made in full cognizance of the economic difficulties and the facts and the impacts on the economy and the different sectors impacted.
Moving on, and I call Andrew Muir.
Oh, apologies. Can I again thank the member for his question. I, as I have said many times in this House, remain committed to working with my executive colleagues to provide support to as many businesses as possible as we deal with the health, economic and societal impacts of the pandemic. The £55.2 million fund was identified as part of the Executive's discussion on our economic recovery response. And since that time, there has been a concerning rise in the number of cases of the virus. The Executive has now introduced further measures, including enhanced localised lockdown restrictions in the Derry City and Strabane District Council area. It is important that any further support measures are considered within the ever-changing context that we are operating in, and we must retain flexibility to adapt to the changes in virus spread and public health advice. I have met with businesses in the North West and about the impacts and restrictions that they now face, and there will be a significant impact on those local businesses as well. The Minister of Finance has now brought forward a scheme to address those local restrictions, and those will be pertinent to other areas should they experience the same.
Andrew Muir, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. It seems inevitable that further restrictions are going to be applying across Northern Ireland as we try to tackle the second wave of COVID-19. Can the Minister give me an assurance that she will be bidding for additional funding from this pot and from any other monies available to the Executive to support workers and businesses and ensure that we in Northern Ireland will not be having a situation where people are excluded from support and we're facing into what really is a cut-price lockdown?
Again, can I thank the member for his question. His concerns are absolutely uppermost, I would presume, in the minds of most members right across this House today. To satisfy the member, I will refer to a letter that I sent to the First and Deputy First Minister just on Friday after the Chancellor made his statement. And it was assumed that around 200 million in Barnett consequentials would be made available to Northern Ireland in light of any restrictions that we would implement here to deal with the pandemic. And in that letter, I identified a very full range of supports that were needed for Northern Ireland, including for those who have been excluded so far, for manufacturing, for micro-businesses, for further discretionary funds for councils, and indeed the need for an economic recovery fund, for which I do think that in the next year we will need around 500 million.
Call Gary Middleton.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answer so far. The Minister will be aware, no doubt, that we're facing a situation of further localised lockdowns or maybe a national lockdown that we don't know at this stage. But does the Executive have the financial firepower to protect every job, to protect every business and to ensure that, that we come out of this with some sort of economy left?
I thank the member for his question. This House will be very aware that I have said that Northern Ireland really cannot afford another lockdown. Just this morning, we heard certain economists actually indicate that for sections of our economy, there were those very small green shoots of recovery which could be damaged by further restrictions and further lockdown. I was with the member when we spoke to businesses in the North West and to the Chamber and other tourism and indeed hotels in the Maiden City. And I think we all recognise that of ourselves, the Northern Ireland Executive does not have the financial firepower to actually support businesses in the way that we were supported in March, April, May of this year. For example, the job retention scheme during that period was worth £75 million every week to the Northern Ireland economy in the level of support that it gave to jobs. Any of the subsequent schemes that have been announced by the Chancellor see a restriction of that support and certainly will not support jobs in Northern Ireland at that level. We simply will not be able to do it in the way that we have done, and therefore I urge caution in the way that we proceed during the week.
Thank you. And I call Cathal Boylan.
I can call you and can thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, just in the first lockdown, industries like the construction and the likes of tourism and all suffered heavily. In case there's more restrictions being introduced, what can you do to support those industries? Because they were hit very hard first time round.
I was actually heartened to hear a discussion on the radio this morning where we're talking about recovery, particularly in the construction sector. And I think that this is reflected across Northern Ireland, and indeed was delighted to be up in Mid-Ulster, where we announced an additional 130 jobs driven in the manufacturing construction sector and driven by their access to market in Great Britain. That is immensely encouraging. We will have national schemes, but what we must avoid at all costs is the propensity to rush without the proper facts and assessments at our disposal, the proper financial supports at our disposal. The Northern Ireland economy will suffer for many years to come from the impact of COVID-19 and the restrictions. And indeed, we see that in hospitality and tourism, where I believe many businesses are really just hanging on and nothing more. Any further restrictions, any further lockdowns, any lessening of their ability to make a living will impact their viability. I think we are at that stage. I think we have to recognise that. And if we do that as an executive, then we have a duty to support those companies.
John Stewart.
The Minister so far for her answers in depth, and I agree totally that we need to speak as one voice to continue to lobby Her Majesty's Government for as much financial support as they can give for businesses. Back in September at the last Economy Committee, Minister, you talked about a scoping exercise that your officials were conducting with their Welsh and Scottish counterparts to look at a support package for those businesses that had to date been unable to avail of any funding and support. Can you give us an idea of how that scoping exercise is going and if we're likely to see the fruit of their labours anytime soon? Thank you.
Yes, can I thank the member for his question? My officials have indeed been in touch with our counterparts in both Wales and Scotland on this particular issue. We want to learn from the difficulties that they have had with the scheme. And I suppose really the main aspect of this that comes over and over again is the fact that we need to have access to that HMRC data in order to make the scheme viable and able to implement it in any particular way. Wales and Scotland have highlighted that as particular difficulties. Again, I refer to my answer and my letter to the First and Deputy First Minister on Friday of last week, where I outlined the amounts of money that would be required for such bids.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer to your question so far. Minister, recently the Finance Minister announced a package for businesses in Derry and Strabane. The reports have largely been that it is not sufficient, given the challenges that they have faced. Does the Minister believe that it is sufficient, and has the Minister had any conversations about increasing that funding, given this is the second time businesses in Strabane and Derry have had to close their doors?
I think, and I thank the member for his question, and I too have spoken to those businesses as well, and to many hotels in that particular area. Can I say to the member that I think that the scheme that the Finance Minister introduced, while being a scheme that was affordable by the Northern Ireland Executive, demonstrates very clearly the exact point that I make over and over again, that without national interventions and the support of Her Majesty's Government, then we will be unable to support businesses at a level at which they would require.
Next question, Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Question number 4, Minister, please.
Can I thank the member for his question? I want to begin this answer by saying that, and I want to clarify, that I haven't as yet set a 70% target. Through the development of the energy strategy, my department is considering a number of targets. However, in my statement of the 29th of September, I set out my belief that this should not be below 70%. However, the strategy itself will inform how those targets are more formally set as we go forward. In order to deliver a target of this scale, a variety of actions will be required. Work is ongoing to assess the need for appropriate support mechanisms, be that financial, regulatory or otherwise, to bring forward investment. Consideration is also being given as to how to bring about a more diverse technology mix and further involve and engage citizens to assist in meeting our decarbonising goals. My department is working with key stakeholders through the development of the energy strategy to provide cost-effective options, which I would intend to put out for public consultation in March 2021, with a view to finalising the strategy later in the year.
Thank you, Minister. And there's no doubt that within your strategy you have mentioned the figure of 70%. So really, basing on that, I think that in this current climate, that target is very ambitious. And will the Minister rule out any exploration for oil and gas in Northern Ireland, including fracking?
Well, of course, we are to have a debate on that tomorrow, at which I will outline the position in relation to those particular issues. But in relation to the 70% target, can I just say that we do have a strong pipeline of projects in the planning process. But if we are to meet that 70% target, then we will need to ensure that we have an appropriate regulatory framework and that we are able to bring forward legislation which will support companies and individuals in trying to meet the target. I have looked at some of the schemes that are operating in the rest of the United Kingdom, and I am keen to extend some of them here as well, so that we will be able to get off the baseline pretty quickly in relation to that. And of course, I am ever mindful and would remind the House that currently 48% of electricity in Northern Ireland is generated through renewables.
Philip McGuigan.
Can Collier. And further to Mr Catney's question, and I understand the Minister when she says there's a debate tomorrow, but given the climate emergency we were in and the desire, indeed necessity, to meet targets to reduce greenhouse gases, would the Minister agree that her department's time would be better spent further researching and developing renewable forms of energy rather than researching the well-documented effects of practices such as fracking, and commit to a moratorium on the issuing of petroleum licence for exploration?
Again, we will of course debate this in full tomorrow. Can I just say that the legislation that we operate under for petroleum licensing is particularly old. It does require updating, and I will be bringing forward research to help inform how this House and the Executive will go forward in relation to those particular issues. I think the member will also acknowledge that I have said that for the recovery of the economy in Northern Ireland, we want to have a greener, cleaner, more sustainable economy. I think the member will see my commitment to that when the consultation documents go out in relation to the energy strategy, and indeed in my Rebuilding a Stronger Economy document, I recognised that a greener economy is essential for the future of Northern Ireland.
Given that under renewable energy, particularly in regard to wind turbines, there has been very significant costs passed on to electricity consumers, would the Minister undertake to publish an accurate audit of just how much electricity consumers are paying for renewable energy?
I will, of course, revert to the member in relation to this particular issue, but would also refer him to the regulator for a table of such costs.
I call Robbie Butler. Speaker, I thank the Minister for her commitment to the renewable energy scheme. Given how dependent households are on imported oil for home heating, and given that there are around 300 independent oil suppliers operating across Northern Ireland, what steps will her department take to ensure that these operators are part of the solution and encouraged to diversify?
As part of the energy strategy going forward, we have a number of different work streams in relation to how we have a complete picture of the energy required in Northern Ireland. Everyone is entitled, of course, to be part of those work streams. They're very wide and very varied, and of course all will be able to respond to the consultation in March 2021.
Call Pat Sheehan. You may not have time for a supplementary, but...
Question 5, please.
Can I thank the member again for his question? My department is responsible for the provision of financial support to higher education students through the Student Finance Northern Ireland Company. In 2018-19, this amounted to $422 million across a range of products such as maintenance grant, loan, tuition fee loan, disabled students allowance and more. The demand for these products is monitored closely, and proposals to change the levels of student support may be brought forward as appropriate. For example, my department will shortly launch a public consultation on postgraduate support, which will consider the level of postgraduate tuition fee loan available, amongst other things. In addition, my department provides support funds to the universities for distribution to students facing genuine financial hardship. In April, I secured an additional $1.4 million of funding for student hardship from the Executive. I matched this with a further $1.4 million from my department's own budget, bringing the amount available for student hardship to $5.6 million in the current financial year. Any changes to the levels of student support provided must be considered in line with the needs of our students, our higher education sector, and the budget available to my department, and may require Executive approval.
Supplementary, Mr. Sheehan.
You'll be aware, Minister, that many people have lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic and want to reskill and retrain, maybe do a second degree in a different field or postgrad. But there are obstacles in terms of the cost of childcare and poor financial support for postgrad students. Has the Minister had any specific discussions with the student loan company or the universities themselves about increasing the level of support for postgrad students?
Thank you. As I indicated in my answer, this is one of the areas that I have been talking about. I have already given much thought to the position of postgraduate students, and indeed have additional funds that have been made available via the monitoring rounds in respect of that. I will also be bringing forward a consultation document on this particular issue in the near future.
Okay, members, that ends the period for listed questions, and we now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I've advised members that the question 1 has been withdrawn, so I call on Emma Sheeran.
Minister, I've been contacted by a number of lecturers and teaching staff out of the further education colleges who are concerned around your department's transform to delivery strategy, which is currently in consultation. Can you advise as to how your department has engaged with trade unions around this strategy?
Can I thank the member for her question? As is right and proper, we do have a very wide range of consultation processes around this particular strategy, as we did around the return to the college, opening the colleges in the recent days. I will continue to work with the trade unions and the further education colleges in order to ensure that we are doing our best to have the best possible options for further education college students in the future. Thank you.
Emma Sheeran, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer. It's my understanding that, if implemented, this strategy would cut staff pay across the board, remove the cap on teaching hours and remove collective bargaining rights for teaching staff who oppose this strategy. I'm aware of serious concerns that departmental officials have failed to engage with trade unions and representatives in respect of these changes. Minister, at a time when we're trying to support workers and families, will you give a guarantee that you'll not subject teaching staff to unfair and exploitative conditions?
Of course, much of this has been conducted by the further education colleges as the paying body in relation to this. If the member has specific allegations that she wants to raise with me, she would be absolutely entitled to do so, and I would be happy to meet her or to have some communication on that particular issue.
I call Sinead Bradley.
The job retention scheme has been announced in Westminster. Can the Minister tell me what further information she has on that?
The Chancellor made his statement on Friday. My department is currently working to understand the full implications of that scheme. We do know that it will offer 2/3 of wages for those businesses that have been instructed to close. However, as I have said earlier in this debate, the issue for the economy as a whole is that many businesses' activities are actually curtailed, or that they are part of the supply chain where this particular scheme will not be applicable to them. And I think that that is a significant difficulty with the particular scheme in question. We, of course, will await the full detail as we assess where we are, but it actually brings home to me and to members in this House that decisions that we take this week will have very, very huge impacts on prospects and jobs and employment in Northern Ireland.
Sinead Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Yes, I noted your words earlier, and that the Northern Ireland economy, in your view, cannot weather another lockdown. But given that the Minister is not up to date on the possible closure dates for such a scheme, is it not important that she open her mind and consider the fact that this may be the window of opportunity where we can financially assist some businesses in some way?
The national schemes that are available to us in Northern Ireland is the furlough scheme, which we have had, which will end in October, or the job support scheme, or the scheme that was announced by the Chancellor on Friday, which will actually be implemented from November. Those schemes will undoubtedly impact and help some companies in some space that they're in. But however, if those companies, for example, for the scheme that he announced on Friday, will need to be instructed legally to close by this executive in order to avail of the scheme. We still don't know if those companies that are in the supply chain whose business will be curtailed would ever be able to avail of the scheme in the way that they availed of the previous furlough scheme, where they could place some of their employees on the scheme while servicing that bit of the economy that was still open. As I said, these are extremely, extremely difficult circumstances for the Northern Ireland economy, for workers, for those who have spent their lifetime building a business and may see that business go just because of the particular circumstances that we now find ourselves in. And it brings home to me over and over again that we need to ensure that the Northern Ireland economy for the future is viable, open and able to trade.
They call Claire Bailey.
Speaker, Minister, we're aware that your department has been working for 18 months or more on developing a new skills strategy for Northern Ireland, and included within that there have been apprenticeship pathways being set up. I wonder if you could give us an update on those apprenticeships and where they're going to be based.
Can I thank the member for a question? This is an issue that is extremely important to me. I think that we need to ensure that our young people have pathways and career pathways in life. And when we look at some of those who critically examine the Northern Ireland economy, we find that at levels 3 and 4 we are missing many of the skills that are required to really drive our economy forward. I see apprenticeships as a really important, valuable way of doing that. And so therefore I have been looking at the Training for Success programme, the apprenticeship programme and the higher level apprenticeship programme, which has really got a pretty phenomenal rate of success. And I want to increase and enhance upon those. And as we bring out the skills strategy next year, the member will see my commitment to doing that. I also think that Northern Ireland deserves all-age apprenticeships, so that not only are we actually saying to young people that they can train and have a pathway and a career forward, but that we can allow people to retrain at any stage of their lives.
Claire Bailey, supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I fully agree that all-age apprenticeships are absolutely critical, particularly in the current environment. But going back to what she was saying about the energy sector and the changes and the upgrades that we will be expected to meet, can I ask if the Minister is working or developing networks with our universities in terms of supporting the energy sector, in terms of innovation and skills development there, where people could maybe feed in with these apprenticeships schemes?
Very, very important question. And one of the things that I think will be really important to Northern Ireland's energy sector going forward is the potential for hydrogen in the Northern Ireland economy, and indeed the very exciting potential for a hydrogen academy, where we will take young people and train them and work with them in that particular part of the energy sector. I am committed, I have said it and I mean it, that we will have a greener, cleaner, sustainable energy platform for Northern Ireland going forward. I think that's important for the environment, but I think it's also important for jobs, prosperity in Northern Ireland.
I call Orlia Flynn.
Minister, on the 5th of June you established an advisory and oversight group to oversee the return of on-site learning within further education colleges. Could you confirm how many outbreaks there have been of COVID-19 within the further educational colleges amongst students and staff since the resumption of the on-site learning? Thank you.
Can I thank the member for her question? I do not have those particular figures to hand, but I will of course write to her with those particular figures. Can I say also how I think it is very important that education for our young people and also for our further and higher education students is open and available to them. We cannot damage our young people further by closing schools, colleges or universities.
Supplementary, Orlia Flynn.
And yes, I agree with all of that, and I'm conscious that it is obviously a really, really worrying time for the students that are trying to continue on with their education. And I'm just wondering, is your department considering, or would they be providing any additional resources to help with wellbeing and mental health supports, particularly for students that have been impacted directly with COVID-19? Thank you.
As I said in answer to my previous question, I have been working with the Finance Minister, and so far there is a budget of £5.6 million for higher education students, and it's available through our universities and indeed in some of our further education colleges for our young people. So it is a time of great anxiety for young people. Many of our young people throughout the summer, we saw how that was manifested with their exam results. And now it is manifested in trying to keep teaching going so that those young people can sit exams and be properly rewarded at the end of next year for the work that they have done. And it's important that we support those young people going forward.
And I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, I'm sure you'll share my concern about the number of bank branches that are closing and the impending loss of the ability, particularly of older people, to have a post office account. I wonder, have you had any discussions with the British Government in relation to the retention of the ability to keep your money within the post office as opposed to having to open a bank account?
It is a very important issue that we hear about as constituency MLAs over and over again. The issue probably should be addressed to the Finance Minister, although I do recognise how very important it is to many people within our communities. And I did have conversations with our main banks in the last number of weeks, actually, about how important it is to keep local branches open and functioning so that people can continue to have contact and do transactions as they need to, even during these very difficult health situations.
Dolores Kelly, supplementary.
Thank you, and thanks for the answer. In relation, Minister, then to your discussions with the banks, I wonder, or I could say I could implore you to actually put some pressure on the banks in relation to their mortgages and lending, because they are seeking to nearly bolt the door after the horse is bolted in relation to particularly dealing with first-time buyers. So I just wonder, had your discussions entered into the realm of the needs and necessities for a more flexible approach to first-time buyers?
Well, of course, again, I do agree with the member in relation to this, not specifically my responsibility, but I can opine on this for a moment or two. I do agree with this. I think it is difficult circumstances, and I understand that some of the demands from mortgage lenders, where they have increased the amount of contributions that they are requiring, particularly from first-time buyers. I think that we need to see the construction and the housing market move. We need to see people able to afford their own homes, and I would encourage the banks to look with greater flexibility in these issues where this is my area of responsibility.
I call Linda Dillon, and you may not have a supplementary, but...
Can I ask the Minister, and I feel like it's Groundhog Day because I've asked this question so many times and have yet to get an answer, what she plans to put in place in terms of those who have been excluded? We are potentially about to go into another lockdown, and my fear, and certainly their fear, is that they are going to again be left out and excluded by the packages that are being put in place.
As I have answered on previous occasions, actually, during this session, I did write to the First and Deputy First Minister on Friday with a very full list of those people who had not been able to be incorporated in the current Northern Ireland schemes, or more importantly, because I think many of these schemes really are for national government to implement within those national schemes. I have outlined this very, very clearly to the First and Deputy First Minister. I will, of course, write to executive colleagues and the Finance Minister with this detail as well.
Okay, members, and the time is up. And could I ask members just to take a raise for a moment or two to be prepared for the next question time? Thank you. Okay, members, we will now move on to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I call on Mr Tim Allister.
You are aware an application for a proposed certificate of lawful use or development, CLUD, was submitted to Mid and East Antrim Council on the 15th of September 2020. The application was submitted to confirm that the proposed development for the Northern Ireland point of entry at Laurenport falls within the permitted development rights as set out in Planning General Permitted Development Order Northern Ireland 2015. Details of the application submitted in respect of Laurenport are not in the public domain, and therefore my officials are assessing this request under Environmental Information Regulations 2004 and will respond in due course.
Jim Allister, supplementary.
Well, it's not only the planning application that the public can't see. There was a letter from DERA, which the Minister says gave him instructions on these matters. There's a business plan which has been submitted, and none of those are available to the public or to MLAs. I understand the desire of the Minister to blame officials, blame the Department in Westminster, to salve his unionist conscience, but is he not in danger of becoming the Minister who provides the infrastructure for an Irish sea border? Isn't that what really is happening?
Well, I'm certainly not blaming officials for anything. Officials are doing a job that they're tasked to do, and that is their role. But if Mr Allister wants to apportion blame for this happening, he should turn to the government that he wishes all of Northern Ireland to be governed from, and that's the Westminster government. And Brandon Lewis says that there's been checks in place since the 19th century, and the government would work to deliver in a way that works for Northern Ireland. But we are delivering on that, and there's going to be checks on SPS, and that's the UK government's view. Mr Allister is a keen supporter that we move to a Westminster government, and we don't have government here. This is a Westminster-imposed solution to an Irish problem on Northern Ireland. We are the people who will suffer as a consequence of this imposed solution, I and him and the rest of the people in Northern Ireland alike. But it is not of our making, it is not of our doing, and no matter what somersaults Mr Allister takes, he is not going to prove that to be the case, because it isn't the case.
I call Patsy McGlone.
I thank the Minister for his answers there, and he's leading me nicely on to my question, which is, what are in fact the implications for the Department, the Executive, of the infrastructure and indeed wider trade of the infrastructure at Larne not being ready by the end of what we hope will be a transition period?
Well, that remains to be seen, because it's not the only thing that won't be ready. The computer system, which is the IT system, which is critically important, which has been led by DEFRA, I don't believe will be ready either. And there's a number of things which will not be ready. So a decision will be taken at that point. But I would imagine that the European Union, who have indicated how much they love Northern Ireland, will hardly want to starve the people of Northern Ireland when it comes to the 1st of January.
I call on Tagna Megalier.
The Minister will be aware that the recent programme assurance review into the transition had given it status red and a need of urgent intervention. Given that our east-west trade in agri-foods in the region of food and drink is in the region of about $4 billion a year, what assurances can he put in place? What guarantees can he give that systems will be put in place so that trade, unfettered trade, can continue from the 1st of January? Thank you.
Well, we have worked closely with the UK Government. We have indicated to them over and over again that unfettered access is something which is critical. Some people thought that only unfettered access was important north and south. Whenever it in fact counted for a fraction of the trade that takes place east and west. So it's hugely unfortunate that we're in a circumstance where people actually paid attention to those who said that we could have nothing north-south and that much easier to do everything east-west, because it is going to have a greater distortion on trade as a consequence of that. And whilst the UK Government have made it clear that trade between Northern Ireland and GB will be unfettered, and the EU haven't accepted that, by the way, and the EU need to back off and accept the fact that if Britain wants to accept goods from Northern Ireland unfettered, they can butt out. But Northern Ireland needs to be getting the most minimal checks possible in terms of goods coming from GB, and the EU needs to ensure that that happens and that the people of Northern Ireland are not hurt as a consequence of their horse trading deals that they're engaged in.
Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister referred to previous inspections. Yes, there were inspections on live animals, but there is to be considerably more inspections following the encouragement of a regulatory border down the RIC from his party. So would he confirm that some 12 additional environmental health officers are currently being recruited? Who will be paying for them, and where will they be potentially inspecting products coming to Northern Ireland, and what will be the cost implication and the cost of delays to food coming to our supermarket shelves?
Well, there's an attempt by the member to rewrite history, and I would ask him to turn to the Parliamentary Hansard, which will record every vote that takes place at Westminster and identify once where the DUP supported anything that he suggested, and he'll find that factually he is totally incorrect. In terms of the people who are employed, there is £6 million being provided by Westminster for issues which are over and above the capital infrastructure.
Mark Duggan not being in his place and moving on to Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, question number 3, please.
I've been very clear that all trade agreements, including that with the United States of America, must uphold the current high standards relating to food safety in the UK, and all imported products must meet these standards. I've therefore written to the DEFRA Secretary of State on this matter and will continue to make representations as the negotiations progress. I've received a response providing reassurance that legal protections for UK standards remain in place, and the UK Government is committed not to compromise on standards in trade agreements.
Pat Catney, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in light of your answer, thank you very much, Minister. But is this department made aware or assessment of the impact on the Northern Irish producers of the lowering of food safety standards for meat and poultry imported into the GB market, knowing of the high standards that we have here in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for the question. There's a couple of issues arising from that there. The GB market is hugely important for our produce, taking over 50% of it. Produce which comes in of a lower standard would be of concern to us. I have received correspondence from Liz Truss, who is leading on this, that they will not be taking chlorinated chicken, nor indeed will they be taking hormone beef. Now, that is their position. I trust that they will stick to that position, and that will not change. But that is a matter for them, and we will keep the pressure that that shouldn't change. I would believe that the consumer, and the consumer is king, will probably resist the acquisition of such products when it comes to the shops. And then it comes to the food trade and whether we can maintain the standard there. And that's the area that concerns me most, because people, when they go out to a cafe or a restaurant, they tend not to ask where the food comes from. So if there was a trade agreement that allowed such food to come in, I think it would be more of a challenge in the food service sector as opposed to the retail trade. But our target must be to ensure that the food that comes in to the United Kingdom beyond Brexit is food that meets the current standards that is used in the United Kingdom, which is a very high standard.
Call Stuart Dixon.
Minister, would you eat chlorinated chicken or hormone-infested beef? And is that what you would recommend to your constituents should the United Kingdom lower its food standards?
It's not what I'd recommend, but I've been in America, and I assume I probably have eaten chlorinated chicken and hormone beef, as probably anybody else who's been in the United States of America has.
Well, Steve Egan.
Indeed, Mayor. I thank the Minister for his answers so far. One of the things that I would like the Minister to comment on, will he seek to introduce food labelling to all products that are being imported into Northern Ireland to demonstrate that Northern Ireland food in itself is of a much better standard, and we're able therefore to quantify to our consumers that eating Northern Ireland and British food is in fact best?
Well, there already is extensive food labelling, and it is a matter that we are continuing to engage with the Food Standards Agency on in terms of food labelling going forward. I would say this, that it is my desire that Northern Ireland product, which is already exceptionally high, is something that we can have the highest standards on in terms of provenance, traceability, animal health, animal welfare and environmental standards. And I think if we can do that, we can sell brand Northern Ireland food right across not just UK, Europe, but the entire world as being something which is a Rolls Royce of food produce. And consequently, we need to concern ourselves less at that stage with cheap imports, because the public will know if they buy something with brand Northern Ireland on it, that they're buying something which is of the highest standards in every aspect of its production.
Call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. Minister, in an answer to a previous question, you said that you trust the current ministers who are involved in these negotiations. What gives you grounds to trust the officials or ministers involved in these negotiations around US imports or anyone else?
I think the member may have picked up something slightly wrong. I did not mention trust. I mentioned Truss, who is a minister negotiating. I don't trust an awful lot of people, so I'm very cautious about that. So I can assure you that I do not necessarily trust those people who are negotiating on our behalf, because we've been let down too many times before. But I have been pressing upon them that we want the same high standards to exist post-Brexit as currently exist.
And I call John Blair.
Speaker, question number 4.
Firstly, I must state that the best way to deal with our waste is to prevent it from being created in the first place. Following the principles of the waste hierarchy, then, where waste cannot be prevented, our resources should be reused. And where resources cannot be reused, we should then seek to produce a high-quality recyclate, which is put back into Northern Ireland's economy where possible. It is, however, inevitable, after all of that, that for the foreseeable future, some waste will be sent for residual waste treatment, energy from waste, or indeed landfill. The recent consultation is the first stage of the policy development process, which will allow us to consider the views and evidence from all stakeholders and make informed decisions in relation to the future of recycling and separate collection of waste. Alongside this, I am also considering the future waste infrastructure needs for Northern Ireland to consider the totality of waste recycling and disposal, as no element can be considered in isolation.
John Blair, supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for that and for previous answers. Waste incinerators, Mr Speaker, have been measured as an expensive method of generating energy and also of handling waste. Can I ask the Minister for his department's assessment of the economic burden the proposed Hightown incinerator would have on local councils and their environmental services capacity?
Well, obviously, ARC21 have negotiated for energy from waste in the form of incineration, and the cost of that is well in excess of £200 million for the actual construction, and then there'll be running costs thereafter. And ARC21 are making the argument that financially that stacks up. I should say, when it comes to waste, number one, we want to reduce the amount of waste that we produce in the first instance. In particular, reduce the amount of plastics, and we will be doing work to ensure that that's the case. But secondly, we want to further recycling. So whenever I was DOE Minister back in 2010, we brought out our policies then and indicated that by 2020 we wanted to achieve 50% recycling rates. That was against the background of Belfast and at that time Derry City Council having recycling rates within the low 20s, some of the other councils in the higher 20s. And we achieved that 50%. Now we're looking, going forward to 2035, sorry Mr Speaker for my back being on you, and now we look forward to 2035 to a situation where we're looking to go to 65%, and that will be in legislation, in UK legislation. I would like to actually push it further to 70% if that was possible, and then you're left with what is there thereafter. And I think it's important that whatever decision is made, and I don't want to impinge upon any decisions that are made, but whatever decision is made takes into account that our first priority is to recycle as much waste as possible, and that we would leave as little as possible for that residual RFD, and that is important that we do that to ensure that we absolutely minimise the waste that is going into that sector.
Philip McGuigan.
Karen Collier, I thank the Minister for answering so far, and I was going to ask him about new recycling targets, and I'm glad that he is saying that he plans to have targets of 75%. So given that he's answered the question I was going to ask, he did say that reducing waste was the most important aspect of this, and he said that the department was doing some work on plastics. Perhaps he could give us some detail on that work.
Well, in terms of we do hope to bring something forward as the time goes forward. But in terms of plastics, there is an evident need to reduce the amount of plastic that is going into the system. And we have engaged with the sector to look at how we can further reduce that. So one of the things that we're looking at is the deposit regime, where those plastics which are sold out into the system, for example, for soft drinks, will come back and be recycled once again. But we're also looking at the whole issue of packaging to actually reduce the amount of plastic that goes into packaging, and we're working with businesses and companies and hearing from them how they can develop alternatives. And there are a series of alternative products out there, eucalyptus, for example, being one, where people are looking at other kinds of packaging which would do considerably less damage to the environment and are serious alternatives to what is currently existing.
Cara Hunter.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Referring to Mr Blair's question, can I ask, when does the Minister expect to bring forward new policies informed by the responses to the consultation? Thank you.
In terms of what we're doing, there's a lot of policy being set at the minute, and we would hope to be doing consultations on a series of programmes over the course of the next number of months. When it comes to the waste recycling, part of the legislation that is going through Westminster, they have been working with ourselves, and the 65% target for recycling is going into the Westminster legislation as a legally binding target. I wasn't that happy because I wanted to go to 70%, but we can still have a target of 70%. but in the Westminster legislation it will be 65%. So we will continue to work towards achieving the highest rates possible, which we believe is achievable, and that's important. Some people questioned whether the 50% was achievable 10 years ago. We've done that. Some people thought that it would be a struggle for us to reach 20% renewable energy 10 years ago. We doubled that. We're at over 40%. So I believe that the 70% from the hunger that there is in the industry to actually do the right thing, I believe that the 70% is achievable, and I believe that the public will respond to that.
I call Sean Lynch.
Yes, question 5.
In common with the UK Government, I am clear that the Northern Ireland Protocol needs to be implemented in a way that minimises any frictions on the flow of agri-food trade and does not increase costs for our businesses and people living in Northern Ireland. I am working on the assumption that if both the EU and United Kingdom governments are committed to minimising friction on trade, it is reasonable to assume that there will be a very small number of checks. In that respect, my officials are working to minimise the need for infrastructure as the SPS operational programme delivery is progressed. The following details provide a brief update. A business case for the necessary work has been forwarded by officials to the Department of Finance and Her Majesty's Treasury. This includes building work, additional staff and IT functions, and funding has been secured for some £43 million, of which £37 million relates to capital expenditure and a further £6 million will also be required for recruiting, training and employing additional personnel and programme implementation costs. As you know, the proposed flood applications have been submitted to all the relevant councils for development of the proposed points of entry for Northern Ireland seaports. This includes applications to Derry City and Strabane District Council, Newry Morn and Down District Council, Belfast City Council and Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. The applications seek to confirm that the proposed developments fall within permitted development rights as set out in the Planning General Permitted Development Order Northern Ireland 2015. No determinations have been received to date. The team have initiated the tender process for the design and build phase for the required inspection facilities in line with the programme procurement strategy, which was agreed with the Department of Finance. The contract award letters for the design and build of the proposed inspection facilities at Warren Point, Larne and Belfast harbours were issued to successful contractors on the 7th of October 2020. Meetings with successful contractors will follow in the coming weeks to agree the delivery timelines for the design and build programme of works. Work also continues with the initial ground survey work being undertaken for each of the seaport sites, Belfast Harbour, Larne Port, Warren Point Port and Foyle Port, in order to inform the forthcoming detailed design process. And over the coming months, to ensure businesses are kept up to date, a communication and engagement plan will be implemented. This will include a series of stakeholder engagement sessions to guide traders step by step through the journey from GB to Northern Ireland.
Sean Lynch, supplementary.
The Minister has answered part of my question in terms of engagement with ports and ferries, but can I ask them what engagement his department is having with industry haulage to minimise the disruption before the end of the transition period?
Well, as I indicated in the tail of the question there, that we will be indicating, or we will be engaging extensively with industry, and that we will be communicating with them with the engagement plan and how that will be implemented. There are still ongoing negotiations between the UK and EU, and therefore some of the issues are still outstanding. It is important that the haulage industry is allowed to function as smoothly and seamlessly as possible, and that is what we will be seeking to do in everything that we set out to do to ensure that things which are currently seamless remain as seamless as possible in the new scenario.
Sinead Bradley.
Speaker, from the Minister's answer, I think it's fair to say that delays in our supply chain are an inevitable outcome of Brexit. And he has mentioned stakeholder engagements. I've spoken with hauliers who are still very much in the dark. They don't know what systems they need to invest in, and they don't know what those costs are. Can the Minister throw any light on that specific request? Thank you.
The member's half right. If delays are to happen, they will happen as a result of the protocol, not because of Brexit. and the protocol that people cried out for and said it was wonderful, and then all of a sudden they realised that it's not so wonderful. In terms of the haulage sector, I recognise that they need more information than they currently have. I'm not in a position to give them that information at this moment because of the ongoing negotiations that are taking place. Of course, the Minister who has responsibility for haulage is the Minister for Infrastructure, and I welcome the fact that after months and months and months, we are now looking at a scheme which will support the haulage industry who kept going throughout COVID but had very difficult circumstances to do that. And that scheme was delayed and delayed because no minister would take it on, and I welcome the fact that the Infrastructure Minister is now doing that.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, have you had any discussions with your counterparts in London regarding what protections will be given to ensure that NI goods do not face competitive disadvantage or discrimination when placed on the market in GB after Brexit?
Yes, that has been extensive, and there's an extensive paper trail of letters going back and forward. I've engaged with the interministerial group at every session of it. I have engaged directly with my counterparts in the UK government. So there has been an extensive engagement, and throughout the UK government has maintained that there should be unfettered access between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. I would like to see it unfettered access both ways. I have fought and argued for that. Unfortunately, the protocol mitigates against that. But in terms of goods going from Northern Ireland to Great Britain, we should have unfettered access. There is one caveat I should add, however, and that is Northern Ireland cannot become a back door for goods coming from other places, entering the Republic of Ireland and ending up in the Great Britain market. Because then we have become almost like what Albania was at one stage in Europe, where it was a place where goods could come in and be transited to other places. We need to ensure that the integrity of our food system is retained. And for that reason, the suggested 6 months free-for-all, which the UK government seem to be inclined to go to, is something that I'm fighting. And I trust that all of the executive will adopt the same position, and that it will come very clear to the UK government that we need to ensure that there is no backdoor opportunities through Northern Ireland for goods which would be of a lesser standard.
And I call Keith Buchanan.
Speaker, question 6, please.
My department currently supports a range of funding programmes that assist rural communities. The Northern Ireland Rural Development Programme 2014-20, funded Leader in Rural Tourism Schemes, and that will make available £11 million this year to support investment in rural businesses, villages and basic services. The Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation TRIPSI programme will provide £10 million this year across 20 initiatives aimed at tackling social isolation, access and financial poverty, as well as supporting COVID-19 recovery in rural communities. A further £2.5 million is available to support pilot projects that address rural issues emerging from the draft Rural Policy Framework and the need to respond to COVID-19. DAERA also continues to monitor and support the implementation of the Rural Needs Act, Northern Ireland 2016, by government departments, public bodies and local councils, which provides an effective mechanism in supporting the delivery of positive and meaningful benefit for rural dwellers.
Call Keith Buchanan, supplementary.
Thank you, and thanks the Minister so far for his answer. Just with respect, Minister, some of those programmes, the process can be awfully complex, difficult, which in cases it does need to be. But can the Minister look into what he can do to remove the red tape in some of those programmes, which can be fairly long?
Thank the member for the question. My officials have reviewed some of the processes around the current programme and have started to revise certain procedures to reduce red tape and make the application process more efficient within the context of managing public money and the audit responsibilities that come with that. And it's something that I'll continue to drive home with them, the necessity to make things as practical as possible so that people can provide all of the information that needs to be provided without wading through 40 pages of documentation, to draw down relatively small amounts of money in some instances.
Colin Sheeran.
Thank the Minister for his answer. As a consequence of Brexit, we're now losing the rural development programme that you mentioned there. What has the Department planned to replace this programme, and how is it going to be funded, given that the substantial bulk of the funding thus far came from the EU?
Well, the funding that you're referring to is funding which it will be replacement funding directly from the UK government, so that will be the source of future funding for rural communities.
I call Trevor Clark. You may not get a supplementary, Trevor.
Question number 7.
History of working with local councils to help them make sure as many of our resources as possible are diverted from landfill. And following the principles of the waste hierarchy, DAERA has undertaken a number of initiatives involving local councils to prevent waste from being generated in the first instance as part of the waste prevention programme. Reuse projects have been provided with funding. Notably, the newly launched Northern Ireland Resource Network, which brings together a range of stakeholders, including local councils, to provide support and guidance in promoting reuse and repair. Since the introduction of the food waste regulations in 2015, over 1 million tonnes of biodegradable waste have been diverted from landfill. Separate collection of food waste has also positively impacted the levels and quality of waste recycling. As a result of collaborative working between my department and councils, Northern Ireland has reached the EU and Northern Ireland Waste Management Strategy recycling target of 50% ahead of schedule. Building on this success, the current £23 million Household Waste Collaborative Change Programme financially supports councils to further increase recycling rates, improve the quality of recycling and reducing reliance on landfill. Financial support has been accompanied by my department's work alongside the Northern Ireland National Communications Action Plan, which has resulted in a common approach to communications and behavioural change campaigns in Northern Ireland, ensuring that important recycling messaging is delivered to all residents. And this has yielded very positive results, but my department will continue to build upon this.
And that ends the period for a list of questions. We will now move on to topical questions, and there will be 15 minutes for that. And I now call on Colm Gildernew.
Can the Minister provide an update on securing the replacement of European Union funding?
Yes, considerable work has went on in reference to that, and the UK Government will be providing replacement funding. It has been indicated throughout that they will supply the same funding as is currently the case through their party manifesto. And again, it is a matter for us to seek to hold them to that and to seek to ensure that is the case. That has been the case. However, we're in a circumstance where COVID-19 is inflicting huge damage upon the Treasury. The cost to the Treasury is mounting all of the time. So there is significant pressures there, and one can always, or can never be absolutely sure, so we always need to be acute to these things.
Supplementary.
So, given that uncertainty, what assurances can the Minister give that the replacement funding will in fact be secured?
Well, what I will say is that we have no guarantees, if we'd been in the European Union, of having the same funding as we had previously, because they are going into a round of negotiations, and in that round of negotiations, the accession countries who were treated less favourably than the existing EU countries will be treated the same going forward. So that means that governments will either have to invest more, and those will be governments who face the same troubles as the UK government in terms of supporting their country through COVID-19, or indeed that cake will be made smaller, and then each country will have less money to give to their people. So there's no guarantees in any of this, but we have a commitment made in this government's manifesto that they will maintain the current spending, and that's something which we will seek to hold them to.
I would say that question 5 has been withdrawn, and I now move to Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister join with me in congratulating Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council Parks team and Lisburn BMX Club on achieving 6 green flags today with Keep Northern Ireland beautiful. With Bells Lane and Lotman's Beam Extract, Billy Neal Park, Moat Park, Moira Domain, Wallace Park, and that very beautiful Castle Gardens, that well-known green space just above us there, on their high-quality green spaces.
I can remember, and Mr Butler would have been young at the time, and I was on the council. I was relatively young, I suppose, at that stage of helping secure the funding for the Castle Gardens project, and it is a fantastic project. And Lisburn and Castlereagh Parks team have been exemplary over the years, and some of their floral tributes have been recognised at a national, indeed an international level. So the Parks team are excellent, and I thank the member for bringing them to the House today and raising this issue, because it demonstrates the importance of our local government sector and the high quality work that is carried out by councils, not just Lisburn and Castlereagh, but by many councils across Northern Ireland.
Robbie Butler, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer, in particular his support towards financing these when he was at Lisburn City Council. And could he give a further commitment from his department to ensure groups like Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful and the councils will be supported financially from his department to continue this good work?
Yes, Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful have an important role. I worked very extensively with them previously, and I'm happy to work with them once again. We have a beautiful country in so many ways. We've got the most wonderful coastlines, superb mountain ranges, and Northern Ireland's changes all of the time. So, County Down, you can have so many different things, whether it be in round Rostrevor and Warren Point and that beauty down there in Carlingford, or whether it's up at Strangford or indeed Slieve. It doesn't matter. And you go into the various counties and you could go over it. And it's important, given the beautiful landscape that we have, that we as human beings do as little as possible to despoil that landscape. And one way of helping keep the beauty of our country is to ensure that we do keep things tidy and we don't throw litter, and we have a regime that picks up. And I will say this. Some people really need to learn to take their litter home with them and take their waste home with them. If it wasn't there when they arrived, it shouldn't be there when they leave.
I call Emma Rogan.
Minister, a recent report from Greenpeace showed that super trawlers massively stepped up their activities during the pandemic lockdown. What measures have you put in place to effectively monitor super trawlers that may enter our waters?
Well, they shouldn't be entering our waters because in most instances it is our own fishing boats that are out there, and indeed Irish fishing boats. But the super trawlers tend not to come into the Irish sea box so much because of the nature of the fishing. There's more nephrops, and it doesn't lend itself to the super trawlers that would exist, for example, in the west of Ireland or in the North Sea. I should say that exiting the European Union will assist us on this, in that the waters will be ours, and therefore the fishing will be dispensed by our own government and by this administration here. And therefore the 20% that was left to France, which they didn't actually utilise, but they took it off our fishermen anyway, that the EU very generously allowed French fishermen to come to Northern Ireland, will no longer be available, and that's something which I think we'll all view very positively.
Emma Rogan, supplementary.
Given your contribution about the damage caused by super trawlers recently during the fisheries bill debate, will the Minister now commit to doing all in your power to see super trawlers banned from our waters?
Well, as I indicated, super trawlers are not something which will fish extensively in the Irish Sea. We are not responsible for the areas where they are operating extensively, and that would be off the west coast of Ireland, it would be in the North Sea, it would be in the Bay of Biscay, because for some reason in the cod recovery programme, Northern Ireland fishermen couldn't fish in the Irish Sea for cod, only a very, very limited tonnage. And the cod naturally progress north to south, and the super trawlers were waiting in the Bay of Biscay, with the French and the Spanish super trawlers catching considerable amounts of cod. So let's be very sensible with these things. We haven't seen a cod recovery programme because of those boats in the Celtic Sea and in the Bay of Biscay, and it's important that as we go forward that we have much better and much more practical solutions that actually aid the fishermen in South Down, in the Main and in Strangford, who are out there in those waters trying to make a living in very difficult circumstances.
Well, Declan McAleer.
The Minister will be aware that in August 2017, severe landslides devastated the Glenelly Valley and other parts of the Sperrins and the hinterland. I know that he has been deliberating on a scheme to support some of those farmers who are still carrying the severe burden of this. I wonder could he give us an update on his current thinking in relation to a support scheme for those farm families? Thank you.
I recognise the desperately difficult circumstances that the people in Glenelly found themselves in as a consequence of the flooding that took place. The landslides that were involved, the damage that was done to their land, the amount of debris that was left that had to be cleared with diggers, fences taken out, and therefore, I have spoken to my officials on this matter. It is one that I've indicated before. I will have to take a ministerial direction, but I want officials to do as much work as possible to bring forward the case to me, so that if I do choose to go down that particular route of supporting it, it's as robust as we can make it.
Declan McAleer, supplementary.
I'm glad that the Minister is still deliberating on this, and certainly I can't emphasise the sense of feeling that there is for farmers in that region, because on the same flood on that particular night, the farmers in Inishowen were similarly impacted, and they have received their funding some years ago. So to take this opportunity to encourage the Minister to continue and conclude his deliberations, and certainly look in a positive light to supporting these farmers at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
There has been some support being offered, but I understand that the farmers believe that there needs to be something which is of more significance, and therefore that's something that we need to bring those deliberations to a conclusion on one way or the other.
Oh, Patrick McGlone.
Could I ask the Minister just in relation to the provision of the measures at Larne for the protection of animals and the likes, does the Minister foresee any blockages at the Scottish side in terms of the flow of traffic?
Well, certainly the Scots don't want there to be any blockages, and they've made that very clear, and they don't want there to be any infrastructure at their harbours. Where I do see potential blockages is Dublin Holyhead, and there is a lot of food goes from Northern Ireland through that route, which ends up in the UK market, or the GB market rather. And I want to see a dedicated Northern Ireland lane at Dublin Harbour, and I would hope that Dublin would do the decent thing when it comes to it, and as good neighbours help to facilitate that trade continuing and that support for their ports, which is coming from businesses here. And I've also spoken to my Welsh counterparts to ensure that lorries travelling from the UK to Northern Ireland via Holyhead would have that facility where they would have immediate access onto the boat, as opposed to waiting in the queue with everybody else.
Supplementary, Patrick McGlone.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Just that had been raised by some who had presented to the committee on Thursday from the ports. Has the Minister or the Department done any scoping exercise of the ports to see where there might be potential problems as we work through the Brexit issues that are currently before us?
Well, I have made it very clear that certainly for the Northern Ireland ports, that we are not to have any blockages, and that is something which we have fought for, and provided the European Union doesn't behave in a very difficult way, we should have a situation in Northern Ireland where most people won't notice any checks that are happening, because it will be perhaps one lorry per boat which is getting a check, and that check should last for around 1 hour, so it shouldn't have a significant impact moving forward.
Members, the time is up, and could I ask members just to take for a moment or two to change the chamber arrangements for the next item on the order paper. Okay, members, Ms Karen Mullen has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Education. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in your places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Education to address concerns in relation to the Council for the Curriculum, Examinations and Assessments proposals on the delivery of the curriculum and qualifications for this academic year.
And I call the Minister of Education.
Thank the member for her question. I'm conscious that this has been a very stressful time for schools and for pupils who are anxious for clarity in relation to the examinations process this year. However, it did take time for the ramifications of the full suite of proposals, some of which have been accepted and others haven't, to listen to and consider the views of a wide range of stakeholders, and indeed to liaise also with other jurisdictions, and then make decisions that are in the best interests of all. As I confirmed on Friday, it's my priority to ensure that public examinations can go ahead in this academic year, if at all possible. They are the most valid and reliable measure of educational outcomes, and it is important that young people are given the opportunity to demonstrate their knowledge and skills through the examination process. The decisions that I announced take into account the disruption that there has been to date, as well as the potential for further disruption during this academic year. They go significantly further in terms of adjustments and mitigations than in England and Wales, while still ensuring that they will remain robust, valid, comparable and portable. They will alleviate the burden of assessment on our young people, while still providing as much opportunity as possible to cover the subject specifications which are important for progression. The changes are designed to ensure young people are supported and their well-being prioritised, and I hope that the clarity provided will give young people the confidence that they'll be enabled to complete their qualifications and progress to either the next stage of either education or employment.
I call Karen Mullen to ask a supplementary question.
Minister, thank you for coming to the Chamber today, but I want to express my disappointment that you didn't bring these proposals to the Assembly. We all want to see schools remain open, and as a parent of a Year 12 pupil who is on her third absence, I am acutely aware that her education needs are best met in the classroom, as is her mental health and well-being. That being said, schools must be supported to do so, and in today my city, the largest all-girls post-primary school has closed for this week, with large numbers of pupils and staff in all our schools absent. Minister, in these proposals, I and others don't see meaningful recognition of this prolonged disruption to education. Can you inform me of the contingency plans Sea and yourself are putting in place?
Well, look, I thank the member for her remarks. In terms of timescale, there were a range of consultations which took place involving the stakeholder group and trade unions, involving obviously discussions with SIA itself, but also I think the last piece in the jigsaw was discussion. There have been discussions on a number of levels on it with the other parts of the four nations from a UK point of view, particularly I suppose England and Wales, in terms of the GCSE side of it, which was then taking place on Thursday. I wanted to make sure that from that point of view, the information was got to schools as quickly as it possibly could after that. So it was released then on Friday morning to schools. I take on board what the member has said in terms of the disruption and indeed that the best place for children to receive their education is on a face-to-face basis within schools. I therefore hope that the member will join with me in urging that when the executive takes decisions around what restrictions will be put in place, that schools should be given the top priority and that schools remain open throughout whatever measures are needed to be put in place. In terms of I felt it was important to try to get the information around, particularly around curriculum issues, and there's been a number of mitigations within this, particularly in terms of assessment units, on optionality of timing as well, and we've made sure that that has also been compatible with the timing of examinations for those who will take exams outside of SIA themselves. SIA have been tasked to drop a range of options of contingency plans. They have been tasked as part of this to do that, and I will await that piece of information, because it's not simply a question of a single contingency, because there could be a range of things that could happen in May and June, probably the most likely being that while exams will go ahead, there will be certain individuals who will not be able to do specific exams. So they've been tasked to do that, and I await their options that they will bring forward in relation to that before making a further announcement.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister accept criticism that he has prioritised an examination system over the well-being of students with this approach? And can I ask how many teachers and pupils are currently absent due to COVID, and what level of absence would be necessary to move to teacher-assessed grades for 2021?
As I've indicated, there will be a range of contingency plans have been put in place, or will be put in place in connection with that. Look, the reality is examinations must be the first option. It must be the best possible option, because they are, by their nature, objective in their nature. If there is one lesson I think that we've learned, particularly from 2020, doing a rigorous examination system as opposed to either what is ultimately subjective opinions from centre-assessed grades, or indeed a mathematical formula based upon previous data, all those are second best to doing the examinations. It is also critical that if we are looking after the well-being of our pupils, that they are able to progress on a robust basis. Now, if we take particularly the issue of A-levels, it is clear that other jurisdictions across the board will be doing A-levels and doing them by way of examination. And again, ministers have come to a similar conclusion on that position as myself. If we had a situation in which Northern Ireland was going on some form of solo run, detaching ourselves from the examination process elsewhere, we would detrimentally impact on our pupils. It would make it more difficult for them to obtain university places, or indeed to be found in a scenario where they could compete on a level playing field as regards jobs. So therefore, it's looking after the long-term well-being of our pupils that have put examinations as the first possible option. As indicated, there will need, however, to be contingency plans if, because of health circumstances, they are not able to carry on in a full fashion.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Given the scale of interest and input to the pre-paper consultation, I see no equity across subjects, and I don't see any impact assessment on those whom these measures may affect most. Can I ask the Minister how much of the post-consultation CCEA recommendations made it to the Department's final paper?
Well, there were a few areas where I think there was a distinction that was put in place. I think there was adjustments, for instance, in terms of the English language side of it, which actually made English language compatible, for example, with other languages. That was principally on the grounds of health considerations, because speaking and learning, while I appreciate there's no perfect solution in relation to that, the general position was to ensure that there could be assessment units that could ultimately be removed to try and lesser the burden of assessment. It means, in practical terms, that a student who was going to be facing an examination would have a slimmed down content. And that when we were talking about speaking and learning, speaking and listening, that was the one that posed, if you like, the greatest difficulty from a direct health point of view, along with some other subjects, a practical, sometimes with certain practical lab tests that would have had a degree of impact within that. I think one of the other areas has been to say to CCEA that, and there is a strong belief among schools, and one that I would share, that optionality needs to be clearly explored. That was not something that CCEA had as part of their final submission in that regard. I believe that that will give greater opportunities to pupils, and I think it's something which does need to be taken into account to, again, give some choice when it comes to students doing their final exam. It would also give a level of protection to schools as they work through the curriculum and a range of subjects.
Call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, recognising that we are in extremely difficult days in this pandemic situation, could I ask the Minister to comment on what progress Northern Ireland has made against the other jurisdictions within the UK and perhaps the Republic of Ireland as well? Thank you.
Well, directly speaking, and I think there's a couple of things I would point out. A lot of jurisdictions found a similar position. So in terms of particularly the timing of announcements now, I think in an ideal world we'd like to have been in a position that announcements were made at a much earlier stage. But we're in a position, I think, that Scotland announced possibly 2 days ahead of us in terms of what they were doing. England has announced subsequently, and Wales has announced the position as regards 2021, or sorry, will be announcing probably roughly about the end of this month. So it's about trying to get the balance of trying to have that levels of discussions within that. I'm not aware, I don't believe, I stand to be corrected, that in terms of examinations that the Republic has made an announcement in terms of their leaving certificate for this year. It is also the case, though, that as we are in a competitive market with those other jurisdictions, it is also important to note that consideration that all those jurisdictions have made in terms of moving forward, in terms of particularly restrictions that they have around COVID, are all predicated upon decisions that schools remain open. And I note, for instance, this morning, I think it was actually the Health Minister in the Republic of Ireland announced that it was his view that schools would not have any form of extended half-term break, that the key focus is ensuring that education is delivered to all. And that is particularly pertinent for those doing public examinations, because they're going to be in a competition with a range of other jurisdictions for the likes of university places and for future employment.
Well, Keith Archibald.
Minister, in relation to GCSEs, this term, as my colleague from Foyle has already outlined, has seen varying degrees of disruption across schools due to COVID, and for many students this will exacerbate the impact of the closures from last year. There's concern that the proposed unit reduction for GCSEs will be somewhat meaningless, as there will be a unit covered in Year 11. So what further measures have you or SIA considered to take account for that and make up for lost teaching time?
Well, I thank the member for her answer. There's a range of things. The units will enable, for example, at least one unit to be reduced in terms of assessment. Indeed, the level of assessment can be reduced up to 40% for most subjects. Within English language, which is particularly important, again, there was a view taken, a different position taken to SIA, which enabled then effectively a 20% reduction in English language. The only GCSE unit which is not directly reduced, and it's the same, I think, in other jurisdictions, is that of mathematics, which then becomes, probably more than any other subject, is effectively progressive as it moves into A-levels. And I think there was a concern that if there's a direct reduction in terms of mathematics, that would lead to a level of disadvantage to students as they moved ahead into A-level. There has also been, as indicated, we've asked SIA to look at optionality, which can apply to both GCSE and A-levels, which will widen the choice for students that are there in place. And also as part of that, there has been, while I appreciate, I think there's a level of constraint within Northern Ireland because of our traditional holidays on July and August, we've been able to push things back a little bit to ensure then that the GCSEs and A-levels effectively begin a week later and end a week later than they normally would. And we've worked with other jurisdictions to try to make sure that where students are facing potential timetables from other awarding bodies, that those are made compatible with that as well. But there's also, I think, been the direct intervention, which the Executive has supported, of initially some initiatives over the summer, but particularly with the Engage programme for 11.2 million, which has been distributed to schools and a freedom given within that. It's been particularly focused in at schools. It's been an advantage for schools who've got higher levels of social disadvantage, who have a above average level of free school meals. But there's been a level of funding that's been made available to all schools, including special schools as well, to try to make sure there's a level of educational catch-up. None of these things are perfect, but I think collectively we're trying to do all that we can to bridge the gap between where we are and where ideally all of us would like to be.
Call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the gross mishandling of awarding of grades this year has been described as nothing short of shambolic. Can the Minister assure this House that lessons have been learned, and can he update this Assembly as to when the independent review of SEA will begin and who will be on that panel?
Well, there has been an outside body. We've sought tenders. We've now reached a point at which I've signed off directly on a tender within that. Given that there's still a slight level of commercial sensitivity, I'll be making an announcement soon on that. That has reached the point it is an organisation which has no connection with the department or directly with government on that basis. It will be a direct contract. We've reached the point where that has then been submitted as a business case to the Department of Finance. Once it has cleared that hurdle, then the work will be able to begin. And I would anticipate that once that has started, it would probably be roughly about a 6-week timetable that they would have to examine that to see precisely what happened in 2020 and what lessons have been learned, that if there is any future action to be taken at any point in the future, what actions can then be correspondingly incorporated.
Call Roy Beggs.
Speaker, SEA have made an announcement of adjustments to the curriculum in some areas, but in others there's still to be final confirmation given to teachers. So when will all teachers be aware of the final curriculum of their subjects in order that they know what to teach their children and what they will be examined on?
Well, I would hope any of that detail will be there very soon in any remaining subject. I should point out that SEA did a consultation. They got responses. They had proposals. It is then the case, because there were adjustments made to that by the department and by myself, that was announced on Friday. So they are then dealing, if you like, with the outworkings of the announcement that has been made. And so therefore, in terms of any further details, because some fit very easily into a particular adjustment that is there, others will take a little bit more time, and consequently I think we'll be working through to get those finalised for every subject very shortly.
Well, Catherine Kelly.
Minister, what would you say to young people who worked very hard to achieve their AS level grade, who will now not see that grade included as part of their overall A level? You've said previously that to incorporate it as part of the overall grade would be very different to the approach of England and Wales. Why won't you put our students first and recognise their hard work?
Because I think we've got to have comparability and portability. It is probably on A levels more than any other subject. Anyone from here is competing with a range of other jurisdictions, particularly for university places. So our A levels have got to be seen as robust as possible. And the fact that we have reached a position as regards AS levels and A levels which are comparable across all jurisdictions that do A levels, I think is important. Northern Ireland, we like to think of ourselves, and in many ways we are, a special place. I'm sure we all glory in our homeland. But when it comes to qualifications, we cannot simply be on a level of solo run. And in terms of robustness, we have, in terms of AS levels, a grade which has been attributed. Now, in previous years, the position was that effectively that grade represented a particular mark, which you could then get 40%. You can get 40% mathematically of 65%. You can't get 40% of a B and try and marry that in with an examination system which gives a grade. It's not so much comparing apples and oranges, but perhaps comparing apples and orange juice, if I may use that analogy. And in terms of the robustness of the decision to marry in, I think where it can be avoided, to try and marry in some level of assessment with an actual grade that's produced by an examination, again, you're not comparing like with like. And so we've got to be fair to everybody. We've got to ensure that those who qualify in 2021 will be regarded by future employers, by universities, as having something which is robust, which there is no question mark over their examination. That is why I think it's important that the integrity of our A-levels, indeed of all our qualifications, is as robust as possible.
Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answers so far. It's in relation to BTEC qualifications. You know how BTEC qualifications are quite often compared to A-levels. Has any thoughts been given to any work being done with them?
I think there will be a bit of liaison with that. BTEC qualifications fall under the Department of Economy, so they will be as technical qualifications. But the fact that, to some extent, there's a template being set, I think my colleague Dan Dodds will be wanting to ensure then that BTEC qualifications are also in line with the other qualifications that come through the Department of Education.
Colin Morris Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to the Minister for his answers so far. I would expect a reduction in the curriculum, Minister, but can the Minister give as early an indication as possible to teachers so that they can be prepared and clear on how best to prepare children for examinations? And will CCEA be properly prepared for examinations than they were last term? And will there be test runs to ensure a smooth outcome that will benefit everyone, schools, teachers, parents and pupils?
Well, look, I think we do have, Member makes a very valid point, and we do have a situation that last year, across different jurisdictions, because of both the level of uncertainty of COVID and indeed the timescales, there were actions taken which there clearly wasn't time even particularly to trial things on it. Now, we'll wait and see what emerges from the independent examination of that. We do at least have the opportunity this year to be able to test out where we can with contingency arrangements ahead of May, June time. It is also the case that, as indicated, there will be a level of slimmed down curriculum in terms of content, in terms of what is assessed. And there is, as I said, no perfect solution to this, but it will at least enable a certain amount of cognizance to be taken of the level of disruption that has been there for pupils.
Call Justin McNulty.
Gurma Yogut, Count Corla. Minister, thank you for your answers thus far. Are you confident that these proposals, Minister, will facilitate assessment that will be a true reflection of students' ability? And how can you outline how the proposals will impact languages such as Irish, Spanish, French?
Well, I'll avoid the temptation to build my abilities to answer that bilingually in that regard for the member. Yes, I'm confident these are the best possible route. As indicated, I think obviously contingency plans will be put in place. We've tried to take a fairly, I think there's broadly speaking a similar approach on a range of the language subjects, be it Irish, English, French, Spanish, etc., which is largely speaking, I think, derived from both a need in a common way to then have a reduced level of content assessment to take account of the disruption. But it's also the case, I think, that the information that we got, and I appreciate this will not be perfect for every student, was that particularly from a health point of view, assessment of speaking and listening, effectively what we might describe as the oral element, was the one that from a health point of view was one that was maybe going to be potentially most at risk. So there's been a consistent approach taken across languages to reduce that level of content, and that therefore is something that's very clear to all students. It's not perfect, and if we were in a COVID-free situation, there's a range of these measures that would not simply be considered, but I think we have to marry in both the education and academic situation and try to be as fair to all students with also the health implications.
The members, that concludes this item of business, and we will finish, as I said, the urgent question to the Minister of Education. I now invite members to take your ease until we return to the debate on the health protection regulations in just a moment. Okay, members, we'll resume the sitting, and we were in the midst of the Minister winding on the motion, if I understand. So, Minister, do you want to continue on? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just referring now to members' comments, and then move now to the comments from the Vice Chair of the committee. And I think she rightly points out is how we have to get ahead of this virus, because the line that has been used many times is this virus does not spread itself, it's our actions that spread it. So every recommendation, every step that comes from the Executive, comes from the Department of Health, is about breaking those infection chains. And I think what we've seen, and what I think other members have referred to, is how at the point when these regulations come in, it was indicated that the majority of our transmission were indicated from households, and now that has moved to community settings. So our reaction has to move with the virus. And I think one of the phrases that the Vice Chair of the committee used, and it's something that is often said, is we have to learn how to live with this virus. We learn to live with this virus by following the guidance and the restrictions that this Executive brings in, because that's how we make sure people actually live with this virus and don't die actually from it. So the message that she relayed in regards to those spreaders, those people that don't care, that stop it, wise up message. And I thank her for that blunt message, because I think it's what is needed to get through to that very, very small minority who either think they're above this virus, immune to it, or just don't care. And that's the bit that actually worries me. Her specific question is in regards to, what have we done, or what has the department done, what have the trusts done to prepare for this second surge. And I think, she'll recall the debate that we actually had last week, where I brought forward our winter surge plans and actually paused our rebuilding programme, because we had an indication at that stage that we would have to look at those steps that can protect a service that is already fragile, support a workforce that is already under pressure, but still provide those essential services that we see core to our health service. So those surge plans across trusts show how we can do that, but it's all dependent on how many COVID inpatients and ICU patients we actually end up with. So every step that we take that reduces the number of inpatients, reduces the number of ICU patients, means we can do that bit more that is in our surge plan and the normal running of things. I said in this place before that currently, when Bungoa started, we were asked to run a health service and a transformation service. Recently, we've been running a health service, a transformation, and a COVID service. The more pressure that comes on our general services, the less we can do of the first two. Sinead referred to the specifics around Derry City and Strabane council area and how others could learn from that. And I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we did see when the additional restrictions went into Derry City and Strabane council area, we saw a reaction from elected representatives in Newrymorn and Down and in Mid-Ulster and in other council areas who really stepped up their messaging to the general public. But one of the issues that she did raise, and it's again a concern of mine, was the anti-mask rally that was held in the Guildhall, where that group spoke against masks, spoke against vaccines, spoke against regulations. But there's one thing that I think that everyone who attended that rally would have in common with all of us. They expect the health service to be there for them. So why they rail against it, why they attack the regulations, why they attack the guidance that is coming out from our scientific advisors, and being made heartfelt, those heartfelt pleas that are coming from our nurses, our doctors, and anybody that's in the health service asking people to follow those, they still expect those people at the end of the day to be there to make them better should they contact COVID or anything else. In regards to then comments coming from Mr. Chambers, and he spoke about how we were comparing, or how we could compare areas across Northern Ireland in regards to that. And one of the things I've heard that on media this morning. What I will say to the member, when we look at where we were on the 27th of September to the present day, so roughly 14 days, Antrim and Newton Abbey council area, positive cases have increased fivefold. Arden North Down increased fourfold. Armagh City Banbridge Council area threefold. Belfast fourfold. Causeway Coast and Glen sixfold. Derry and Strabane fivefold. Fermanagh and Omagh fourfold. Lisburn and Castlereagh fourfold. Mid-Ulster fourfold. Newry Morning Down fourfold. So when people try to say my area isn't as bad as Derry City and Strabane, being the best of a bad lot is not a good place to be. And in fact, when I look, Mid and East Antrim Council area, part of my own constituency, part of Mr Alister's constituency as well, is now the lowest. And we look at that and we hold it up and go, Mid and East Antrim's now low. It's at 83.7, according to yesterday's figures. That was when we brought in the initial measures in that Ballymena, BT43 and Belfast area. So when the regulations that we're debating today were actually brought in, Mid and East Antrim was lower than it is today. So it's not, it is that it's in a good place because it's the lowest of our council district areas, but it doesn't mean to say that it's doing the best that it can, because we've so much to do across the entirety. And I think one of the challenges that we do have when we talk about our council areas and then try to compare them to council areas in the Republic of Ireland and England, we're talking about a population of 1.8, 1.9 million, which is actually smaller than Manchester. So when we hear of restrictions being brought in Manchester, we try to compare that to what has been done in Derry City and Strabane, when the scale, the complexity, the number of people involved actually aren't a direct comparison. So it's about how we get our messaging right to reflect that as well. Mr Chambers also asked, about time. Time is critical. Every day counts. When we're looking at a doubling, as I said in my opening remarks, when we're looking at a 7-day doubling in our cases or hospitalisations and all the other indicators that we're seeing, the positive cases that we're seeing in over 60s, every day does count as to when we bring in those additional steps. In regards to Ms Bradshaw's comments in regards to executive messaging that came in regards to these regulations, back in September, I hadn't a detailed account of what the First and Deputy First Minister actually said in the press conference that day, but I'll refer her comments back to the Executive Office and EIS to see where they fall. In regards to your contact tracing system, one of the most, I suppose, critical points in our contact tracing system is the information that the individuals it contacts actually give to it. Because the more information our contact tracers get from people who have tested positive, the more it helps us shape the data that we have, but also the understanding of where we see the virus going. On Friday, the contact tracing service actually moved to an online offering as well. So when someone receives a positive case, they'll receive a text message. They'll also receive a link to a specific website where people can go on, enter their own details, enter their own contacts as well, to try and enhance and speed up that transfer of information as well. So it's about utilising modern technology in the work that we want to do. But one of the things that I think makes our contact tracing service unique in comparison to some of the others, it's still something that we hold in-house. It's not a private organisation, it's not a for-profit organisation that's running it, so it's run within the confines of the Public Health Agency. Ms Bradshaw also asked when we were bringing these regulations in on the 21st of September as to why we didn't include Derry City and Strabane and Newry. And the reason was they were in a very, very different place back on the 21st of September. Those areas were among the lowest across Northern Ireland. So what we did at that point in time was proportionate to where we are. When we moved to increase the regulations to postcodes, it actually covered the entirety of Northern Ireland. In regards to Mr Easton's concerns, and I can say to the member that I share his concerns and everything that he raised, from the pace of change, from what we've seen in the past 7 days, the past 14 days, on the trajectory we're going, and that's why we're saying we need to take the interventions that we do. He expressed his annoyance as to to what was done this morning and the message that was put out and how that undermines the general health message. I agree with him. I'm not going to get involved in it because I think we still have a piece of work to do to try to get that united message from our executive and from this House as to what needs done. In regards to testing, he indicated the concerns of testing. We've continued to access Pillar 2 testing and also enhance our own testing in Pillar 1, where I think in the past couple of days we're actually hitting over 10,000 tests per day. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the things that we need to be sure from our public dashboard is the number of tests per day, number of people tested and number of positive tests. There is a specific indicator there of the number of people tested is those who've been tested for the first time. So there is further information in the dashboard that shows if anybody who's had repeat tests, how that the positivity rate actually ties into the percentage of positive tests as to the number of successfully completed tests. And I think that's a piece of information that needs clarified. He asked me one of the most salient questions, and I think as Mr Easton has been raising since I came into this post and since this place was re-established, is do we have enough nurses? And it's something that he has continually asked, should it be from our international nurses, from our recruitment processes? And the answer is no. We didn't have enough nurses in March, we didn't have enough nurses in January, and we don't have enough nurses now. And the more this virus spreads in the community, the more our health staff, including nurses, are at risk of contacting, no matter the precautions that are there. And that's the challenge that we do face when we look to running and supporting those patients with COVID, but trying to maintain the service that we know needs to be done. And that's some of the challenges and the changes, and it goes back to Mrs Cameron's point, it goes back to Mr Sheehan's point as well, about the changes that we've made. In regards to orthopaedics, moving to a regional service, to the elective surgeries at Lagan Valley, to our cancer reset service, all those parts, all those steps are critical to ensure that we can maintain our service. Not the service that I would like, it's not the service that I want, but it's so we can maintain our service, while we have to support and help all those people who are coming forward with COVID, because there's nobody in our health service, there's no point that we can see somebody walk up to a door of a hospital and ask somebody to make that judgment, no, you have COVID, I don't have a bed for you today. Because that is what our health service, I don't expect it to do it, so it's the additional pressures that actually come at that point of challenge. In regards, and he's right again in regards to the challenge of the statutory role of the committee and that of challenging and also of this House. But it also, I've raised this in the committee and I've raised it here before, and it was addressed when FM and DFM, when the junior ministers came to address some of the regulations as well. These regulations, many of them are cross-sectional. They cross all departments and they have implications across other bodies apart from mine as well. But as they are health regulations, that's why I'm here today bringing these ones forward, because they are brought by and for the executive. And the point he made, and it's a valid one, because it's a narrative that is out there, and I think it's a narrative that's dangerous. There's more people getting this, but there's not as many people dying. There's not as many people dying now at this point in time. We've always seen that lag from infection to hospitalisation to ICU to death, and that's why we're trying to take the steps now to reduce those number of deaths. There are improvements in treatment, there are improvements in knowledge, but the best thing we can do is actually stop people getting this virus. And for those who missed, and I think Pat rightly challenges that narrative, there's not as many people dying now. I would ask them to come forward and tell me, what is your trigger point? How many people dying per day from COVID is the point that you want us to take action? We just sit back until you come up and say, this is how many people has died, now you have to do something, Health Minister. That's not how I work, that's not how our health service works, and I sincerely hope it's how nobody in this House thinks we should measure our reaction and the severity and the proportionality to the regulations that we do bring in. And indeed, some of the other points he raises and some of the conversations that have been had around the executive table, And that's the encouragement for those who are contacted by our test and trace procedure to self-isolate. That's the challenge. And when we look to the support payments that are available in England, as a conversation that I know is going on between our Department of Communities and the Department of Finance, to make sure that we do get those support measures in place. From the member from Foyle, when Gary actually raised, about everyone has a role to play in this and not, a lot of personal responsibility. I don't think we can simply legislate or fine our way out of this. If I could, I think we'd see a lot more draconian measures coming in. There is a role for enforcement and encouragement as well, but there is that onus and emphasis on personal responsibility. I think the majority of people in Northern Ireland are taking that upon themselves, but to that small minority, they are doing, and they do damage. Again, I would echo his comments in the role of local councils. I think the role of Derry City and Strabane Council in the past few weeks has been an example to other council areas, and it's that piece of messaging and coordination at a local level and voices at a local level that have got, I think, people engaged. We haven't seen the outworkings or the decreases in numbers up there yet, but the message is now there. That was replicated across a number of other council areas as they see the incidents in their areas start to increase. Daniel McCrossan then speaking, and I think it was Mr. Allister said, speaking from that personal experience, which I think is so valuable in this House as well. We now have a number of ministers self-isolating as well because they've been in contact with somebody who has been tested positive. And I think it goes to show that this virus is excusing nobody, is missing nobody, and there's nobody above it or immune to it. So what I would say to him, he talked about the information that's available. I think there's a lot more information available on our dashboard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, than people actually realise in regards to hospitalisations, how many people are discharged, and in regards to that, that's broken down by quite detailed information, as well as the hospital admissions and people going into ICU, the breakdown for positive cases by age group per council area, and also there's a lot of information there. But he also raised another challenge that's out there, and it's one that's often repeated, that this is a lesser strain. No, it's not. There's nothing to prove that this is a lesser strain. It goes back to the point earlier that we now have better ways to treat it. We know, in the most of cases how to treat it. We know what medications now work. We have medications now which we didn't have at the start. So the dangerous narrative then falls that this is something that people don't have to worry about. It's no worse than a minor flu. But one of the things that, again, that he raised, that has been raised across this piece, is that of enforcement and compliance. And that's why I welcome, that's why I asked for the group to be set up within the executive that does work across departments and outside agencies to get that larger increase and emphasis on enforcement and compliance, so that we can see and give a clear signal to those people who are abiding by the guidance, by the regulations, that anybody who thinks they're above it or anybody who thinks they're bigger than them, they will be held to account. Sinead Bradley then commented, and well, she was called without knowing she was going to be called. But what I will say is, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I thank her for her comments, because she came with that heartfelt approach to, I think, that message, and that does need to come out from this place. And I think it's what we can do for others. This is a balancing act. There is no win-win in this. This is about making the best decision out of what we have, so that we can prevent the collapse of our health service, prevent more people getting COVID, but also ensure that our education and our economy service, our education and our economy, goes on ahead as it is. There is no absolute, and you're right in saying that. So many people expect there to be an absolute, or want there to be an absolute, or ask for there to be an absolute, or call for the executive to produce that absolute, but there is none. This is done from perspective, from personal understanding and from approaches that we as an executive, we as an assembly and we as a society have to intact. But one of the most important words she used was that of empowerment. And it's the action of the individual, it's the action of the communities to support those people who need that help. Should it be from COVID? Should it be from self-isolation? Should it be from mental health challenges? And that's the challenge that we also have to address as well. Her final comments was, more may need to be done because we are in this together. And that's the reaction, and I think that is the general message that is coming from society and from Northern Ireland as a whole. Mr. Allister then moved to actually talk about the regulations and the detail in it, as I was expect that he would. The paragraph he refers to is after consulting with the CMO and the CSA, I can make that direction. And what I would say to him, if he thinks that my executive colleagues are so timid and afraid of me that they simply go with what I say without challenge or contrast or putting forward a different opinion, I wish his impression was right, because it would make this whole piece of work an awful lot easier. But they are, and he's right, by the detail of the law, interpretation of the law as drafted, it does give me phenomenal power. But he knows me well enough that the tutelage and the use of that power is something that I would take very seriously and wouldn't be doing without that guidance or consultation with the CMO, CSA and also my executive colleagues. He referred to those anonymous sources in the media, and I would say to Mr. Allister, and he's long standing in this House in the legal profession, if he would base a legal argument on anonymous sources that he heard quoted on Radio Ulster, I don't think he would as a professional or as a politician, so I'll not engage in that debate that was solely set out to try and set a direction of conversation before that conversation has in fact been had. Because he's right, and it's something I've always said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the impact of what we do must be balanced, and it must be balanced by the executive as a whole. And it's about me putting forward my case as Health Minister to ensure that our service isn't overwhelmed and doesn't run into the same challenges that we did in the first wave. Today, with 22 people in ICU, 140 people in inpatient beds, that's 140 people that need nursed, need supported by auxiliary workers, need supported by our domestic staff, need fed, need looked after. That's 140 inpatients that are in beds where they rightly need to be while they combat COVID, but it's 140 beds that I can't use or our health service can't use for other patients. And he used, the debate was of community immunity. How that comes about and where it comes will be by a vaccine, will be the implementation of a vaccine, by an uptake of a vaccine, because we still don't even know how long that vaccine will be potent for. So it's not about going out there and seeing how we can survive. We don't do that with flu, we don't do it with polio and another number of other medical challenges that modern society have faced and combat by vaccination as well. So that's where the stage comes, simply letting this virus rip, as many interpret herd immunity. Now, I notice he's moved away from that phrase, and herd immunity to many is simply just letting this virus go and see where it ends up. It's not something that I'll support as a health minister. It's not something I don't think it's something he means either.
Report to the Minister. So the message of the Minister is, until there's a vaccine, the only response we have to an upsurge in cases is to clamp down with various shades of lockdown. That's the only strategy there is. Is it not the case that the balance of the scientific evidence suggests that people who have had COVID acquire some element of immunity? Is that right or wrong?
And I think the members point some level of immunity, which we do not know yet. This is still a new virus. This only came here. We had our first case in Northern Ireland in February. Members keep saying what we knew 8 months ago. 8 months ago, this scared. I'll not use the language that's in the back of my head, but I know how I felt as Health Minister at that point in time. So in regards, and I think it's the point I used earlier on and I use it as well, it's about how we live with this virus. We will live with this virus by various shades, and I'm not use lockdown, but various shades of implementation of regulation and restriction. And that should be in proportionate as to how we see the increase in cases, in hospitalisations and in ICUs and admissions. If it was simply about positive cases on a standalone basis that did not lead to the hospital admissions that we've seen, and we've seen increasing over the past 7 days, that we will see increase further over the next 7 days. And those hospitalisations lead to further ICU admissions and lead to further death. So when the admission is, when the translation of this virus is when it comes from positive cases, hospitalisations, ICU admissions, and then potential death, we have to learn to live with this virus. We learn to live with it by bringing in the regulations and the restrictions that we have to date. There is only one set of steps that we know worked, and that's what we used earlier at the beginning of this year. But we have to make sure they're proportionate and balanced. So, Mr. Chambers.
To agree that if we do go down the road of herd immunity, that effectively what we are doing is sacrificing the most weakest and most vulnerable of our society to this virus.
That is the interpretation of many out there. That's what herd immunity means. It's not actually what Sweden practiced, even though it's what many claim that Sweden have practiced. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we all have a responsibility to help curb the spread of the virus. We do that by maintaining social distancing, maintaining good hand hygiene and respiratory hygiene, by wearing face coverings, by self-isolating immediately if we experience any symptoms, including a new persistent cough, a fever, or a loss or change of smell or taste. We do that by seeking a test if we experience any of these symptoms, by downloading the Stop COVID NI app and complying with the restrictions and the regulations in place. Mr. Deputy Speaker, by following this advice as we go about our daily lives, we can protect ourselves and others from serious illness, protect our health service and our economy and our education service, and help avoid further prolonged and more stringent restrictions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move these regulations.
Members, the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions number 2, Amendment number 4, Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments. A motion on increasing number of police officers in Northern Ireland. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the importance of effective, responsive and visible policing across Northern Ireland,
highlights that better resourced neighbourhood and local policing teams stand to improve outcomes in addressing traditional and emerging crime threats, preventing harm and promoting grassroots support for law and order. Stresses, moreover, the critical need to ensure the Police Service of Northern Ireland is appropriately resourced to deal with the enduring threat of terrorism and paramilitary activity. Welcomes to this end the executive commitment contained in New Decade New Approach to increase police officer numbers to 7,500, expresses deep concern with the lack of progress and inaction to date, and calls on the Minister of Justice to work proactively with the Minister of Finance to honour and implement the commitment to enhanced local police numbers by the end of this Assembly mandate.
Thank you. And I call Clever Clark to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. One amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list. And I invite you to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I wish to declare that I'm a member, declare an interest in being a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. Today, my colleagues and myself are calling on the Justice Minister to implement the commitment that all 5 parties signed up to under the New Decade and New Approach, and to take the strength of our police force in Northern Ireland to 7,500. In the NDNA, reference was made to 7,500, and it talks about the executive will deliver a committal to reform and to help speed up the criminal justice system, benefiting victims and many witnesses who actually come forward. At a time when other obligations are being met at what seems an accelerated fashion, one example being the medical school in Magee, and whilst it may be worthy, we have to be sure that all the provisions are handed fairly and evenly, just like that was in terms of the police. In May, the Justice Minister, in response to my party colleague, the 21st of May of this year, to Mervyn Story, the Minister stated that this commitment was not a priority. And I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that gives me great concern that would have been suggested in that letter at that time. Therefore, it seems that the Minister has failed to accept the importance of this measure for addressing an ageing and overburdened police force, to meet the dangerous gaps in the investigative expertise, and to relieve the pressure on specialist departments, including rape crime, child abuse and cybercrime teams, just to name but a few. It may not have been her priority today, but sadly the reality is it will be society's problem tomorrow if this is not addressed. In recent years, the general trend has been for fewer police officers and reduced police budgets. The annual budget cycle has been precluded and strategic thinking, and the Chief Constable has struggled to maintain the current officer and staff numbers, let alone increase them. Indeed, if we look far back as the patent proposals, it made it clear that the figure of 7,500 should form the basis of the budget given to the Chief Constable. It is important to note the delivery of enhanced numbers should therefore go in tandem with making sure budget arrangements are strategic, sustainable and meeting recurring costs of additional manpower. I think none of us would suggest that we wouldn't want a better resourced neighbourhood and local policing teams. The local policing review has indicated a desire in local communities for more visible and effective neighbourhood policing. Indeed, we don't have to look at reports to see that, Mr Deputy Speaker. Many of us have been on PCSPs or indeed in many public meetings where police is a topic. Many members of the public express concerns about the lack of visibility of policing. And I have to put on record my thanks to Simon Byrne when he became the Chief Constable, because one of the first moves he did, and he did recognise the importance of neighbourhood police, and that was one of the first things when he came to Northern Ireland to suggest was to put the neighbourhood officers back on the streets, unlike his predecessor. The PSNI have invested in 400 new neighbourhood officers, with at least one in each electoral ward. And I'm sure you yourself will agree, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's insufficient and it can't deliver on those public expectations, or indeed it will never deliver on any good outcomes. Local communities want to see more officers in frontline roles, and they give the confidence in everyone in terms of our everyday lives. It also helps promote support within our grassroots in each and everyone's communities in relation to that. We know the police have many communities to police, and some of those more difficult than others. Some of them nigh on impossible. We know in areas that they have to travel in heavily armoured vehicles, which makes their role much more difficult, as opposed to other areas where they can go in a much lighter approach. Indeed, in some areas, they can enjoy the use of the bicycle. And I think the sooner we see that, the better. But I think we're a long way off, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I commend the officers who do those jobs in relation to those difficult circumstances. Other communities' support needs built upon, and I think the numbers would help address that. We have also the resources to address paramilitarism and the threat and activity. And Northern Ireland, as we all know, still sits at its highest level of threat, as it has been for a number of years. In the Patten report, one of the recommendations was, provided that the police process does not collapse and the situation does not deteriorate significantly from the situation pertaining at present, the approximate size of the police force over the next 10 years should be 7,500 full-time officers. And it's sad that we have never got to that stage. Indeed, one of the other emerging problems, and Simon Byrne has noted himself and many in here, in terms of the fear-mongering from Brexit, has his concerns about how this is going to be policed, but we haven't the concerns to address those numbers. And I hope that the Minister will address that today. In relation to the unprecedented time that we have all had this last number of months in everyone's lives, in terms of how that has changed, the police have not been immune from that. Indeed, the first thing that we've seen in terms of Simon Byrne's choice was to remove, so in a number of months before that, he reintroduced our neighbourhood officers. And then COVID-19 comes along, and the first place that he could strip officers back to help make the police more resilient was actually remove those and change their roles. And I think, again, that shows that there's no meat within the service that they actually can be more resilient to these demands. I think there's an expectation that, in these exceptional times, that the police are going to be at every corner. And we all know in this room today that that's not necessarily going to be the case. We commend them, or I commend them personally, for the work that they did do in the first wave of this pandemic. And they had a very difficult task. They had a task where, again, those expectations were high, and the enforcement and the expectations of enforcement was extremely high. And I think they've done a good job in relation to that. But as we move into this second, and while it's not minimising the effects of COVID-19, but the expectation that the police is going to be in every corner to make sure someone wearing a face mask, I think, is unsustainable, to say the least, but even more so in the fact that there's so few officers on the ground. The police themselves, Mr Speaker, you'll appreciate, I mean, in my own constituency in Antrim Town, the police station was closed for almost a week because officers contracted COVID-19. Indeed, at the weekend, we heard in Strand Road, where the station had to be closed for a number of hours, more officers infected by COVID-19. And I want to put on my record, I wish them well on a speedy recovery back to duty as soon as humanly possible. But I think these things all highlight the difficulty we have with a force with insufficient numbers. Indeed, the Chief Constable said at one of the briefings within the Policing Board, were based on the stats and the predictions and some of the evidence, that at one stage during the first wave they predicted they could lose up to a third of the workforce. So I think that would give us all stark contrast about the difficulty we have with the police force with the limited numbers as they have today. In relation to the amendment, Mr Speaker, I read the amendment and I looked at it here and I thought, we're coming from Sinn Féin suggesting that they need a funding package for the British government. It seems their amendment is predicated on money coming to deliver the 7,500 officers. I have to say, I'm wondering, will they come forward with the same suggestion whenever they're bringing forward the Irish language and the other language bills? Will those be predicated on money, or will those go ahead regardless of what money comes? So we won't be supporting that motion. I think that we deserve the workforce increase to 7,500 numbers as we had outlined in the New Decade, New Approach. Mr Speaker, the numbers of the police force in 2009 to 2019 has dropped from 7,300 to 6,700. Even with numerous recruitment processes as of today, you have little over 6,900. In Northern Ireland, the police force lose approximately 5% through retirement and resignation annually. And indeed, in Northern Ireland alone, we have got a particularly ageing workforce within the PSNI, with 20% of those officers eligible to retire within the next 3 years. In 2017, Her Majesty's Inspectorate, the last resilience review, has cited a review that took place in 2013, states that if efficiencies were made elsewhere, it could be redirected into meeting police demand, and this has not happened. The demands on police are more wide-ranging than those faced by most forces in England and Wales. Yet the PSNI faces an ongoing threat from dissident terrorist activity in Northern Ireland. And to put that into perspective, Mr Deputy Speaker, that accounts for 20% alone of the MI5 budget. We have spiralling overtime costs which are soaring, and there's clear benefits if this could be reduced. And one of those ways would be to increase the size of the service. We're mindful of the fact, without a correlating increase in the training provision and recruitment processes, the commitment to 7,500 will take longer to materialise. Indeed, it will take even longer if we don't start. The figure is not only the proposal of the patent, of course. There was also the 2,500 recommendation on the part-time reserve, and that seems to have been airbrushed by some, and it is vital that it's too pursued as quickly as possible. It is vital that the Justice Minister works with the Department of Finance and indeed the joint board set up under the NDNA to oversee the public transformation with both governments to seek funding support to allow its capacity to become fully operational. I commend the motion.
I now call Linda Dillon to formally move the amendment.
Moved.
You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendment and a further 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes, and I invite you to open the debate on the amendment.
I rise to speak to the amendment to today's motion, and I want to thank the members for bringing the motion to the House today. I am currently on the Justice Committee but was formerly on the Policing Board, so I have some knowledge around the issues and absolutely accept what you're saying in terms of the numbers that we need and that we need to get to that 7,500. And I think that all members, or at least most members across this chamber, will agree with the main thrust of the motion here today about the importance of an effective, responsive and visible policing service across the North. I'm glad to see that there is also an emphasis on neighbourhood and localised policing teams, but I would expect no different from my time on the Policing Board. It was an emphasis that we had, and I'm sure we all accept, and as Mr Clark has already outlined, this will improve outcomes in many, if not all, types of crimes, including the scourge of drug dealing in our communities, domestic violence, ongoing paramilitary violence, child and sex exploitation, and human trafficking and antisocial behaviour and rural crime, to name but a few. And members will know that Sinn Féin's argument and support for policing with the community is at the core and fundamental part of modern police service. The concept was also at the centre of the Patton report, as was the view that 7,500 officers was the appropriate and necessary size of such a new service here. As the motion states, this commitment by the Executive is contained in the NDNA document. Such commitments, of course, need resources. Really, it is only here that Sinn Féin's amendment adds more realism and improves the original motion. Where does that financial resource come from? The increase of numbers in police officers itself will cost tens of millions of pounds. I'm not the first member to say that the Executive does not have resources to cover all the commitments in NDNA. In fact, the range of priorities are far in excess of the funding package provided by the British Government. And it's perhaps timely to remind members that the British Government are refusing to pay for a victims' and survivors' pension, which could run into hundreds of millions of pounds. That's aside from the same government who have legislated for that pension, and the scheme is to be hierarchical and discriminatory. The same government who have refused to set up the legacy mechanisms, such as the HIU, agreed by both governments and the 5 main parties in this House, in the Stormont House Agreement. Successive Chief Constables agree this would take massive pressure off the PSNI, not just in terms of resource, but also in increasing confidence in present and future policing. As the last example shows, the issue is not solely about financial resource, but financial resource is essential. As far back as the Stormont House Agreement in 2014, 150 million was promised by the British Government to the legacy mechanisms. Julian Smith, the previous British Secretary of State, added 100 million. Has anyone seen a single cent? Absolutely not. So instead of asking the Justice Minister and the Finance Minister to turn water into wine, the amendment simply asks that the members support an amendment that our ministers go to where the money is not only available, but where the duty is to supply it. to the British Government. Gurmila Mayoga.
Nicole Dolores-Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the amendment and the motion. It's unfortunate that we're not singing from the one hymn sheet today, because I do think it was a good signal coming from this chamber that we could all unite around additional financial support for policing. And I do know from a policing board perspective, and I declare that I'm a member of the board, that there's a business case, if not already with the Justice Minister, but will be on its en route to the Justice Minister in relation to additional financial support for recruitment of officers to the police, to bring those numbers up to 7,500, which of course, as Mr Clark said, was a patent recommendation and was set in the context where there would be no longer any violence, from paramilitarism, and that we would have hoped to have moved on almost 19 years later to a more normal society, such as how you would define normal in Northern Ireland. It might be require some better minds than mine, but at least we should have moved on quite substantially. The British Prime Minister has, of course, recognised that there is a need to invest additional support for policing across England and Wales, and I think it had been hoped there would be some additional recognition for policing here in Northern Ireland. Like others have said, the SDLP is very supportive of the neighbourhood policing teams. We're already seeing them making a difference right across all our districts, and I think the Chief Constable and the senior team are to be commended for the reintroduction of those teams. There is a huge need for a greater representation and a challenge in relation to the recruitment programme. Mr Clark's right to point out that there is difficulties in terms of the capacity within the Police College, and I do know that the police have tried to adapt online recruitment, and some of the tests being commissioned through online rather than have to attend a particular venue, but more needs to be done, and more needs to be done right across the piece to attract a greater number of recruits from west of the Bann, from Protestant working class communities, but particularly from Catholic officers. And it's an unfortunate that this British Government decided to do away with the 50-50 recruitment, because that would have seen a police service that was representative of the community it seeks to serve. And in fact, it was only in the last few months where Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary published a report in relation to police representativeness. And it states, creating a more representative police service for Northern Ireland is a complex issue. It would only happen as part of a process involving the whole of society, but the PSNI has made considerable efforts to address the problem. Now, we all know there's much more needs to be done, and I think the legitimacy of the police relies upon it being much more diverse, and by enabling a greater number of recruits, one is actually enabling that diversity to be better represented by how we seek to bring forward recruits, and by offering greater number of opportunities for recruits. I mean, members are quite right to thank the police who, as frontline workers during the pandemic, put themselves at risk and were at the forefront of imposing some of the restrictions on our lives in a way in which was sympathetic, I think, to the needs of the health service in terms of engage, explain and enforce, if you need to, as the best way of gaining community cooperation. But the Justice Minister will well know that there is a real necessity for increasing the number of officers, for increasing the number of officers from underrepresented sections of the community, including the ME, and indeed a greater gender profile, particularly around the senior team and at recruit level. And I think there are issues in terms of how we move forward with policing, that we see people that reflect the society and the background that we come from. We want to see through the rank and file an equality of opportunity right across the police service,
service. So not only at recruitment level does there need to be some work done, but there also, I think, have to be put measures in place that are going to stop the downward trend where in 4 years' time we could be at serious risk of running to 19% of Catholic police officers within the police service.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I declare an interest as a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. I'm happy to say the Ulster Unionist Party will support the motion, but not the amendment. I note that there's reference made to the commitment in the New Decade, a New Approach document. The figure of 7,500 officers is referenced only once on page 7. And I quote, "The Executive will increase police numbers to 7,500. End of quote. Not the Executive will seek funding from the British Government to increase numbers, just the Executive will do this. So it is a commitment, and of course, as members have said, it's a commitment which predates NDNA and goes all the way back to 1998. And I think the Ulster Unionist Party has been consistent in its support for the figure of £7,500, my colleague Doug Beattie, and before him Ross Hussey, who preceded me on the Policing Board and probably members before that. But I think it is interesting to note, just almost in passing, that Chris Patten did not recommend 7,500 as a solid figure. On page 77 of his report, he makes clear that the number is approximate. And again, I quote, "This cannot be a precise science, and it is an important proposition of this report that the Chief Constable should have some discretion as to the precise numbers and the ranks of officers and the civilians who should be employed within the budget at his or her disposal. So the figure of 7,500 is a notional one, which we believe should form the basis of the budget given to the Chief Constable." So, Deputy Speaker, I think that this debate and this direction of travel is not simply about the numbers, but it's also about what those officers do. And let us recall that when we reformed policing in 1998, we were hoping to take the opportunity of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement to allow police to evolve from what they had been forced to become, which was a police force dedicated to an anti-terrorism strategy. And with the Belfast Good Friday Agreement came the opportunity to transform from a force into a service keeping our communities safe. And at the core of that was a transformation into community policing. And again, I've been reviewing the Patten report, and policing with the community, he said, should be the core function of the police service and the core function of every police station. Every neighbourhood or rural area should have a dedicated policing team with lead responsibility for policing that area. And interestingly, he said that members of those policing teams should serve at least 3, but preferably 5 years in the same neighbourhood. In other words, they should get well embedded to delivering this new concept of neighbourhood and community policing. And I know the Chief Constable, and Mr Clark's made the point, is very keen on that direction of travel. So in supporting 7,500, I think we must also support the Chief Constable, who of course is in charge of the operation of the PSNI, in putting a focus on neighbourhood and community policing, because this can transform how the community views the police. And I go back to Patten just one more time, to page 13 of his report, where he talked about the perceptions of the time of the police force. And he said, interestingly, when asked about the performance of their local police, as opposed to police performance in Northern Ireland as a whole, the satisfaction rate amongst Catholics has tended to be higher, while the Protestant rate has consistently been lower than their respective approval rating of police performance in Northern Ireland as a whole. So there is the key for transforming the interaction, I think, between the police service of Northern Ireland and the people and the communities that they serve. So again, the Ulster Unionist Party will support this motion, but we emphasise that while it is about 7,500 officers, it is also about what those officers do, and it's making sure that we do what we can to get rid of the paramilitary and terrorist threat, and organised crime, which soaks up resources which we would rather see working in the community. I give way to the member.
Thank the member for giving way, but will the member also acknowledge that the police service ought to reflect the community that it seeks to serve, and therefore we need to see representatives from all sections of our community within the police on a proportional basis that reflects the geographic and demographic makeup of Northern Ireland?
The member's an extra minute.
And I thank the member for her intervention. And yes, I think the police service, which is as reflective as possible of the community, is the best way to go forward. And we think also of our increasing ethnic minorities and how we want to see them represented in the police force. And I have on the policing board been asking questions to that effect, and it appears that we are making some ground in terms of ethnic representation. Although at a senior level, I think superintendent is the highest rank of any member of our ethnic community. But yes, 7,500 officers, as reflective as possible of our community and as embedded as deeply as possible in our community, is the way to go.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In rising on behalf of Alliance to support the amendment, in the first instance, I should at the outset declare my policing board membership as an interest also. The amendment, I believe, Deputy Speaker, correctly addresses the realities of the long-awaited increase in PSNI officer numbers, as well as the significant shortfall in UK government funding made available to fulfil New Decade, New Approach commitments. The motion, whilst addressing the importance of visible neighbourhood policing and other matters, references inaction when in fact there might have been some progress already, as mentioned a moment ago by Dolores Kelly, and also I feel falls a little short in addressing the need for collaborative action, forward planning and indeed collective responsibility for New Decade, New Approach. The amendment also references the UK Government funding directly and calls on the Executive to take action to follow up on that existing commitment. We also, I should say, however, Deputy Speaker, also understand the core intent of the original motion, and I expect, like all members, support the call for increased policing resource. I am, both as a policing board member, Deputy Speaker, and as an MLA, acutely aware of the challenges facing policing, not least of all in the current COVID-19 scenario. Members will be only too familiar with the expectation placed upon PSNI in terms of policing this pandemic, as has only been too well publicised in recent days. This expectation should be measured in the context that police are responding often with their own internal COVID human resource challenges in a situation in which 101 and 999 calls and antisocial behaviour reports are now back at pre-lockdown levels. This, of course, comes in addition to the very worrying pressure created by increased domestic violence reports since the beginning of lockdown in March, and all of this is being policed in the backdrop of continued severe dissident terrorist threats and EU exit policing uncertainties in terms of the eventual outcome. I have no doubt, Deputy Speaker, that the Minister, like executive colleagues and members across this House, sees the policing resource issue as a priority, and I'm sure she'll respond accordingly today. I'm sure also that the Chief Constable knows the importance of efficiency, process review and modernisation of service delivery as part of this equation. I hope the message from the House today is one of support for those who are trying to deliver in the interests of keeping people safe. Perhaps, Deputy Speaker, on that theme of people and community safety, we can also use today as an opportunity to review and refresh approaches to joined-up policing. We all know the policing cannot be done by police alone line, and some of us would have used that in the past. And we know that it's more true today than ever, with changing societal need and rising mental health response requirement. We know that police officers are often delayed for hours on end in A&E units. We know that much police work is done with young people in places where there is no structured youth provision. We know that despite successful nurse-led custody work and triage response teams and other multi-agency trials, that there is not yet an agreed collaborative interdepartmental and interagency framework for delivery. Please continue to lead on issues and in areas which are not essentially policing issues. These arrangements, Deputy Speaker, like the need to address the current year-on-year funding setup, are vital if we are to plan properly and also utilise to best effect any increase in police numbers. They could also assist in delivering associated executive plans on mental health and tackling paramilitarism. In the expectation that agreement from the debate today will be focused on effective delivery as well as increased resource, I am happy to support the amendment as a step towards a better resourced, politically supported, inclusive and representative police service.
I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, can I declare as a member of the Policing Board, I think it's fair to say there is consensus across the board that the PSNI is not the fully representative organisation that it ought to be, despite the huge demand on their services, far more wide-reaching and demanding than any other police service throughout the UK. The police has faced budget cuts year after year, which has consequently forced them to curtail the numbers of officers and the numbers of police staff that they have. And with less numbers, it's inevitable that the same quality of service simply cannot be provided to the community. And it should then not come as any surprise to us that the level of overtime has gone up, the level of sickness and absence from work has increased, and the level of morale within the PSNI has gone down. Investigations and reports into the running of the PSNI has found a consistent theme with the difficulty of in long-term planning due to the short-term nature of the funding that is provided for them. And I know Patton has been mentioned today, but I think it bears repetition, where the Patton report recommended that the number of police officers should not be reduced below 7,500 unless that Northern Ireland was judged with confidence to be a permanently peaceful society. And I think that there's nobody in this chamber today who will put their hand up or put their hand in their heart and say that we are living in Northern Ireland that is a permanently peaceful society. We've recently seen reports from about the new IRA recruiting significant amounts of young people. Their operations are still being uncovered by MI5, and we welcome that. And the MI5 themselves have said that the threat presented by dissident Republicans still exists and is still dangerous within Northern Ireland. So therefore we have a police service with all of the other issues that's coming upon them, with COVID and all of the other pressures that there is, and again we have the dissident Republican threat that they also have to deal with, and yet their numbers are not where they ought to be. Now, not only did Patton, and I think it's important to point out that not only did Patton recommend that the numbers should not go below 7,500, but he also recommended that the part-time reserve officers should be increased to 2,500. Now, I just wonder where that has got to, and I wonder what work the Minister has been doing on that, and perhaps she will tell us in her response to us. For a sustainable and effective police service, the funding needs to be made available for the additional officers to be recruited and the required mentoring made available as stated in the New Decade New Approach. And again, to turn to Patton, Patton made it clear that the figure of 7,500 officers should form the basis of the budget given to the Chief Constable. Therefore, it is important that the delivery of enhanced numbers should go in tandem with making sure that budget arrangements are strategic, sustainable and meet the recurring costs of the additional manpower. Now, let us not today be distracted by the amendment that we have before us today, an amendment that is calling for more funding from the British Government and taking away from the core issue that there is in the amendment. Let us remember that the very fact that policing and justice is a devolved matter, and therefore we cannot lose sight of the pivotal role of the Justice Minister working proactively with the Finance Minister in progressing this matter. And I do hope that in responding to the debate today, that she will be so kind as to inform this House as to what progress she has made since taking up office to champion the cause for adequate police numbers, as was brought forward in the New Decade New Approach document.
Can I thank the member for giving way? And much has been said about the money and all of this. And of course, and my constituency colleague, Mr Blair, was talking about how the Chief Constable has the control in terms of his own budget. However, he would have more control if he had more officers and he could reduce his costs for overtime, so he actually would have a better use of money.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. And again, a very good point that has been raised, and I think that is something that the Minister needs to take on board. If I remember correctly, the Minister in an interview shortly after taking up her post indicated that the increase in police numbers was not something that she could give a commitment to. And as my colleague Mr Clark has said in his opening remarks, again in a response to colleague Mervyn's story, the Minister did state that this was not a priority for her. And I wonder what message of confidence that sent to the rank and file of the serving police officers who continually stand in the front line of service and who are continually asked to do extra services and more overtime because of the lack of numbers and to fill a gap that is there. And can I ask perhaps the question, is the Justice Minister then doubting the Chief Constable's evidence of need and demand? So therefore, let us hope from this debate today that we will see a change of attitude and that the Minister will be more determined to work proactively with the Minister for Finance and others to honour the implementation and commitment for the enhanced police numbers by the end of this Assembly mandate and as we have in the new decade, new approach. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And we now call Sean Lynch.
I get the last can call you, and I also declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board. Again, as other members have outlined, we support going back to what Patton envisaged was 7,500 officers. I welcome a renewed focus being put on strengthening approaches and support mechanisms for policing in the community. This needs to be complemented with an increase in resources, both human and financial, for the neighbourhood policing teams. If we are going back to a police service that commands community confidence, then it needs to be reflective of the community it serves. This requires affirmative action to bring in traditionally unrepresented groups into policing and to ensure equality of opportunity in promotion. This means ongoing commitment to more women, more nationalists, more ethnic minorities, more LGBT and more people from working class backgrounds in policing. Not good enough to have these groupings join the ranks of the PSNA, but they must be in visible positions within the service at both rank and file and leadership levels. Representativeness remains a problem. In the recent recruitment for senior officers, the issue of representatives was disappointing. I acknowledge the PSNA are aware of this and are looking at ways to improve. Everyone is entitled to policing that serves the people by enhancing community safety. Forging a good relationship between the police and the community is vital for effective civic policing. This relationship must be in the first instance be based on mutual respect, and this can only happen if police activity is informed by a focus on human rights and equality. But furthermore, it must be also based in partnership with the community and community consent. These are the elements of approach we call policing with the community. From my own experience, and I think this was mentioned by Mr Nesbitt, from the original PCSPs, community policing often fell down when officers that had built a good relationship with the local community were often moved to other duties, leaving much good work lost. The new neighbourhood officers should not be extracted from their main duties. Back in September, through the Partnership Committee of the Policing Board, I asked the Chief Constable for an update on the neighbourhood extraction plan and any other measures to ensure officers have the time and space for meaningful engagement and partnership work with local communities. I welcome the CC's intention to minimise any extraction of neighbourhood officers from their community duties. The PSNA must ensure the policing with the community is embedded in training for new officers, which includes mediation training in effective problem solving. For Sinn Féin, policing with the community is the overarching principle we believe should be at the core of civic policing. This overarching policing with the community approach incorporates the deployment of neighbourhood teams, in addition to ensuring that all officers, without exception, incorporates the policing with a community approach to their own duties and areas of responsibility. Police officers who are visible, who take a proactive, partnership-based approach that is community-orientated and who focus on outreach and problem solving as well as enforcement, will help secure public confidence in policing. This should in turn improve outcomes in addressing crime and enhancing community safety.
I call Paul Given.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to put on record my thanks to our colleagues on the Policing Board and the party for the excellent work that they do and for bringing this motion to the House today. This is an issue that members have touched upon in the Justice Committee. We had the Chief Constable before us very recently on the 24th of September, and we asked about the number of officers at his disposal whenever we were speaking about the range of different challenges that the police face. And during that, we asked about the New Decade commitments, the 7,500 officers, and what discussions the PSNI had with the department. And the Chief Constable was able to indicate that this has formed part of the comprehensive spending review business case for the next 3 years, and a submission has been made to that effect, and a bid has been put forward to get us to that 7,500 complement. So what I would be appealing for, and I'm sure the Minister will touch on this in responding to the motion, that gets the prioritisation that it deserves by the Department of Justice. Any organisation can put in bids, but we really need to have the support of the Minister getting behind that and making it clear that this is a priority. And I know colleagues have alluded to the correspondence with the member for North Antrim, Mr Story, where the Minister has indicated that it wasn't a priority because of other inescapable pressures being faced in the department, and I'm sure the Minister will touch on that in her response. But we really need to see this being made a priority. Members have commented on Patton and the commitments that it made, and there were a huge number of changes as a result of the Patton reforms, but this was one that has fallen by the wayside, and we need to see that commitment being honoured. And the part-time reserve is one that colleagues have mentioned, and I do think there needs to be a real look at that. My member for South Antrim, Mr Clark, touched upon the increasing overtime expenditure that the police take every year in terms of that monies, and one does need to ask, if you had a part-time reserve, would there be the same need for overtime? If we had a properly resourced part-time reserve, could those reserve officers have been given the workload to take up when it came to policing the new COVID regulations that have been put in place, rather than taking that out of the full-time officers who are already stretched at dealing with normal crime? And so I do think there needs to be a focus upon the part-time reserve. The debate has, of course, when it comes to policing, touched upon the need for community representation, being reflective of the community. And we had that for a long period of time, a stain upon this province of the discrimination against people because of their Protestant faith. And indeed, for many Protestants who joined the police, they had never once been in a church, weren't remotely interested in religion, but had been defined as a Protestant because that was the school that they went to, or that was the faith of their parents or their grandparents. So it didn't just discriminate against those who actually were practising Protestants. Those that were agnostic to it all would be then identified. I think that's an appalling place that we had got to, and it's something that we should avoid. I'll give way to Mr Clark.
And the member makes a good point in terms of that, in terms of religion as well. But of course, will the member be aware that in terms of the recruitment processes themselves, indeed one community in particular, the community that some of the people on the other side want to be better represented, actually don't apply to join the police?
Members, an extra minute.
And that takes me on to the next point, that if you're going to tackle why a certain section of the community doesn't apply, you then need to look at what are the causation factors for that. If the GAA were more supportive of the police force, if they were more welcoming of officers and actually encouraged that, if the community that they came from were supportive of that, then more people would apply. You don't then punish the Protestant community, or Mr Lynch has now added in that we need to have more nationalists in the police service. I'm not, usually I would, Linda, but I've only got another 90 seconds. But we're not saying we need more unionists in the police force. I don't want to see more nationalists in the police force. I want to see the best possible police officers, irrespective of community background. And this debate is one that we shouldn't be getting ourselves dragged back into. I think the motion would allow us all to get behind the need for 7,500 officers who can do the job and properly represent us. Get behind the recruitment campaign that would then flow. Sinn Féin only for the first time went to the launch of that recruitment exercise this year. For the first time, despite having bought into the policing structures, it was only this year that they went to it. So we need to have people actively encouraging people from within their community, not penalising the other community, because we need to get away from them's and the others and actually just ask for people that are capable of doing the job. We need to strengthen our police force. Our specialist units that deal with rape crime, child abuse, cybercrime are all understaffed, and there's pressures on those different units operating within the PSNI. So let's get behind the need to honour Patton and the New Decade New Approach. I encourage the Minister to make this her top priority in taking this forward through a bid from the Department of Justice to the Department of Finance. And let's support our police officers that are out there trying to support all of our community. Thank you.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the SDLP spokesperson on justice, I rise to support the motion as amended, and I speak to the obvious pressures on resource within the PSNI, which were sufficient to rightly justify putting it into the New Decade New Approach document. But since then, the Justice Committee has heard directly from the Chief Constable about how COVID has impacted further on the stretch of resources. Initially, the types of crimes shifted during lockdown, with an increased emphasis on domestic violence emerging. Since then, the restrictions eased and the return to crime has resumed. But all of this happened in addition to the pressures that COVID brought along. Furthermore, Brexit disaster rumbles on, with negative soundings that we may not strike a deal with the EU. And if that is the case, let's not pretend that the Chief Constable have not already put it on record that the pressures on policing will become immense. We could face disruption through to slower and more laborious working practices, and the absence of data sharing will be immense problems within the police service. While I support the motion, I don't think it's fair not to give this consideration. The New Decade New Approach document has many items across all departments in it. Are we intending to bring each minister in front of this House to put in front of them each item of the priorities in there? Maybe in normal times that is what we would do. But these are not normal times. I have to say that this House really has to get behind this document as best we can under these circumstances. And I don't think it is valid to say that the amendment proposed is a distraction. It's not. The amendment is steeped in the reality. Any party who signed up to New Decade New Approach only had to go through all of the lists in there. If you didn't think extra money was required to achieve this, then you really have to ask yourself some very serious questions. That was the understanding. Additional money would be required to achieve anything in that document, and we all have to unite behind holding the government to account to bringing that money forward. I will give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. I'm just wondering, it's baffling to me that people don't think that we should be asking the British government to stand up and give the money that they said they were going to under NDNA. They said they would give resource to go with what was agreed in NDNA. And to me, it just baffles me that we think we should be dipping into resources that we need for our children's education, for our health system, for everything else. Everybody in here, almost everybody across this House, has a minister who's crying out for resource and money, and you're saying we shouldn't ask the British government for more money. I'm absolutely baffled by that attitude.
Members, next minute.
Thank you. I thank the member for her intervention, and I agree entirely, because we could go through this and 900 nursing and midwifery undergraduate places, palliative care, IVF. There's a list in here, and none of them have the wording that the member referred to, where it says a prefix every time about additional money. That was the understanding. And I will give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Just on a point of clarification, did her party sign up to NDNA? Because I have a clear recollection of a party leader saying he didn't support many aspects of the document.
There is much in the document that, of course, parties have issue with. And it takes me nicely on to a point, actually. Members opposite talk about Patton, and I appreciate there are members in this House who Patton was very, very difficult to take on board, exceptionally difficult. But with hindsight and looking back on time, wasn't it the right thing? Didn't it bring us from a very dark place to relative peace? And I credit the members opposite, because there were times there were agenda items coming up where we half anticipated, how do we keep those members here that they don't walk away? And they didn't. They stood there. They stood there firm at a time because there was a consensus that we all had to work together to get to a better place. And thankfully, no, we're not in absolute peace. We're not. But aren't we in a better place? Haven't we achieved something? And let's at least take recognition of what we have achieved together and realise that that's important going forward too. We can learn from each other and those who went before us. On that, I would like to bring the matter to a close by referring to the absolute need that the police must reflect our society and everybody in it. We all deserve to have a confidence in reaching out to that police service. And my colleague Dolores Kelly very rightly referred to the 50-50 recruitment. I think if we are serious about growing our police service, and I do think we need to, but if we are serious about doing this, we must grow it in a way that we know it has absolute confidence from everybody in society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the members for bringing this important issue before this House today. And I have no problem in fully supporting the motion in as far as it goes. I feel that some important issues have been missed in the crafting of the motion before us. I will come back to that. The key question is whether the Justice Minister has made a bid for funding to deliver this commitment in the new decade, new approach, or whether she has plans to do so. Perhaps she will share with the House today how she sees this important commitment being delivered and the timescale that she envisages to do so. For a number of years in the 70s and 80s, I had the privilege of serving my community as a part-time member of the RUC Reserve in my own area. A wide range of people who served with me included teachers, pharmacists, nurses, clergyman, butcher and baker, but regrettably I don't recall a candlestick maker in my group. Every evening of the week, up to 40 part-time officers would gather to be detailed a local area to patrol. Estates and outlying villages would have witnessed the presence of a team of uniformed officers with local knowledge, patrolling their area and engaging positively with the young people of the area. The reassurance this offered local communities would be hard to quantify, but was certainly welcome. Regrettably, that visibility on the ground is largely missing now. At that time, the RUC could call on a complement of around 13,000 officers. In 2001, Chris Patton was charged with the responsibility of making recommendations on the numbers he reckoned the PSNI would require to offer a service in a peaceful environment. At that time, the population of Northern Ireland was around 1.69 million, but 20 years later it stands at around 1.91 million. It begs the question, do the Patton figures need readjusted to reflect this increase in population? I think my colleague Mr Nesbitt perhaps clarified that by stating that that figure of 7,500 was a starting point. The motion calls for 7,500 officers, but has made no mention of the 2,500 part-time officers proposed by Patton. This seems to have become some sort of elephant in the room. The reason given by police sources is that part-time officers would need to be trained and equipped to the same standard as full-time officers. I do not accept this excuse for ignoring this aspect of Patton. The small number of reserve officers currently employed by the PSNI would be long-serving and quite experienced officers, and yet their monthly hours of deployment is rationed. It smacks of a resistance to employment of part-time officers. I'm disappointed that the motion makes no mention of the establishment of a part-time reserve complement, but I accept that Mr Clark did allude to it, and Mr Given, his colleague, also alluded to it. But it is missing from the motion, and I would like to have seen it in there. Given that around 300 officers retire or leave the service annually, that number has to be recruited just to stand still. It will take a huge push to not only continue to replace these officers, but also to build towards the 7,500 figure. Does the Police College have the capacity to deliver these figures? I'm certainly confident that many within our communities would be happy to help make their areas safer by serving in a PSNI reserve service. 800 new full-time officers will very quickly be absorbed across Northern Ireland, but a substantial reserve service would provide more visibility. Turning to the Sinn Féin amendment, I doubt that given the challenges it would be possible to bring the figure up to 7,500 by the end of the current mandate. I recognise that this is also an aspiration within the original motion. It would be great if it could happen, and I would fully support such an achievement, but regrettably I think it may be an unrealistic aspiration. I note also that the Sinn Féin call for even more funding from the British Government to take forward the New Decade, New Approach priorities. I'm sure that they recognise that it is useful to have a generous family member to turn to in times of financial stress and strain. I will conclude by thanking all those who currently serve in the PSNI for their dedicated service. And can I place on record, when I ask for police assistance and a police officer comes to my home or to my business, I'm not really interested in what school they went to. Thank you.
And I call Kelly Armstrong, and she will have the remaining 4 minutes in this debate to make a contribution.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I probably won't take the full 4 minutes. I rise to support the amendments already confirmed by my colleague John Blair earlier in this debate. If we are to deliver the priorities agreed by the executive parties and New Decade, New Approach, we absolutely need more resources to do so, and that has been highlighted today. The Minister for Justice has not been inactive on the number of police officers across Northern Ireland. The PSNI have not been inactive, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Chief Constable and all officers who have worked throughout this pandemic while others have worked from home. Those on the Policing Board will have had updates on the strategic outline case submitted by PSNI on police officer numbers. We all know we could meet the New Decade, New Approach target numbers if there was the money to do so. The Chief Constable has already said he's looking to grow officer numbers to 7,100 by the end of this financial year. That is hardly him being inactive. In fact, we're currently standing with 6,903 full-time officers and 242 part-time. So, with Mr Chambers, I think that if a recruitment process was to go forward, we could at least hit that 7,100 target, and then by the end of the mandate, the 7,500. If we are to reach that target, then we all need to support the Minister to ensure her department has enough funding to achieve this shared goal. Indeed, it is the role of committees not just to scrutinise but also to assist the Minister to fulfil her role. It would be helpful for those who are members of executive parties to do what they can to help both the Chief Constable and the Minister to deliver increased policing numbers, like we all agreed to do in the publicly published NDNA document. Ministers will fail if we don't have the resources. We don't have the resources, so we have to ask elsewhere for it. And this is why I'm supporting the amendment in front of us today. It came as no shock whenever this came up, and we know the resource implications, because after all, I think we were all in shock when New Decade, New Approach came forward without the required funding for it, actually, earlier on this year. So what I would say to everyone across all benches is we do need more police officers. We have a Minister who's working for more police officers. Let's work together and let her get that target achieved. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Justice, Naomi Long, and the Minister will have 15 minutes to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the members for bringing this important motion to the House. I fully agree that it is vital to have effective, responsive and visible policing in Northern Ireland. Therefore, you can be assured that I will continue to give my full support to ensuring the needs of the PSNI are represented at the executive table and beyond, to ensure that the PSNI has available sufficient resources to deliver. In terms of how policing resources are deployed within the PSNI itself, you will appreciate that is a matter for the Chief Constable. One of the priorities within New Decade, New Approach was to increase police officer numbers to 7,500. I welcome this opportunity to inform members on the progress that has been made to date on this matter. However, before I do, I want to correct what has been stated as fact by Mervyn Storey in previous debates and by Trevor Clark and some of his colleagues today, when they stated that in the correspondence I said this was not a priority for me. That is not correct. Actually, I will share with you what I actually said in a long letter to Mervyn Storey about the 3 strategic outline cases that were presented to my department. I said that I met the Finance Minister, so let me just read the quote. I met the Finance Minister in February 2020, one of the bilateral meetings held with each department, during which the level of pressures from across the Justice family, including the PSNI, was discussed. That meeting also touched on the early indication of NDNA costs that had been provided. I made clear at that meeting that my priority would be the inescapable pressures in the first instance, as these related to just standing still, and that only once these pressures were met could I consider allocating funding to NDNA-related costs. In the end, the 2020-21 budget allocated to my department fell short of the funding required to meet all inescapable pressures, and to date, no additional funding for NDNA commitments has been forthcoming. So it is not the case that it is not a priority for me, but members will appreciate that it is necessary that those costs that are inescapable are met first. With respect to Mr Buchanan's statement, can I also clarify in the interview to which he referred that I did not say, as he suggests, that I would not commit to that number of officers, but I said I could not commit to that number unless the funding was made available to my department, and it would have been wrong for me to do otherwise. Members will be aware that the funding package accompanying the New Decade New Approach falls well short of the amount needed to deliver all of the priorities, and sufficient funding for increasing police officer numbers is not currently within my departmental budget. Therefore, it will be for the Executive to make decisions around which priorities are funded and to what extent in this mandate. I know, saying that members of the House will be reassured to know that my department and I have been working closely with the Department of Finance and PSNI colleagues on progressing the strategic outline case relating to increasing police numbers. Firstly, let me address directly the issue of police officer numbers. The figure of 7,500 police officers is not a new one. It was noted as far back as the Patten Review of Policing in 1999, which said, provided the peace process does not collapse and the security situation does not deteriorate significantly from the situation pertaining at present, the approximate size of the police service over the next 10 years should be 7,500 full-time officers. Subsequently, an internal PSNI assessment of its own resilience and capability was carried out in 2013. This concluded that a police officer strength of 6,963 officers were required to deliver policing in Northern Ireland. As of September 2020, the PSNI has 6,991 police officers full-time equivalent. I understand that the PSNI are currently aiming to have 7,000 officers in place by the end of March 2021 within their existing budget envelope. Turning to the progress to date in ensuring that increased police officer numbers are represented at executive level, members will fully appreciate that it is important that decisions around police numbers are underpinned with sufficient reliable information and an evidence-based assessment, especially given the financial climate within which we operate. It is public sector funding, after all, and we must satisfy public accountability on this matter. Therefore, the PSNI were advised to bring forward a strategic outline case for consideration. Members should also be aware that the PSNI has advised that the increase in police numbers is one part of their transformation programme and that all elements are interlinked. The other two elements are additional investment in digital technology and estates transformation and renewal. The PSNI has submitted strategic outline cases for transformation of the service in each of these 3 areas. The Department of Justice has subsequently submitted the strategic outline case seeking Department of Finance approval for the PSNI to proceed to outline business case stage for an additional 600 officers at a cost of £40 million per annum. My officials are engaging with the PSNI and the Department of Finance on this strategic outline case, as well as the 2 others on additional investment in digital technology and estates transformation, which have also now been submitted to DOF. These strategic outline cases are subject to approval processes. All three are currently being considered by the Department of Finance before approval is granted to allow the PSNI to proceed to the development of outline business cases for each. I want to assure members of the House that all parties involved in this work have sought to progress these outline cases in a timely manner. There are potentially significant investments. Estate renewal and transformation is costed at $544 million over 20 years, and the digital technology costed at $89 million over 5 years. Therefore, if funding is to be made available, it is right that the consideration process is thorough, that value for money is at the heart of our thinking, and that they are submitted to the Department of Finance in a fully justified and robust state. We also need to understand how the strategic outline business case for increased police officer numbers sits within the context of the overall transformation programme proposed by the Chief Constable. Discussions with the PSNI will include ongoing requirements and operational considerations, which are a matter for the Chief Constable. Any decisions will take into consideration the funding available. At this stage, the total funding envelope available to the Executive for 21-22 and beyond is not yet known. As part of the recent information gathering exercise to inform future budgets, the Department has highlighted the costs associated with the increase to 7,500 officers, noting the ongoing engagement on the strategic outline cases and the considerations, including discussions with PSNI around ongoing requirements and operational considerations, which are a matter for the Chief Constable. The motion also spoke about better resource neighbourhood and local policing teams, and I fully recognise the importance of effective, responsive and visible policing. One of the clearest messages coming from the consultation on the local policing review in 2018 was the need for a return to a more visible neighbourhood police service. Work to increase officer numbers in this area has already taken place, with 376 additional officers uplifted into neighbourhood policing teams, a further 24 to be posted to bring the total number to 713 officers. The benefits of strengthening neighbourhood policing teams has been recognised by policing and community safety partnerships with whom they work to deliver many of their initiatives. Neighbourhood officers attending policing and community safety partnership meetings, community safety and antisocial behaviour forums and support community engagement initiatives. All of those are a critical link with local communities to address fear of crime and community safety issues, and I support the increase in officer numbers within these teams ahead of any agreement on overall police officer numbers. The motion also referenced emerging threats, and there are many, not just criminal, as we have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, ensuring that organised crime groups are not able to exploit Brexit is an important part of the work. There is considerable effort being put in by PSNI and other agencies, including the Organised Crime Task Force, to mitigate against this risk, and I commend them for that. In anticipation of the new challenges that the Northern Ireland Protocol will bring, a new smuggling subgroup has been established to develop a full strategic picture of smuggling in and out of Northern Ireland and Ireland more generally. An analyst forum has also been established to ensure the Organised Crime Force is well informed about evolving threats. The forum will draw upon expert knowledge and insight in order to inform our collective understanding of the changing organised crime picture in Northern Ireland. My department recently consulted on a new Northern Ireland organised crime strategy to protect individuals, communities and businesses. The draft strategy has been informed by and developed in collaboration with the main Organised Crime Task Force partners. Following analysis of the responses and engagement with the Justice Committee, a finalised strategy will be brought out for publication. The draft strategy acknowledges the breadth of organised criminality and the interdependencies with work ongoing in Northern Ireland to tackle paramilitarism and with work in other jurisdictions to tackle similar issues. With specific respect to the dissident threat raised by a number of members, an additional $160 million was ring-fenced in the last SR period, jointly funded by the Northern Ireland Executive and the UK Government, in addition to the main grant funding. Work is ongoing to end paramilitarism and is an important objective of the Executive. That's reflected in the Cross-Executive Action Plan on tackling paramilitary activity, criminality and organised crime. Under the Action Plan, the PSNI Paramilitary Crime Task Force was set up to tackle all forms of crime linked to paramilitaries, and I'm grateful for the work they do in targeting groups that seek to control and exploit communities. The Action Plan also reflects the importance of policing with the community and collaboration with statutory and voluntary partners. However, I want to be clear, Tackling paramilitarism effectively requires each of us to address the underlying issues too, such as socio-economic factors that make individuals and communities vulnerable to paramilitary influence. The Executive as a whole has a role to play in making this happen. Whilst this debate is about numbers, it is vital that we use all the resources available to us, including those within partner organisations, to deal with these types of issues, including our partners in the Republic of Ireland and the NCA and a range of other organisations. With respect to the issue of the need for a representative police service, I completely agree that just as in the last recruitment exercise, it is a priority for the police that we have a more representative service. However, members who argue for the reintroduction of 50-50 recruitment should be clear that were that to happen without a significant increase in applications from the minority community, it would actually potentially reduce the number of officers able to be appointed to the police in any recruitment exercise. I welcome the amendment that has been tabled. I think it is right that we should make a case to government for the additional funding for NDNA, which was not presented to us as we expected. In summing up, I want to be very clear. Progress is being made in regard to this matter, and I refute the suggestion of inaction. The timeline for the strategic outline case is clear and speaks for itself. The first version, submitted by the PSNI on the 26th of November 2019 to members of the Working Group on Police Numbers and Transformation for initial feedback, was then given feedback on the 16th of December, including on the 2 other strategic outline cases. The updated SOC from the PSNI came on the 27th of January 2020. Further DOJ comments followed on the 12th of March. An updated SOC on police numbers on the 30th of March. The 10th of April 2020, we asked the police to finalise the SOC on numbers and submit it. On the 15th of April, they did so. And the strategic outline case was issued to the Department of Finance on the 27th of May after being considered by the Department and obtaining approval from the Working Group on Police Numbers and Transformation. On the 6th of July, the PSNI and DOJ colleagues met with Department of Finance colleagues via video link to discuss the SOC. On the 5th of August, the Department of Finance sent through formal feedback for consideration. On the 29th of September, an initial response to DOF queries were submitted. And on the 6th of October, the third and final SOC on estates transformation and renewal was sent to the Department of Finance. So to suggest that we are not working on these issues and progressing them is simply not the case. That work takes time, and it is important that the decision is an informed one by robust deliberations and due accountability. Indeed, the relationship between officer numbers and overtime, which has been referred to, is an area we specifically invited the PSNI to address in the strategic outline case. Additional officers have already been funded from overtime reduction. With respect to the part-time reserve, it currently stands at 255 members. The PSNI, at our prompting, have said they will consider the full range of options in the strategic outline case in response to those questions. However, while the PTR is an operational matter for the Chief Constable, it's worth noting that they are not much cheaper to recruit and cannot be deployed as flexibly as full-time members. Mr Speaker, notwithstanding the inadequacies of NDNA funding, fiscally we are in territory as we have never experienced before, and unfortunately circumstances are not going to improve quickly. So I would encourage members to reflect that the Executive over coming months and indeed years will have extremely difficult spending decisions to make and ensure that the overall budget for the Executive is prioritised accordingly. When members make demands for spending in any area, then they are asking us to reduce spending in another. And that is a decision for all Executive Ministers, not just for me as Justice Minister. Some areas will get funding, some areas will inevitably lose out. And members need to remember that when they seek to be critical of those decisions. I'm committed to working with my Executive colleagues, including the Minister of Finance and the Chief Constable, to ensure we have a police service that is properly resourced in all its aspects for the challenges it faces.
And now call on Liz Kimmins to wind on the amendment, and you've up to 5 minutes.
I rise to wind and to speak in support of the amendment. So just to summarise the comments around the House this evening, my colleague Linda Dillon rose to move the amendment and highlighted our acceptance and our agreement with the thrust of the original motion, and how we are glad to see the emphasis on neighbourhood and local policing teams, as we recognise the importance of these in tackling the scourge of drug dealing, domestic violence, child sexual exploitation, rural crime, antisocial behaviour and others. But we have to be realistic. Commitment needs resources, and the Sinn Féin amendment adds realism and improves the motion based on this. Linda also highlighted how it's timely to remind the British Government's refusal to pay on other things, including the Victims' Pension Scheme, and states that the amendment simply asks for members to support ministers to go where the money is not only available, but where the duty is to supply it. Dolores Kelly then also spoke to support the amendment and said it's disappointing that we're all not on the same page on this. The British Prime Minister recognised the need to invest across England and Wales, and we'd hope for similar recognition for the North. Dolores also spoke about the huge need for greater representativeness, and there's a challenge in achieving this. But more needs to be done right across the piece to recruit from all backgrounds. Mike Nesbitt spoke against the amendment, stating that NDNA doesn't say the Executive commits to asking the British Government for funding, and states that Patton didn't recommend 7,500 as a solid figure, but as a rough estimate. John Blair then rose to speak in support of the amendment, addressing the funding shortfall, and says that this falls short of collaboration, forward planning, and therefore highlights the pressures on the PSNI, with additional pressures as a result of COVID, for example, on domestic violence and other issues that have arisen, particularly as we experience lockdown. It said police resourcing is a priority for the Minister, and we should use today to review and refresh our approach to joined-up policing. Tom Buchanan then rose to speak against the amendment, saying that it is a distraction and is taken away from the core issue, and asked the Justice Minister to inform the House what progress she has made. My colleague Sean Lynch then rose in support of the amendment and welcomed a renewed focus on this issue. He spoke about representativeness and the need to ensure that all communities are represented to the community they serve. And there should be an ongoing commitment to more women, more ethnic minorities, more LGBT, more people from working class backgrounds who are more visible in rank and file and leadership roles. Partnership with the community and community consent is crucially important, and highlighted the impact of moving police who had built relationships with communities to other areas, and welcomed the Chief Constable's commitment to minimising extraction. The Sinn Féin amendment reflects the overarching commitment to policing with the community, to their own duties and in areas of responsibilities. Paul Gibbon highlighted his opposal to the amendment and to the view around representativeness, quoting as a stain upon this province, and how the GAA should be more welcoming of police. And I take issue with that, because I'd like to see examples from the member of where the GAA hasn't been welcoming of the police, and I think that's a very strong allegation to make as part of this debate. Sinead Bradley then spoke in support of the amendment, stating how COVID has impacted further on PSNI resources, particularly around the increase in domestic violence. She also highlighted the impact of Brexit that's coming down the tracks, and the pressures of a no deal on the PSNI would be immense, as highlighted by the Chief Constable. In response to previous comments, Sinead also mentioned how this House agreed to NDNA without significant financial amounts being secured, and asked do we intend to bring every minister in front of this House for every item that was agreed as part of NDNA. So she said that she didn't think it was valid to say the amendment is distracting and that it's actually steeped in reality. Alan Chambers then also spoke in opposition to the amendment and stated that it's useful to have a generous family member when needed. So I'd ask the member also on that point, are you suggesting that we dip into the much needed funds at a very, very crucial time from health, economy, education, and our rural and community and urban communities that need it more than ever? So I would put that to the member. Kelly Armstrong then also spoke in support of the amendment.
Can I ask the member to draw remarks to close?
Okay, saying that yes, we absolutely need more resources, and highlighted the Minister has been working hard to get those. In concluding, the Minister states that she has made a lot of progress and give us a comprehensive...
The member's time is up.
Thank you.
And I call Joanne Bunting to conclude the debate on the motion, and the member has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to members and the Minister for their participation in this debate and the tenor in which it was conducted, and I too declare my membership of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. The member opposite has done some of my work for me, but I think that there are important elements in the debate that should be borne out and reiterated. I think that we are all in agreement. We are united in this Assembly with regard to the numbers. We are united in this Assembly with regard to underrepresentation and the focus on neighbourhood policing. But within those, we do have some disagreements, and I think I'll come to those as time passes. My colleague opened the debate with regard to the need for a neighbourhood policy and the fight against paramilitarism. He referred to the policing of Brexit, and it's important to remember that we do have the UK's only land border with Europe. He also highlighted the fact that the Chief has reiterated the potential to lose a third of the workforce in various waves of COVID. Ms Dillon in proposing the amendment, and I'm glad that she agrees with the numbers, but the issue is how we get there. And I have to disagree with her when she made reference to the Victims and Survivors Pension, because we'll certainly on this side of the House disagree that it's hierarchical, because on this side of the House we think it's not right that victim makers are treated in the same way as those who have suffered at their hands. Ms Kelly made a number of important points with regard to the business case, and the patent numbers mentioned were reflective of peacetime. She made reference to, again, neighbourhood policing, and she also made reference to underrepresentation. And again, we'll slightly disagree on this one, because to our mind, 50-50, as the Minister's reiterated, actually builds in discrimination, and rather than focusing on merit, and could exclude people unnecessarily from the process. I'm glad that the member made mention in her remarks about how much the police have done to address underrepresentation. And there comes a point where the police can only do so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And part of that is, and a member opposite, I think it was Mr Lynch, made reference to underrepresentation. But the issue with it is, as Mr Given said, there are barriers to recruitment. And some of those barriers are the threat that is represented in the communities, and that people have to make a sacrifice by leaving their home, leaving their family, and they're unable to visit those they love. And those things have to be addressed, and we have to make a political stand and say, enough, we will not tolerate this kind of behaviour in our communities anymore, that being a police officer is a viable career choice. If it's brief, I've a lot to get through.
I agree with much of what the member has said, but I would also like to highlight that the ineffectiveness in dealing with legacy within this House and with the British Government has played a big part in that lack of confidence within the PSNI and people not feeling that they could.
Point is noted. Mr Nesbitt made reference to the transition from the force to a service to community policing, and that's an important transition, and the police are still trying to transition to what policing with the community actually means, because it means very different things to very different people, and they themselves, as do we on the board, struggle with what that means in practice. He also mentioned paramilitaries and organised crime and the constant fight that there is over the coercion and control that still exists in communities in Northern Ireland. Mr Blair made very relevant points with regard to the challenges facing the PSNI with regard to COVID and the fact that 999 calls and 101 calls are back to normal levels. He also raised the point about the mental health issues and how so often, and we've discussed it in this House previously, the police end up filling the gaps when no one else is there, and the hours that are spent in doing that. Mr Buchanan conducted his speech to music, and in the course of that made the point again that the budget must be strategic and sustainable. Mr Lynch referred to the underrepresentation and the fact that the turnover in neighbourhood officers, and this is a reasonable point, distracts from building the necessary relationships, detracts from building the necessary relationships to get proper intelligence and to build on what's going on in those communities. And I'm glad that the Chief Constable has taken steps to ensure that within neighbourhood policing there is a valid and viable career path. Mr Given, as I've already said, made reference to the business case and being given the prioritisation it deserves. He also expressed his views about the barriers to recruitment. And lastly, almost lastly, Ms Bradley discussed the increase in domestic violence and that we have achieved something. I think that's right. We can look back and say we have achieved something and how we've learned from each other. I'd like to thank Mr Chambers for his service in very dark days in Northern Ireland. And he made a valid point about reduced numbers but an increased population. And Ms Kelly mentioned resources, and the Minister did outline the progress she's made with regard to the business case to some extent and her support for the PSNI. Mr Speaker, I'm going to move to my own remarks now just to sum up where we are. So here's an overview of the current position, and it's by no means an exhaustive list. So, officer numbers have been reducing consistently year on year. On average, the service loses approximately 5% of police officers each year, mostly through retirement or resignation. We have low numbers of detectives. The July report by HMIC expressed alarm at a likely gap in serious crime investigators within PSNI. And despite existing recruitment, several specialist departments are struggling with workload and capacity, as has been mentioned, so that's the rape crime unit, the child abuse and cybercrime teams. We are faring badly in comparison to numbers in other forces. West Yorkshire Police, for example, serve a similar population size with fewer challenges, yet they have a workforce with more than 400 officers and staff, more than the PSNI. As has been mentioned, comparable substantive increases in officers in forces in the back of the PM's July 2019 statement have not been met by equivalent investment in NI. We have an ageing workforce, according to the 2017 HMIC inspection. And at the time of the inspection, around 20% of police officers were eligible to retire within 3 years. That's an enormous body of experience we're about to lose. The terrorist threat level is severe. My colleague has already referenced the demands on policing in Northern Ireland and how they're much different than those confronting most forces in England and Wales. And the PSNI faces the ongoing threat from dissident activity. And to reiterate the point, that alone accounts for 20% of MI5's budget. And now we have the pandemic, where the PSNI is expected to check and enforce increasing numbers of frequently changing regulations and restrictions on top of all their other usual responsibilities. Add into this that funding for the PSNI year on year has been decreasing in both cash and real terms, and the absence, as has been mentioned, of a multi-year budget cycle, which denies the PSNI the opportunity for meaningful, longer-term strategic planning, including in relation to workforce issues. And we wonder why crime outcomes are low. In May, the Minister informed Mervyn Story by letter that the 7,500 commitment was not a priority for her because other inescapable pressures need to be met at that time. In fairness to the Minister, if she'll bear with me, she indicated that the money she was allocated just about allowed her to stand still. And it's important that she continues to press this issue with the Finance Minister. At a time when other obligations are being met in an accelerated fashion, including in relation to a medical school at Magee, and I'm sure I've seen a couple of announcements to date about casement, we need to ensure that the provisions of NDNA are implemented in a fair and even-handed way. Look, I know the issues are complex and additional officers are not a panacea, and I'm sure no one would object to an injection of capital from London, and we press that as much as any other party. But with all that's going on, it's not coming. And so we have to aim to do as much as we can on our own. And that's why we're not accepting the Sinn Féin amendment, which passes the buck and puts this on the long finger. The Executive has made commitments to the people of Northern Ireland, and it's up to those ministers to ensure that they cut their cloth accordingly and fulfil their promises that they made in that agreement with each other and with the people, prioritising the things that affect everyone. Let's be realistic. Everybody has their pet projects in the NDNA agreement. But the bottom line is that in circumstances where money is limited, the things that affect everybody and impact everybody must be taken forward first. It's these things that benefit the whole of society that should and must be prioritised above all else in ministerial budgets. Crime and the fear of crime is one of those. Everybody signed up to the commitment of additional officers. Feeling safe and actually being safe are not tribal. It's not a partisan ask. Everybody wants safer streets. Now let's get on and deliver it. And additional police officers would be a good starting point. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Jerry Kelly, Linda Dillon, Sean Lynch and Liz Kimmins be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order members, ask members to resume their seat, please. And before I put the question, I would again remind members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the amendment in the names of Jerry Kelly, Linda Dillon, Sean Lynch and Liz Kimmins be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Linda Dillon and Liz Kimmins. Tellers for the noes, Trevor Clark and Mike Nesbitt. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members, order. Order. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I also remind you to ensure that social distancing continues to be observed while the division is taking place. Please be patient at all times and follow the instructions of lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yeah, secure the doors. Order, member. Clerk, please read the result.
Simple majority division result. 83 members voted, 47 members voted aye, 36 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. The amendment is made. The question now is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members, I have received notification from the members of the...
Speaker, on the 7th of October 2020, you wrote to me about a remark that I made during the debate held on the 6th of October 2020. You pointed out that even though I'd made it clear in that debate I was quoting someone else's remark during that debate, you ruled that even in that situation it could be deemed offensive to quote what someone else had said. Mr. Speaker, could you confirm that the following day, immediately on receipt of your letter, I wrote to you acknowledging your ruling on the issue and withdrawing the remark immediately?
Thank you, Mr. Wells, for that point of order. And this morning, when on a point of order the issue was raised, and I made it very clear that I had, in fact, written to yourself, and I think I used the words to quote, that, to be fair, you replied within an hour to withdraw your remarks and to apologise for offence caused. Okay, Mr. Wells? I consider now the matter closed. Thank you. I have received notifications from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to expand the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That, in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday, 12th of October 2020 will be extended to no later than 9 p.m.
I call on Mr. Robbie Butler to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 9 p.m. this evening if necessary. Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on the consequences of the European Union withdrawal agreement. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the British Government's stated intention, in breach of international law, to renege on elements of the EU-UK withdrawal agreement, urges the European Council to stand by fully the EU-UK withdrawal agreement as agreed, and calls on the European Council to require the British Government to implement fully the Protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland.
And I call on Keith Archibald to move the motion.
To move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. One amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list. Please open the debate on the motion.
Gurmargaret Cancordia, and I rise to move the motion and also to support the amendment. Later this week, on the 15th of October, the European Council will meet and Brexit will be one of the items for discussion. In advance of that meeting, this motion today is making the call for the European Council to fully stand by the withdrawal agreement as agreed by the European Union and British Government, and for the European Council to require the British Government to fully implement the protocol. This Council meeting should have been a key staging post in the finalisation of the future arrangements. But as we are all only too aware of, having debated it at length in this chamber, the negotiation process, which had been moving at a snail's pace, was somewhat upended at the beginning of September by the Internal Market Bill, which, as has also been well discussed, breaches the withdrawal agreement and protocol and undermines devolution and the Good Friday Agreement. Thankfully, though, for our businesses, communities and economy, the negotiations have continued, but we all know significant gaps remain, in particular in the areas of fisheries, the level playing field and state aid, as has been the case for many weeks. There was some speculation over the weekend of very tentative progress, but for us here in the North, we very much need to see those negotiations intensify towards a positive outcome. When the Internal Market Bill was published on the 8th of September, Boris Johnson unhelpfully set the 15th of October as a deadline for having reached agreement on a trade deal. Short of a miracle breakthrough, it seems highly unlikely that will happen, and it remains to be seen how that will be navigated around, but it needs to be. We are only 80 days away from the end of the transition period. That is all that is left to secure a deal on future arrangements and to get it ratified through the parliaments. That too is all that is left for businesses and other organisations to prepare for whatever future arrangements are agreed and to be ready to implement those on the 1st of January. We have heard from business organisations and also civil servants that the likelihood of being prepared and ready to implement is decreasing by the day to the point of near impossibility. I said last week, and I say it again, the future arrangements negotiations are the only show in town. That's where the focus needs to be, on resolving the outstanding issues and being ready to implement the technicalities of the protocol. We're 5 weeks on since the publication of the Internal Market Bill, and there has been no discernible progress on key questions such as the definition of at-risk goods, what declarations will actually be required and in what context, what labelling requirements will be, what SPS checks will actually look like. So for a bill that was supposed to give certainty, it is failing dismally. There is also no tangible progress on other issues that were envisaged as being part of the future arrangements discussions, including arrangements for EU citizens who cross the border to work and are facing uncertainty as to what their status will be or what they have to apply for. There are other things too that will impact on people's everyday lives with added bureaucracy, like pet passports, green cards for car insurance, roaming charges, whether we can still access the European health insurance card. For our young people, what can they expect in terms of student fees to study in the South or other EU states beyond next year? Will they be able to have access to Erasmus+? For our universities, research institutes and business organisations, what will the arrangements be for future access to EU research programmes? These are just some of the things we still have no clarity on, 80 days out from the end of the transition period. There have been those in this chamber and elsewhere over the past few weeks who have tried to spread the blame for the lack of progress, as if the British Government has been caught unawares by an intransigent EU. That simply doesn't stack up. Britain joined the then European Economic Community back in 1973. It has been at the centre of the EU's institutions since then. It is well aware of the EU's approach to managing its interstate relations and negotiations such as these. Indeed, they have been involved in and party to such. So when the British Government signed up to the withdrawal agreement ahead of further negotiations on future arrangements, it was well aware it would be held to implementing the agreement, and yet some within the administration have spent the last year trying to negotiate their way out, culminating in the publication of the Internal Market Bill. In doing so, the British Government and Tory ministers have again shown complete disregard for our peace, our economy and the businesses, jobs and livelihoods of people across this island. They have prioritised their narrow interests and a fantasy of light-touch regulatory arrangements which favours business interests above all else over the interests of people and communities here. It's still difficult to discern the intent behind the Internal Market Bill, if they are trying to force the EU's hands in negotiation, or rather disingenuously trying to unilaterally disapply parts of the withdrawal agreement. In reality, though, it doesn't make any material difference because the outcome is the same: breaching trust and making the negotiations more difficult rather than constructively engaging. Over the past few weeks, as we've debated the Internal Market Bill, some members have tried to suggest the British Government were acting within their right and that the Parliamentary Sovereignty Clause in the withdrawal agreement allows for such action. Indeed, Mr Stalford and Mr Allister have cited legal opinion supporting that. But a bit like statistics, you will always find something that will support your view. However, there's plenty of legal opinion and analysis which disputes those same assertions, including from the Institute of Governance, which, in commenting on the withdrawal agreement, states it recognises that Parliament is sovereign. However, this parliamentary sovereignty clause is unlikely to have any legal effect. And it further states the most likely outcome is that if in future Parliament passed a statute inconsistent with the agreement, the courts would disapply the statute in favour of the agreement. The House of Commons Library analysis also states the clause on parliamentary sovereignty is of doubtful legal significance, and further states the use of the phrase "it is recognised" in the clause suggests this is a political statement about the UK's constitutional norms rather than a new justiciable rule. It has been described as political window dressing. Of course, the only real way to test that would be in court, and that may yet come. The European Commission has, of course, actioned legal proceedings against the British Government in relation to the Internal Market Bill, so far on the basis of the breach of the good faith articles in the withdrawal agreement. But it remains to be seen how things progress and what action the British Government will take in relation to the Internal Market Bill. It's very clear, though, they should remove the clauses which breach the withdrawal agreement. It is against that backdrop of legal action and the unhelpful Boris Johnson deadline that negotiations continue and the European Council meets this week. That difficult mood music and slow negotiation progress have led to today's motion. I've said time and again the best scenario for the protocol to operate effectively is in the context of a comprehensive free trade deal. That is still what we hope will be achieved, even in the very challenging timeframe that we face. However, if we're looking at a no-deal outcome, it is an imperative that the protections of the protocol are implemented to protect our economy, communities and peace agreements. All efforts need to be maintained to reach an agreement on future arrangements, and the British Government needs to be held to the commitments it has made. So in advance of the European Council meeting, I would call on members to send a clear message from this Assembly that the withdrawal agreement and protocol must be upheld to protect our businesses and communities and the Good Friday Agreement. And therefore, I would urge members to support the motion and amendment.
Thank you. And I now call Stuart Dixon to move the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I do rise to move the amendment.
Thank you. Just 1 second. And you will have 10 minutes then to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All of other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last number of weeks we've been debating a number and range of motions around the same topic. And indeed, it's fair to say the Alliance Party have supported all of those motions to demonstrate our dismay at the United Kingdom Government's apparent and admitted willingness to break international law in the form of provisions of the Internal Market Bill, a breach of law which they freely have admitted to. In proposing our amendment today, my colleague Mr Muir and I are seeking to make a constructive change to the motion, to give it more specific direction and to seek greater clarity for the businesses and people that we are here in this Assembly to serve in such uncertain times. It's important, Mr Speaker, to continue to acknowledge that much still needs to be defined by both the United Kingdom Government and the EU on what shape and what the rules and requirements will be on the specific movement of goods across the United Kingdom and Ireland, but also specific goods such as medicine and fish and other issues which have been raised by my colleague in her speech in the main motion. The power to implement such a light touch, mutually beneficial, lower friction system is entirely within the hands of the UK and the EU. So I really would hope that members can all join us today and support this amendment, which calls on both the EU and the United Kingdom to engage constructively to avoid an unnecessarily heavy burden on the businesses and on our community. Let us hope that someone in government and in Brussels is listening. I also hope that today's debate can be less acrimonious than some of the previous debates, one that can draw support from across the House. Mr Speaker, we all appreciate that the protocol is not ideal. It is the outcome of this government's desire to take the United Kingdom away from the EU. A softer Brexit, with the United Kingdom continuing within the single market and/or customs union, would have been seen by many as an appropriate way forward, especially here in Northern Ireland. Nonetheless, the protocol was agreed in the context of such desired divergence. An election campaign was run on it, and Parliament passed it. So I cannot accept the supposed aims that the government is doing this for our own good. That is a safety net for the Good Friday Agreement. But I do welcome the DUP's newfound support of the agreement nonetheless. Rather, Mr Speaker, this intervention has the potential to undermine the Good Friday Agreement by putting the whole protocol at risk. There seems to be a perception by the United Kingdom Government that agreements do not need to be followed, and reality does not need to be acknowledged. The Government, Mr Speaker, appears to be unable to reconcile its desired outcome with the world today, and is thus taking a chaotic and confusing approach to the negotiations with contradictory and unrealistic aims. However, Mr Speaker, we need to leave behind these manoeuvrings and negotiating tactics. Businesses need certainty in a very uncertain time, with a multitude of serious concerns that still face us. We need good faith, both in London and Brussels. There needs to be realism, because there must be definite room for a lighter touch on the implementation of the protocol. On export declarations, for example, there is potential for waivers for goods moving from Northern Ireland to GB. It is understandable that the European Union needs to take action to protect the single market and the customs union, even more so given, regrettably, the bad faith shown by the United Kingdom Government. But ultimately, this is not required for the integrity of the EU single market or the customs union. So wide-ranging waivers could be possible with good faith and engagement between the parties. On fisheries, fish landed in Northern Ireland is not covered by the protocol, but there is surely a potential separate from the wider UK negotiations on fisheries with the EU to include these within the protocol. Medicine supply chains flow through the UK generally. This presents us with issues of labelling and batch testing, as these medicines will leave the EU and move into Northern Ireland. Clearly, the best and simplest solution to this is a mutual recognition agreement on medicines between the UK and the EU. And then, of course, there's the goods at risk challenge on goods travelling from the UK. but could end up in the EU. At present, the default is all goods deemed at risk with tariffs to be paid and rebated if the goods end their journey in Northern Ireland. This could have the potential to impact seriously on businesses and on consumers. Of course, if the UK were to negotiate a favourable zero tariff, zero quota future relationships, then this challenge almost disappears. But in the absence of a great deal we were promised, a far-reaching set of exemptions are needed for Northern Ireland, destined goods to protect supply chains and consumers. Again, Mr Speaker, we need the UK and the EU to engage in good faith on this, and I believe that that is possible. So, Mr Speaker, Northern Ireland has managed a compromise which may see us avoid the very worst effects of Brexit. It's not perfect, as compromises rarely are, but there is room here to make arrangements as light touch as possible. So, United Kingdom seeing the best possible arrangement for Northern Ireland, and preferably a comprehensive zero tariff, zero quota trade agreement. Not a no deal, as we are told will be a good outcome. Those who call for the UK just to walk away and accept a disastrous no deal need to realise that the issue will be worse than settled. The UK will need to continue to trade with our nearest neighbours. It's the hard reality of the geography which will intervene. Exporting dairy products, beef or eels to the Netherlands and France is a far more realistic and competitive situation for us than to New Zealand or Canada. Furthermore, the reality is that dairy products from New Zealand don't cross the EU multiple times before going into market, as we see here. Brexit is risking upsetting the Northern Ireland balance, but this is through the choices made by the United Kingdom government to break away from the European Union in such a dramatic way, not even proposed in their referendum. Unfortunately, it's happening to us whether we like it or not. We have to make the best of it, and the protocol needs to be implemented. However, it is within the power of the UK Government and the EU to call on those with the power over our futures to act in our best interests and to stop posturing. Clearly, friction in trade will increase as a result of a hard Brexit. We shouldn't allow this to increase division and tensions at a time when we're coming together to protect businesses and people in Northern Ireland. That is the purpose of what we're trying to achieve here today. These arrangements need to be in place well before the end of the year. Time is running out. To give businesses certainty, to ensure a culture of compliance from day one, we must do all in our power to prevent a chaotic end to the transition period for Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland needs to be put on a clear, legal footing for the future, with the lightest possible touch on checks to keep goods flowing across the British Isles as freely as possible. Businesses need certainty and stability, no matter what your view is on Brexit. We must all ensure that a black market is not enabled to take advantage of the lack of trading arrangements and to undermine our legitimate Northern Ireland businesses and, regrettably, to fund organised crime. So I hope, Mr Speaker, that members will join us today in calling on the EU and the United Kingdom Government to reach a good outcome. I encourage members to support our amendment. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is becoming a bit of a pattern. This now, I think, is the fourth week where we have been discussing something related to the Brexit process. And I suppose having gone through 4 years of a Remainer hissy fit, a few more motions in front of the Northern Ireland Assembly is hardly something to be feared. But I do think that this does this House a disservice. I have sitting in front of me here the speaking notes from the last motion on this, and members could probably simply read out the same speech that they delivered last week, and we'll just put that into Hansard again. So repetitious has the argument become. I think this particular horse has been flogged as much as it can stand. But members are within their right, and they can bring any motion that they wish, no matter how repetitious and boring it may be. I think the wording of this motion is interesting, where it refers to calling upon the European Council to require the British government. Here's the thing, we're not in that club anymore. They can't require anything of us that we choose not to give them. And I think that the country's better off for that. No longer will people who we didn't elect be making the laws that govern us or dictating to us how to conduct trade or to rule our lives. This protocol is bad for Northern Ireland. It is bad for Northern Ireland business. And no matter how much the member from East Antrim may shake his head, it is the reality. No person can stand to their feet and say they're defending their constituents' best interests if at the same time they support this protocol. No person who's an elected member of this House should have the brass neck or the gall to go and face local businesses and tell them that they're defending their interests while simultaneously supporting a measure that puts a blockage on the biggest market that Northern Ireland has, the GB market. It is a fallacy to say that you're supporting local business whilst at the same time supporting barriers to local business. And the members, no matter how often they stand to their feet and repeat the lines over and over, it doesn't make them true. This protocol is bad for Northern Ireland business because it hives us off. I'm happy to give way if the member wants me to.
I'd just like to ask the member a very simple question. Whose fault is it, the fact that we have got this protocol? It's here because we started out with your party's opposition to dragging us out of the European Union. It's as simple as that.
It's called a democratic referendum.
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you. Dragging us out of the European Union. Every citizen of the United Kingdom had an equal vote. From John O'Groats to Land's End, from London to Strabane, every citizen of the United Kingdom had an equal vote and an equal say in that referendum, and the people elected to leave the European Union, including a majority in the constituency of East Antrim, Mr Dixon. The people elected on a UK-wide referendum in a free and fair contest, and they made their decision. What subsequently followed was 4 years of foot-dragging by a Remain vanguard that dragged the country through the courts, has kept the country going through this psychodrama because they weren't prepared to accept the outcome of the referendum and did everything in their power to try and quash that outcome. But we're now, as has been said, 80 days away from seeing that outcome fulfilled. And I support the content of the Internal Market Bill because I want the best for my constituents. I don't want trade barriers up the middle of our own country. And anyone who defends the protocol, that is precisely what you want, and that is precisely what you will deliver for your own constituents. Those who are beholden to the Northern Ireland Protocol ignore the existential threat to household prosperity that will be caused by the Northern Ireland Protocol. Why? Because their fealty to the idea of the European Union is more important to them than the wealth and prosperity of their own constituents. They're still fighting the battle of 2016, which they can't accept that they lost, and are determined. I think it's almost to try and punish the country for having the temerity to leave the European Union, that some elected people who are supposed to represent the interests of their constituents want to see them actively punished for daring to vote to leave the mighty European Union. Well, that's for them to justify. I want the best outcome for my constituents, and the best outcome for them is secured through free trade and access to the largest market that we have access to, which is the GB market. If Mr Dixon wants to shake his head to a statement of obvious fact, that's for him, but much like the Remainers that we've seen during and since the referendum, they can't hold back the tide forever.
And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've debated Brexit and the UK Internal Market Bill several times over the past few weeks. Indeed, I myself have moved motions on it. I see my colleague from South Belfast is leaving the chamber. No doubt, before I get the opportunity to remind him that the constituency of South Belfast that we both proudly served, overwhelmingly and proudly voted Remain. I'm happy to give way. He wants to correct me on that point.
Unlike the member, I was elected here by the people of South Belfast.
And the member.
Well, I'm glad the member.
Order, members. Order. The member has an additional minute.
That's a very fair point. I suggest why don't we, if we put another referendum to the people of South Belfast on the question of Northern Ireland's membership of the European Union. I'm happy to do that, and we'll see how it goes. Mr. Speaker, we have debated Brexit and the Internal Market Bill several times over the last few weeks. Let me make the point that it is absolutely critical that we do continue to debate Brexit here, despite what some members, including my colleague from South Belfast, think. It is important that we continue to debate it here, not least because, first of all, people in Northern Ireland voted Remain. Secondly, this is completely critical to the future of our economy. Mr. Speaker, several months ago we debated a motion calling for an extension to the Brexit extension period. In 80 days, as Kiva Archibald said, that transition period will end. I don't think anyone today, given what we know about the state of the pandemic in Northern Ireland and what it is going to inflict on our society and our economy in the next few months, could credibly argue now that we shouldn't have the transition period extended. It's immoral that it hasn't been extended by the UK government thus far, but the meat of this motion today and the amendment, both of which we will be supporting, are around, first of all, the actions of the UK government in resiling from their commitments under international law, and secondly, a call which we support in the amendment that both the UK and EU should use their best endeavours in order to strike a deal and to make the operation of the withdrawal agreement and the protocol as workable as possible for businesses and workers in Northern Ireland. Of course, we support that, but let's be absolutely clear. First of all, the withdrawal agreement, which is an international treaty lodged at the EU, provides legally binding obligations on the UK government and the EU to deliver. The Ireland Protocol is not anyone's, the Northern Ireland Protocol, to give its legal name, is not anyone's ideal outcome. Why does it exist? It exists because of Brexit. Brexit, this thing which people here did not ask for, despite the enthusiasm of Christopher Stalford and others on the benches opposite. We did not ask for this. We did not ask to leave the European Union. Brexit creates specific and significant challenges for our society and our economy, given our geography, our complicated history and our institutions. Anyone who downplays that and turns this into a kind of Remain or Leave or psychodrama is, I'm afraid, not properly engaging with the nature of Northern Ireland or its unique challenges. So the protocol has to be implemented, but no, it's not anyone's ideal first choice. The ideal first choice for this society and this economy was membership of the European Union. It's worth saying, in my view, that was by far the best scenario and outcome for the whole UK and for everyone who lives on these islands and indeed beyond. So it is important that the protocol is implemented, and yes, the protocol is implemented in a way that works for people here. The way to do that is for the United Kingdom to have demonstrated clearly to the European Union that it was serious about implementing the protocol, engaging in implementing that, doing it via the Joint Committee and elsewhere. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened yet. That has severely damaged trust. That trust has led to the initiation of legal action by the European Commission. That was, I'm afraid, inevitable, given the European Union is, after all, a legal order. And secondly, it has led to a breakdown of trust in negotiations for a free trade agreement. Let's no one be in any doubt, a free trade agreement, comprehensive FTA between the UK and EU is in everyone's interest, but it's particularly the interest of Northern Ireland businesses and Northern Ireland society more broadly. If we do have, as others have mentioned, a zero tariff, zero quota arrangement between the UK and EU, that will lead to a more workable set of arrangements for Northern Ireland, but it still won't answer all of the challenges. It will still lead to a very clunky set of trading relationships between the UK and EU, and indeed it still won't solve all the challenges that we will have on this island. It won't address the fact that we will not have we won't have access to services across this island in the way that we have had in the past. We don't have answers yet to all the unanswered questions, some of which were touched on earlier on by Kiva Archibald. Mr. Speaker, none of us wanted to be in this position, debating less than 3 months out from the end of the transition period, a possible cliff edge for our businesses in the teeth of the worst pandemic in a century. No one wants to be here debating it, but I'm afraid being here debating it is one of the few ways we have of demonstrating to the UK and also to the EU the seriousness of the situation we find ourselves and the clear will of people here to have the protocol delivered, but also to have a deal between the UK and EU that minimises the impact of this god-awful thing, which is Brexit, on our economy and our society. Thank you very much.
And I call on Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the motion on the amendment, and the Ulster Unionist Party will not be supporting either. We would encourage those that wish to see balance in these negotiations to reject them. They are not being helpful. They're not helping things. They're not allowing us to move forward. First of all, Ulster Unionists reject the government of Boris Johnson's and are disappointed that they signed up to a Northern Ireland protocol, a flawed protocol in the first place, and then saw fit and willing to disavow the provisions immediately. That's not good practice, but it should never have been agreed in the first place. Let's remember the Northern Ireland Protocol breached the Belfast Agreement. There was no consent from the unionist community. It changed our status within the United Kingdom. And it's unionists who have been offended by the Northern Ireland Protocol. And nationalists need to understand that. They need to understand that we have been diminished by this protocol, and the Belfast Agreement has been diminished, has been ignored by nationalists. Yes, I will.
Very grateful for the member giving way. I don't agree with the argument he's making, but if what he's saying is true, would he also accept that by definition Brexit in itself is a breach of the Good Friday Agreement?
The member has an extra minute.
The fundamental decision in the Belfast Agreement was that any change in Northern Ireland's status would be done so with the agreement of the people of Northern Ireland through a cross-community agreement moving forward. That is not what has happened. It has been a movement of Northern Ireland to a halfway house with a border down the Irish Sea, creating us a place as different and causing major disruption to our trade unless that can be quickly resolved. I would also like to draw attention to the now nearly weekly basis that we have this type of a motion. It's become monotonous, and in conjunction with it, we have got Brit bashing going on regularly at the same time. Whilst at the same time, I already have given way, whilst at the same time, the hand goes out looking for more money. So you Brit bash in one debate and you go and look for more money in another debate. This is not good politics. It is grandstanding. Now, the language in the motion we've heard today may be deemed to be acceptable from a party whose whole existence is based on destroying the United Kingdom. And in the past, certainly it's been by whatever means. But it is not acceptable in a modern way going forward. It is not acceptable to unionists and should not be acceptable to anybody in this chamber. But I do have to ask the SDLP, the Greens, and indeed even the Alliance Party, whether the continuation of this, quite frankly, unbalanced assault on one side of the debate is the interest of all our constituents, of their constituents, and the rest of everyone else in Northern Ireland. It is fruitless. It's going nowhere. Indeed, rather than asking for all sides, of the dispute to draw back, to really use their best endeavours to make sure that our businesses, our farmers, and all our consumers, whether they be supermarkets or all of us now looking at a potential 5% hike in electricity, that's where we should be. That's where we should be. But for some reason, that's not where we are. I'll give way.
I genuinely appreciate what the member has said in respect of the debates which have taken place, and I said that in my speech. But the amendment today is about encouraging the United Kingdom Government and the EU to bring about a compromise agreement to allow us to take exactly what Mr Beggs wants us to do, to support our businesses and to move forward.
The amendment supports the Northern Ireland Protocol, which no unionist can support. It cuts us off from the rest of the United Kingdom through trade barriers and restrictions on movement of goods. So there's been a failure of the Alliance Party to recognise that. For some reason, they seem to have taken more direction from the Northern Ireland office. So I would say, rather than attempting to bring commonality to the debate, we've been wasting time throwing insults across the chamber. We need to move forward. We need to share a light touch. Yes, I agree with Mr Dixon in that regard, but that does need some rethinking on those flawed protocol, which should never have been, and that debate should not be restricted by them. Several commentators have made point of stating that the Assembly has been raising and supporting these anti-UK motions on, frankly, a monotonous and an insulting basis. It's gone on and on and on. It's majoritarianism involving Sinn Féin, SDLP and the Alliance Party on its worst basis. There's been a failure to really seek cross-community support that everyone can gather round. So I would say we need to move forward constructively. We need to think about what is actually deliverable. We need to think of the other. We need to make sure that we have free trade, east, west, north, south, and it should not be restricted by the flawed Northern Ireland Protocol, which has created much of the problem. And I would ask that everyone should reflect on that and try and see how we can go forward constructively together, rather than these repetitive, monotonous debates which are happening over and over again in largely the same subject area.
I call Paul Given. Point of order, Mr. Allister.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 25, I want to move that the question be now decided. This is the fourth successive week in which we have repetitively debated this issue. Each of the five main parties have again had the opportunity to contribute, and in accordance with Standing Order 25, I so move that the question be now put on the amendment and on the motion.
Well, to your point of order, Mr. Allister, I don't believe at this point in time that it is appropriate to curtail debate any further. I'd remind the member that the Business Committee actually selected this particular motion for debate. The motion is clearly a valid motion, and on that basis, I would also point out that the member yourself, Mr. Allister, has a representative on the Business Committee who represents your interests, who supported this motion to go forward today for debate, and on that basis I'm satisfied that it is not reasonable at this point in time to curtail the debate.
Mr. Speaker, to look at the actual terms of Standing Order 25. It's precisely for this situation. It says, after the question of a motion has been proposed, any member who has not already spoken to it, or to any amendment to which it has been proposed, may move the question be now decided, and unless it shall appear to the Speaker that any of the parties present has not had a reasonable opportunity to contribute to the debate, or that such motion is otherwise an abuse of these orders, the question that the question be now decided shall be put immediately and decided without amendment or debate. Every party has had the opportunity. For 4 weeks they've had the opportunity, repeated today. So I really do press upon you that Standing Order 25 is made for precisely this situation, where if it's the will of the House, of course if it isn't the will of the House, the debate will proceed, but if it is the will of the House, then the matter should move to the votes.
Well, in actual fact, it's not entirely due to this particular set of circumstances that this standing order is in place. And I would make the point that if we use repetition as a reason for curtailing debate, you may well find there be quite a number of debates in this House may be suitable for curtailment. So on the basis that standing order provides that unless it appears to the Speaker that any of the parties present has a reasonable opportunity, as far as I'm concerned, if we curtail this debate now, if the motion that you would propose would be successful, then there will be no further responses, no further whines. I don't believe at this point in time that that would be a reasonable outcome. So I believe that other members are entitled to express their views. This is a timed motion passed by a business committee. It's a valid motion, and on that basis we will continue with the debate. Mr Gibbon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As members have alluded to, this is the fourth such motion in as many weeks, but notwithstanding that, we will go through debating this. I want to commend Dr Archibald. She has tremendous power and influence within Sinn Féin to be able to have this motion brought back again. So remind me, Mr Speaker, never to cross the member for East Londonderry, because there are other motions that we could debate, like how we restore our health service and support the arts in this current climate, and indeed the future of manufacturing and so on. But instead, we get back to the Brexit debate, and if we're keeping a score, I suppose Sinn Féin maybe are ahead of the SDLP now, so we'll need to get one from the SDLP to counteract this. Members have rehearsed their arguments now at length in terms of a lot of the detailed contributions, so I don't intend to rehearse some of mine. I think it's important that we point out, though, that whenever we are holding the United Kingdom to task for their breaches, let's also apply the same standard then to the European Union, for example. And we've had recent weeks where it has been well documented now that the European Central Bank has been deemed to have broken German law. Now let's see if there's an attempt to bring the European Central Bank into line by Germany using the relevant European Union procedures. Even when we look then at the European the protocols when it comes to the rights of its citizens to participate in voting for their members into the relevant legislature, Article 2 of Protocol 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights makes it clear citizens should be able to vote their people in. Not in Northern Ireland, though. We're going to be denied that right. Now, I'm not advocating for it, but if we're going to hold to that principled position, well, then the members should be advocating that Northern Ireland is allowed to elect people into the European Parliament, because we are still going to be subject to the rules of the European Union. So we're going to be rule takers without the ability to influence those rules. But I haven't heard that argument being made yet in terms of how that protocol is being applied. Members have rehearsed Article 1 of the Northern Ireland Protocol that is creating the issue, particularly for unionists. That Article 1 of the Protocol states that the agreement should be without prejudice to the provisions of the 1998 agreement. And that takes us back to the arguments that that agreement ensures that Northern Ireland will remain an integral part of the United Kingdom until such a time a majority of people vote otherwise. And that hasn't happened yet. It may well do in the future, but it hasn't happened. And therefore, the very Northern Ireland Protocol should reflect Northern Ireland's position within the United Kingdom. That takes you back to the 1800, the Act of Union. The Act of Union enshrines equality of treatment of its citizens in the component parts of the UK, that we shouldn't have any custom barriers in place. And we are now going to have barriers in place. So it does fly in the face of the 1998 Belfast Agreement. Oh well.
I thank the member for giving way. And on that point, would he agree with me that for the EU, this was never about protecting peace and economic prosperity in Northern Ireland? In fact, it was never about the people of Northern Ireland. It has always been about using Northern Ireland as a means to punish the UK and drive it to the negotiating table under their terms and conditions. Standardised approach in negotiating 101 by the European Union.
And the member has an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the member's right, and this point was made before. The French will care more about access to the UK's coastal waters than it will around what happens on the island of Ireland. That's going to be a harsh reality. And so they're using the protocol as leverage within a much bigger game plan. So that takes us to what can we do? And in the last debate, the member for Upper Bann, Mr O'Dowd, talked a lot about what can we do, and unionism let down consistently by the British government. I would agree. We have, on countless occasions. That's why I'm a devolutionist, not an integrationalist. That's why I believe in Stormont. He said that Dr Paisley and Martin McGuinness moved to kick out the then Secretary of State. Good decision. I would have done the same. Wasn't the biggest fan of Peter Hain. Wasn't sad to see him go. And I do agree that we can do much more together on the issues that affect all of our people than either London or Dublin can do when it comes to this jurisdiction. That's why it concerns me about the repetition of the same debate, the same motion that comes to this place, going round in a circular way. And we're generating plenty of heat, not a lot of light. And that's where we need to get to. And I asked myself, why did Sinn Féin get to the point where they didn't support an elitist European Union? They never supported an unaccountable type of system that Europe is. It's much more further away than the people. Therefore, it's less democratically accountable. Why do they support an institution that big business can access as opposed to the ordinary man and woman in the street? And a dictatorial European Union where the smaller member states are subjected to the rule of the big countries. But why did Sinn Féin decide that they no longer would hold that position? Of course, it's because of the single agenda that they pursue, the reunification of Ireland. And that's why their position evolved, as Mr O'Dowd talked about, that they could change positions. But my party's position has never changed. Mr O'Dowd talked about in 2016 we didn't know what we were doing. If anyone has followed DUP history and what Dr Paisley stood for, which he topped the poll on no less than 5 occasions in every election, much to the dismay of maybe some members opposite. He beat every contender in those elections. I think the DUP position on Europe is very clear, right from the foundational days of our party. So let's try and find a space where we can come together, not beat each other about over these debates again. Hopefully this will be the last of it. You will win the vote. The SDLP and the Alliance and Sinn Féin will defeat us again. Well done. Let's hopefully move on and get to a place where we can find a way forward that benefits all of our people. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Emma Sheeran.
Gormaget, Ken Corlea, and I'll address your comment there, and I know it was meant in quite a disparaging tone about the influence that Dr Archibald has within our party. And Kiva, like myself, is an elected member of the Sinn Féin Ardcurlia, so she does hold quite a bit of influence within Sinn Féin, but we're a democratic party, and this is something that's important to us all. Contributors across the chamber, and you said that the same yourself, have remarked on how repetitive this conversation is. And I suppose this year has seen all of us launch from one crisis to another. Brexit fatigue is now so 2019. It's been compounded by COVID fatigue in 2020. But as boring as this might be for some, the reality is, much like when you're talking to a petulant child, when you're speaking with the British government, sometimes you have to repeat yourself. As for this accusation of Brit bashing, this isn't personal for us in terms of the Tories. It is personal for our constituents and for the communities that we all represent. It's not any secret that it's my party's position that Ireland would be better off without the involvement of Britain in our affairs, but to portray the conversation that we're currently having as some sort of an opportunity event is insulting. It's insulting to all the people on the ground who are currently worrying about the impact that leaving the EU is going to have on their daily lives. We're in a mess at this minute in time, a mess not of our own making. We didn't vote for Brexit, but we are where we are. We're getting dragged out against the will of the majority in the north, and our position now should be how we make the best of a bad situation. As the saying goes, half a loaf is better than no bread. Last winter, we all tuned in every evening to a soap with far greater drama and far less predictability than anything even the most seasoned of scriptwriters could have delivered. The House of Commons in London became the scene of a will they, won't they that would challenge any romantic comedy, with vote after vote on the withdrawal agreement. And the withdrawal agreement that we finally seen signed off on, whilst not perfect, because remember this relates to Brexit, so perfection is not something that is attainable, no thank you, provided us with some assurances. The implementation of the protocol meant 2 big ticket items for the north of Ireland, both of which have been spoken about at length, neither of which we can afford to lose. The first of these items is the non-diminution of rights principle. This isn't just something that's very difficult to say, it's a guarantee from the British government that they won't roll back on the rights mentioned in the Rights, Safeguards and Equality of Opportunity section of the Good Friday Agreement. If the non-diminution principle is the belt, the dedicated mechanism would serve as the braces. This consists of the granting of funding and additional powers to human rights organisations already working here in the north to hold the UK government to their promise. Unfortunately, before we've got this far, we can see the British government reneging, abandoning the protections offered in the protocol through the Internal Market Bill. As advised by the Human Rights Commission and the Equality Commission, proposed amendments undermine the 1998 commitment to incorporate of the European Convention of Human Rights. The Internal Market Bill, worryingly, might allow the British Government to opt out of many of the EU directives that have protected rights we've become accustomed to in the North. Rights that ensure equality of access to opportunity and services regardless of your background or ability. Our buy-in North and South to the European Convention means that we have harmonisation of certain schemes that impact upon the lives of anyone in society living with a disability. If you're a driver with a disability and you require accessible parking so that you can go to the pharmacy or the supermarket without any trouble, you're entitled to a blue badge, something that currently holds equal weight across EU states. So if you live in Derry or Newry or Auchnacloy and you sometimes nip across the border for your groceries or to get fuel, you know that your blue badge will be recognised and you don't have anything extra to do before commencing with your errands. For a section of society who are already at a disadvantage, any further bureaucracy, form filling, chopping and changing between different systems, depending on which jurisdiction you're in, is going to lead to frustration and further exclusion. Another example is the use of pharmaceutical braille, consistent across states via an EU directive, which means that those with visual impairments can buy medicine north and south and expect to find the same braille on the packaging. If we lose such an EU directive, rural dwellers buying paracetamol or Calpol for their children are going to be confronted with different instructions depending on if they buy it in Stranorlar or Strabane, another complication that no one is going to welcome. If we're to have a just society, it's imperative that our most protected rights are those of our most vulnerable. The protocol went some way to ensuring this. I don't regard it as Brit bashing to ask that that's upheld.
Thank you, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll forgive me also for being repetitious in some of my comments, but for weeks on end, this House has been subjected to the same artificial hysteria from Sinn Féin and other parties in relation to the European Union United Kingdom withdrawal agreement and in relation to the Internal Market Bill. We hear the same old lines such as breaking international law, breaching the terms and conditions of the Belfast Agreement, acting in bad faith, and ignoring the democratic will of the people of Northern Ireland. The list could go on. I even heard a Sinn Féin members speak about the disastrous economic impact on Northern Ireland as a result of the actions taken by the British government. I mean, come on, Mr. Speaker. Really? Is there any self-awareness from the party opposite? It's almost as carte blanche as last week's debate as Sinn Féin calling for respect to the rule of law. Many members that sit on the benches opposite and their party not only coalesce but give cover to the very bombs which blew the economic heartbeat out of our towns and cities across Northern Ireland, including that of my own in Portadown, Lurgan and Banbridge in Upper Bann, destroying lives, destroying livelihoods and economic viability for decades, leaving the tab to Her Majesty's government to rebuild and pick up the pieces. So you can forgive unionist members in this House for coming to the conclusion that this is nothing but artificial hysteria from Sinn Féin, because the reality is, and if I had have been allowed for the intervention what I was going to say, if Brexit and the Internal Market Bill meant so much to Sinn Féin, as they have evidently put it here on numerous occasions in this House, where were they when it mattered by coming to the House of Commons, exercising their vote and voting against? No, they prefer the art of drama in this chamber, but I do believe there is many people across our society that can read through that. You can forgive me if sometimes I feel like in this House that we are back in 2016 debating the very referendum itself. I have no doubt that that is certainly the intention and motive of many on the benches opposite, who still have not come to terms with the fact that the UK voted to leave the European Union and instead attempt to use this House as a platform to reiterate old lines, with Sinn Féin in particular seeking to use this Assembly as a talking shop on Brexit, despite not uttering a single word or casting a vote or tabling an amendment where it mattered in the House of Commons during 4 years since the referendum. And if Dr Archibald's... Absolutely, no problem on this point at all.
I'm slightly confused between your position and Mr Girvan's position. He's a devolutionist. Listening to you, it appears you're not a devolutionist.
I thank the member for giving way, but I'm pretty sure Mr Girvan sits in the House of Commons. But Mr Given's point, in which he mentions here today, I am wholeheartedly behind him. This party is a devolutionist party. We believe in Northern Ireland, and that's why anybody that believes in Northern Ireland and its economic welfare and integrity would understand that the protocol is bad for Northern Ireland. We voted against it. We tabled amendments in the House of Commons. Sinn Féin did not show up. So as I say, and I state here today, we must look at this for what it is today and for weeks previous. Today is yet again a classic example of stunt politics from the party opposite, as other crucial issues remain parked to the side, such as has been stated, the restoration and state of readiness of our health service in what it faces to be its most challenging winter to date. I also look at issues such as organ donation, COVID response. I could go on. This is a classic, and I do say it, and I say it with regret, this is a classic Brit bashing from the parties opposite, who have absolutely no desire to see a prosperous Northern Ireland in a post-Brexit world. Instead, they want to fight on narrow party political points. Absolutely.
Appreciate the member giving way, and the amendment, which I didn't comment on, but maybe the member will want to. The reason we would oppose that is because it gives tacit acceptance of the protocol, and I don't recall the Alliance Party ever campaigning for a light touch on North-South. Unfettered, it had to be for North-South, but East-West, they were okay to have barriers.
The member does have an additional minute.
Yeah, I thank the member for giving way, and you know this point is always run home to me. The fact being that for anybody to call for borders north-south, you're seen as acting in direct violation of the Belfast Agreement. But for a unionist to stand up and say that you want the same equal opportunity east-west, you're seen to be acting in direct violation of the Belfast Agreement. I call, and this party calls, for unfettered access in the internal market of the United Kingdom, our largest market. You know, this examines some of the actions relating to the EU and their failure to honour their own international commitments as set out in the withdrawal agreement, and my time is nearly up. But the problem is the EU has never accepted these aims. They have never fully understood the agreement. They have never recognised the sovereignty of internal UK trade, and they do not accept that East-West relations are just as key as those of North-South. And with that, I will end my comments. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I call Declan McAleer.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity, or welcome the opportunity, to speak on the motion here this evening on the importance of the implementation of the protocol. And certainly as Sinn Féin spokesperson on agriculture and rural affairs, I will focus my remarks mostly on the agri-food and the wider agri-food sector. In terms of the north here, our food and drink industry employs 100,000 people, and we feed 10 million people, and it's nearly 30% of the total private sector employment here in the north. And I have to say that the imposition of Brexit has caused mayhem and uncertainty amongst the sector, and a lot of the evidence that we've been gathering from various stakeholders at the committee and our places is testimony to that there. And as in terms of food and drink production, we do need access. We need access north-south, we need access east and west as well. Frictionless trade is absolutely crucial in every direction, but Brexit threatens that, and even though the members opposite don't support the protocol, the only way that we can get frictionless access to the British market is through the full implementation of the protocol, and again we support the amendment as well. So I want to make the point that in terms of food production, the market access is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the need for the all-island processing lines. And if we take, for example, here in the north, we export 800 million litres of milk every year to the south of Ireland. We import 350,000 pigs from the south. We export 400,000 lambs to the south. And this year we imported over 40,000 cattle so far this year. If we didn't have processing capacity in the south of Ireland, that 800 million litres of milk, and many of you rural people represent these farmers, that milk will end up in the tanks or end up in the shucks. It will, because there's nowhere for it to go. We don't have the dairy capacity, processing capacity here in the north. We need the all-island trade. In terms of a particular case study, I know that Lakeland Dairies, as one example of a big processor here in the north, has been briefing some of our MPs. And indeed, I spoke to my colleague Orla Begley, who is one of the MPs that were briefed across the parties. That particular company processes 1.85 billion litres of milk here on the island of Ireland, and that is from 3,200 farms, 1,950 in the south and 1,250 in the north, and that's processed until thousands of tonnes of dairy products. 88,000 tonnes are exported across the water to Britain. So the point I'm saying to you is that they have processing locations, 4 places in the north, including Artie-Garvan and my constituency, Ballyrashane and Derry, in Banbridge, and the global centre for Lakeland Dairies is in the global logistics centre is not too far from here in Newton Ards, where they export to 80 countries around the world, a third to the UK, a third to the EU, and a third to the rest of the world. And the point that they're making that it is absolutely impossible to segregate milk from cows from the north, milk from cows from the south. We can't segregate that there. So we need the protocol here to enable that all-island processing capacity, because that's how our dairy product is. Yeah, can you make it very quick, please?
I'll give you another minute, but thank you for letting way. The member's making a very strong argument for north-south unfettered access, and I'm not going to disagree with any of that. But the Internal Market Bill goes some way to try and enhance the ability for that unfettered access east-west. Does he not recognise the importance of the east-west market?
Certainly.
Member has an additional minute.
Yeah, within agri-food, the east-west trade is 4 billion, absolutely crucial. Now, 1.5 billion is beef and dairy and sheep meat. There's a 2 billion north-south trade, but the processing lines are on this island, and if we don't have the protocol here to protect those processing lines, then we won't have a product to export to Britain. And the dairy farmers that you all represent in rural areas, the milk will stop coming up the lane. They'll have to dump their milk, and that's so important that the products, the sausages and bacon and products, the pork products here are from pigs right across the island. The meat products are from cattle right across the island. So this idea of Britain's the biggest market, and we need to remember that it's 2 sides of the same coin. There's the market, yes, absolutely, the EU, the British market, and the rest of the world, but we need the island of Ireland for processing purposes, and that is so crucial. Now, there's a couple of red flags, and my time's running out, in terms of that access. We had a programme assurance review carried out recently. They have given it red in terms of Brexit preparation. They've listed that as red, that there's urgent need for intervention to enable our ports to get things ready for trade east and west. We have 200 lorries a day that comes here every single day from across the water that stocks ourselves. See if there's any delay to that there. This is stuff with maybe a maximum 6-day shelf life. If there's any delay to that there, that'll cause absolute mayhem over here. There's problems with IT systems. So there is. We heard from the ports bosses last week that the HMRC GVMS system, it won't be ready in time for businesses to pre-register. The VAT system won't be in place until November. In terms of the unfettered access, there was a letter came last week from the I think it was from the NIO who made some movement towards looking at what goods may qualify, but we don't know precisely how to segregate qualifying goods from non-qualifying goods, or what measures will be in place to stop the north of Ireland becoming a backdoor into the British market. Labelling is another huge issue. So I just need to conclude very, very quickly. The best way to protect our agri-food industry and all elements of the eating ecosystem is the full implementation of the protocol. Friction equals cost. And as Minister Pooch said earlier, checks have been taking place here from the 19th century. And the narrative that additional food standard checks at our ports is some sort of a border in the Irish Sea impacting on the constitutional position of the North is completely wrong and misleading. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Patsy McGlone.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to speak. I think before it would be remiss of me not to lay down where the SDLP is coming from on this. A key core of the SDLP philosophy is that we're centrally Europeans, and the key element of being part of the European project was to ensure breaking down of barriers in the transmission of goods, people, and indeed breaking down barriers that might exist, fear factors that exist around nationalities and cultures. and to bring people together to work together in the common interest. And members should be very aware that as a result of the EU, we drew down millions in structural funds here, millions to underpin the peace process and peace monies. That all was there as a result of the good efforts and the links that were built, principally, God rest him, by John Hume, but with other MEPs, the Reverend Paisley and indeed John Taylor, with the likes of Jacques Delors, who felt really profoundly and deeply about this place and the contribution that the EU could make to breaking down those barriers and underpinning peace in this part of Ireland. So that's the essential element, the key element of where I'm coming from. Now, we've heard, and we've heard the chairman of the committee, I thank him for it, outline some of the issues that we are hearing at the ERA committee, the difficulties that people are facing. And most of those difficulties are around the unanswered questions, the questions that can't be answered. Some of those referred to issues around VAT, the role and interpretation of export health certificates, the GB suppliers into Northern Ireland will have to become European exporters, and how that may affect the specific problems in the area of flour, red meat and many facets of labelling. And I met last week with the UFU, and the whole key element of the labelling and the marketing of red meat as Irish meat is integral to the success of meat production industry here in Northern Ireland. So those are just but some of the key elements. We've also heard, as the Chair referred to, from the ports and the difficulties that they're facing. This is with the good cooperation of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. The problems that they're likely to face with HMRC, the Chair referred to it, the difficulty of the computerised system, that may well not be operational until July. Now, as we know, we're supposed to be running out of road by the 31st of December. So those are some of the problems. Now, back to the issues, and the good member over here referred to the big business of the EU and that they were remote from ordinary people, but maybe they were taken for a wee bit of a ride, the DUP, by people like Boris Johnson and Jacob Rees-Mogg and people who would really be, men of the people. There's no doubt about that. In the way of, and essentially, the withdrawal agreement was, we knew it was coming.
Thank the member for giving me as brief as I can. As a Remain voter, and a Unionist Remain voter, I remain turned off by the rhetoric of many American politicians, many EU politicians and many Irish politicians who don't understand the Good Friday Agreement and do more to detract from what is happening and what this Assembly is trying to do in the debate. Whilst I do agree with you that Boris Johnson and his ilk have been ill-informed about the people of Northern Ireland, similarly, politicians right across this world have been similarly ill-informed about the uniqueness of the people from Northern Ireland.
Member has an additional minute.
Thanks very much for the member's contribution. We may agree to disagree to somewhat on that one, but Brussels was never going to let Britain's internal market bill go uncontested. Article 258 were the enforcement proceedings. Why would they? When the internal market bill gave ministers powers to breach aspects of the Northern Ireland Protocol on state aid and customs. It isn't a breach of the protocol the Commission is raising in the Article 258 proceedings, however, because the powers given to UK ministers on the internal market bill are yet to be used. Instead, the Commission's issue is a general breach of Article 5 on the duty of good faith. Article 5 states that the EU and UK must take, quote, all appropriate measures, whether general or particular, to ensure fulfilment of the obligations arising from this agreement, and shall refrain from any measures which could jeopardise the attainment of the objectives of this particular agreement. The Commission made it very clear the day after the Internal Market Bill was published that the UK violated the good faith obligation since, quote, the bill jeopardises the attainment of the objectives of the agreement, unquote. The Commission went on, the EU does not accept the argument that the draft bill is to protect the Good Friday Agreement. In fact, it is of the view that it does the opposite, unquote. And the EC explicitly said if the internal market bill were adopted, it would cause, quote, an extremely serious violation of the
Members' time is
withdrawal
up.
agreement and of international law.
Members' time is up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Have a show by example.
Just getting started.
They lead by example. Okay, I call John Blair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, as my party colleague Stuart Dixon did previously, to express my deep concerns. Some members will be surprised over recent developments relating to the UK Government's internal market proposals, which threaten to break international law. And I urge the Assembly, of course, to support the motion and the amendment. And I would urge the UK Government to reconsider its proposals and to engage with the EU constructively on these very serious issues. And I speak also, Mr. Speaker, with the assumption that evolving processes with different and very serious potential outcomes can be and should be subject of debate in any democracy. Democracy does not stop on the outcome of one ballot. So whether it was a decision taken after a debate last week or the week before, or a ballot taken 4 years ago, it's crucial that we continue to debate and discuss those very serious outcomes and the issues arising for our constituents and vital sectors in this place. From this point, Mr. Speaker, I will, like Declan McAleer, the committee chair, and Patsy McGlone before me there, concentrate on matters relating to my membership of the DAERA committee. And doing that, I know that any border across the island or down the REC does bring emotional and political implications. However, in pragmatic terms, while east-west trade is greater in value than north-south, there are many more movements on this island than across the REC, plus around 270 crossing points to manage compared to 7. And we should point out also, Mr. Speaker, that concern extends beyond this island. At a meeting just a week ago with the House of Lords Environment Subcommittee, those members of that committee raised their concerns over any reneging of the terms of the protocol, which could see that customs frontier pushed back onto the island with the pressure for checks as the UK naturally seeks to protect its own economic integrity. In the context of increased level of checks and controls which would be required on goods moving from the rest of the UK to Northern Ireland, in the absence of UK-EU agreement, I, with colleagues, urge the UK Government to consider the likely impact this will have on Northern Ireland businesses and consumers if the UK-EU future relationship negotiations are unsuccessful. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the ERA Committee, I also feel it is important to stress again the significance of the agricultural sector to our regional economy, representing, as it does, around 10% of activity, considerably higher than the overall average for the rest of the UK. It is essential that the protocol is implemented in a way that minimises friction on the flow of agri-food trade and that works for businesses and citizens in Northern Ireland. The impact of any potential delays, whether here or in GB, on the value of perishable goods and animal welfare are now matters of critical concern and consideration. The prospect of resolving issues such as common veterinary area are not enhanced by threats to break the terms of international agreements, and that, Mr. Speaker, is a reality. Given that Northern Ireland will consequently remain aligned to large aspects of EU regulation, the all-island context in terms of matters such as food safety and environmental considerations should really be self-evident. Questions also remain, Mr. Speaker, in respect of products being traded from Northern Ireland to Ireland, which incorporate components from the rest of the UK in the absence of UK-EU free trade agreement. There would be serious impact of tariffs applied in that context, and these have been raised. These concerns have been raised by producers here and also by suppliers in GB who are very concerned about the future of those arrangements. Guided, Mr. Speaker, by my own belief in open and liberal international trade, but also, and more importantly, by many expert voices from our vital sectors, I support and urge support for the motion and the amendment.
I call Sinead McLaughlin, and could I advise you that you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion as amended. Abiding by the withdrawal agreement is absolutely essential for the citizens of Northern Ireland, for community relations, for our workers and for our businesses and for our economy. The British Government is not treating Northern Ireland seriously enough. It seems that ministers do not understand our history and do not understand our economy, but perhaps they do not fully understand why the Good Friday Agreement was crafted, nor why it was crafted so painstakingly and and with such care. For some in government, Northern Ireland is a negotiating opportunity, not a place of almost 2 million people who overwhelmingly want to live happily with each other and with both sets of neighbours, those to the east and those to the south. It is time for our First Minister and Deputy First Minister to come clean and come together. They both hate the current government's position, so it's time for them to say so. In fact, there is probably not a single person here in this chamber who is happy with the British government's position. By ignoring their commitments, the British government is increasing tensions between communities here and in this House, and is also increasing the risks of a disastrous Brexit outcome for our economy, for our businesses and for our workers. I can remember when commentators talked about Northern Ireland potentially having the best of both worlds as a result of Brexit. Those commentators said that businesses in Northern Ireland will continue to have access to the UK markets while at the same time having open access to the EU, in particular to markets of the Republic. No one is talking about the best of both worlds now, more likely the worst of everything. But let us recall why Northern Ireland requires open access to the EU single market, especially to the Republic. I often listen to members of the DUP on the radio and television and here in the Assembly. They make it sound as if Britain is the only jurisdiction that is important to traders in the north. That is a long way from being true. Now let me quote some statistics from the House of Commons Library. Let's start with Scotland.
Would the member close up her remarks, please?
Okay. Scotland, 60% of Scotland's external sales go to the rest of UK. Wales at 61%. Here in Northern Ireland, it is 48.6% external sales to the rest of the UK.
Member, bring remarks to a close, please.
Therefore, I rest my case. We in Northern Ireland require access to both markets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I now call Andrew Muir to wind on the amendment. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I've wound on an amendment or debate, so I ask people to show a bit of forbearance with me as a new member from the position of Jerry Carroll as well, so hopefully the same latitude will be given, not the same politics perhaps.
You have 5 minutes. That's all you need to worry about. You've got 5 minutes.
The amendment that has been tabled by the Alliance Party was done in a spirit to try to reach a common position on this matter, but I respect the views that have been expressed around the subject. The protocol is, however, a reality here in Northern Ireland, and I understand people's frustration at the debate today and previous debates. It's a frustration I feel, but it's a frustration as a result of Brexit. It's something that we've been feeling for the last number of years, and unfortunately a frustration that we're going to feel for many years to come, I fear. Keevy Archibald, and just pick up some points from the debate, Keevy Archibald opened the debate and rightfully stated that the withdrawal agreement and the protocol must be upheld. They're legal obligations. We're living with the reality of it, and we've got to, as an amendment has been worded, look to find a way to make sure that they can be most practically implemented. Stuart Dixon, in proposing the amendment, stated very clearly that the power to implement light touch arrangements lie within the UK and also the European Union, and the amendment is crafted in such a manner to reflect that it is both parties that have the power to ensure that there's light touch arrangements around that. The protocol is a compromise. We live with compromises. This place is a compromise. The politics we operate within are a compromise, and as a result, it's not perfect. But compromises have to be done to ensure that we can implement Brexit, which is difficult to implement in the first place. Christopher Stafford talked about his frustration, as I've mentioned at the beginning, about the number of motions that have been brought to this chamber. But I understand that, and I feel the frustration around Brexit. I felt that frustration, as Patsy McGlone outlined, as being a proud European. I felt that frustration the day that the referendum result was announced. I continue to feel that frustration. I wish that we were still a member of the European Union. I understand that we've now left. And what we've got to do is we've got to ensure that that implementation of the withdrawal is done in a way that doesn't harm businesses and workers across Northern Ireland or doesn't diminish the rights of citizens. Matthew O'Toole did actually outline that there was legal obligations arising from that. These are legal obligations that are now going to be subject to litigation from the European Union as a result of the bill being passed by the UK Government, and it shouldn't be taken lightly that such a bill would be passed. Roy Beggs outlined his opposition to the protocol. I do find the continued opposition to the protocol frustrating. I understand where it comes from, but I've yet to hear from the Ulster Unionist Party what their alternatives is to the protocol. We're here with the reality of the protocol. That is the outcome of a general election which occurred at the end of last year, and I'm yet to hear what the alternatives are to it. We've got to implement it, and we've got to implement it in a way with the UK and the EU can ensure that there is as light touch arrangements as possible. Paul Given touched upon an issue which talked about in the last debate, about how unionists have been let down on numerous occasions by the UK government. I've seen that, as someone who's a bit of a political nerd over the history of my lifetime, seeing how that's occurred. And I do have to ask then, why the DUP put their trust in Theresa May for so many years, knowing that over time they always are betrayed by the UK government. But they did that, and we're living with the consequences of the inability to agree the withdrawal agreement which was put forward by Theresa May, and have been able to pass that, and as a result in the protocol which is now in place. Emma Sheeran talked about Brexit fatigue and COVID fatigue. I think everyone is tired of it, but we're going to have to be steadfast in our support for the protocol and for the steps ahead. And Declan McAleer talked about the importance of agri-food, and there was an intervention from Paul Given in relation to the East-West importance. East-West, North-South trade is important, and leaving the EU was never going to be frictionless. There was always going to be challenges around that, and the protocol is unfortunately the best way to deal with that. And Sinead McLaughlin, as our last speaker, limited to 2 minutes, talked about how the withdrawal agreement is essential for businesses. What businesses need now is clarity. They need clarity on what the future trading relationship is going to be, and they don't need the negotiations to be going right to the absolute wire. Businesses are dealing and workers are dealing with the impact of COVID-19. It's had a devastating impact upon people across Northern Ireland. What we need is these negotiations successfully concluded, and we need clarity around that. We don't need a skeleton agreement which does not give the clarity that's required. We need to come together, and the EU and the UK need to agree what we've set out in the amendment, which is light touch arrangements. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call John O'Dowd to wind the debate on the motion.
Understandably, members have been asking the question, why are we debating this again? Because it is probably the most fundamental constitutional change in the history of Ireland since partition 100 years ago. Not necessarily the negotiations which are now currently taking place around the free trade agreement, which now involve the protocol, because the British government has acted in bad faith and intends to break international law. And I note Mr Given has said that he supports the content of the bill, which has been stated that it's going to break international law. So I don't think it is surprising that the Assembly, the local democratic institution, the institution of the Good Friday Agreement, is debating such an important matter on several occasions, because it is of such huge significance to our presence and to our future. The negotiations, as we're all very familiar as to how negotiations work in this part of the world, they're now meeting or are heading towards a crucial stage, and there will either be an agreement or there won't be. I'm often, when negotiations are taking place locally, people would ask me, well, John, what's happening? What are they talking about? And I'd say, well, there's one thing we can be sure of. They're not talking about the weather. They're in there, going through it line by line, deciding our futures. And Mr Stalford said that he was, I thought, Mr Stalford has a particular style with him in terms of his contributions, which I often enjoy, but I think he was a bit over the top this evening in terms of his contributions. But he said that the EU is undemocratic. Undemocratic people, unelected people deciding our future. I was scanning the internet as some members spoke, trying to find out where Lord Frost got his mandate. I can't find it. Lord Frost was appointed by Boris Johnson, picked out of the retired realms of the civil service and brought in to negotiate our futures. So that's undemocratic. There's nobody there of a democratic nature protecting us. So that's why it's so important we as elected representatives debate and discuss and, yes, vote on those things. And some from the unionist benches have complained that we're doing this as a bit of Brit bashing. It's not the intention to Brit bash. I suspect there's, using the term advisedly, Brits in this chamber who voted to remain in the European Union, who are opposed to Brexit. There's certainly millions of them across the water who are opposed to Brexit, who are opposed to what's happening at this stage. And there's many, many people in our broader constituencies who have serious concerns about losing their European identity, who are seriously concerned about being pulled out of the European Union against their will. So it's not about Brit bashing. It's about defending our rights as the collective of citizens that makes up this part of the island, and indeed the island of Ireland. And it is complicated because of the relationships north, south, east and west. I don't want a border up the Irish Sea. I don't want one. I don't think it's good for relationships. I don't think it's good for business. I don't think it has any benefit to the people on either side of these islands. But as I said at the last debate, we didn't bring that border into reality. And I think Mr. McAleer made a good point. You know, the members opposite have raised this imagery of a border down the Irish Sea and controls and gunboats going up and down it and all these sorts of things. As Mr. McAleer says, there has been checks in the Irish Sea since for over 100 years, if not longer. What was an attempt at, I suspect, a negotiating position has actually backfired on some on the opposite benches because they have presented this protocol as much more than it is, much more than it actually is. And the protocol is, again, another compromise because in June 2016, many on this side, people on this side, voted to remain within the European Union. And we moved forward then with the Brexit vote. Would you stay in the customs union? Would you stay in the single market? And in January 2017, Theresa May made it, I think it was on a Tuesday, because we, as an executive, was either up or down at that stage. It was in difficulties at that stage. But there was still a negotiating group going to meet with the Scottish Government, the Welsh Government, the British governments around the future direction of Brexit. And Theresa May stood up on the Tuesday and announced that we were leaving the customs union and the single market, and we were all due to meet her on the Thursday. So there was another thing, another rug pulled from underneath you, where there could have been a soft, I think Mr. Dixon referred to a soft approach. There used to be a term in the past, a soft Brexit. There could have been a soft Brexit at that stage, which would have solved the problem, by the way, of borders in any direction if we had stayed in the single market and the customs union. That would have solved the problem. So that was pulled from underneath us. European representation, which again, Mr. Given, there should be MEPs elected from here. And there still could have been MEPs elected from here. But the Dublin government buckled on it. They buckled on it. There could have been representation from here, only the Dublin government, who said the North would never be left behind again, at one moment, did leave us behind again. Go ahead.
Thank the member, and he speaks very well on this topic, and as someone who also voted Remain, it would be great to have those voices representing those Remainers. Would it not, and you make a good point about the Irish Government, would it not have been good for Sinn Féin to use the seats that they have in Westminster to make that very point?
Well, Sinn Féin has a clear stated position in relation to Westminster. We don't attend Westminster. We are active abstentionists in that sense. But has Westminster changed anything in relation to Brexit in a positive manner? No. It hasn't. It hasn't served the purposes of the people we represent in any way. So that's a debate for another day. So the soft Brexit option was taken away from us. The European representation option was taken. And when I say us, those who wish to see a closer relationship with the European Union, that was taken away. The protocol was brought forward, and we accepted it. We said, look, that's where we are at these negotiations. We need to move on. We need to create stability for our economy, for our businesses, for our society. And even when the Assembly came back, we were in a fragile state, and we needed to create stability in politics here. Because the problems we had in the past, the backdrop was Brexit. So we all made decisions. And then, lo and behold, just give me 1 second, then lo and behold, the protocol is taken away as well. So where is the compromise? Where is the facilitation? Where is the recognition from the DUP and the Ulster Unionist Party in relation to outreach to those who wish to remain within the European Union? Go ahead.
When the member refers to the people that Sinn Féin MPs represent by not going to Westminster, does he also refer to the people that Sinn Féin MPs represent in court?
Sorry, I missed the last bit. Sorry, say that again.
the people that Sinn Féin MPs represent in court?
I'm not sure what that refers. Oh, I do know. Yes, I suspect if the member looks back through history, one of his own representatives was a barrister and continued to work as a barrister for a period of time as well. There's another one who was a doctor who continued to work as a doctor as well. So I would just check through your notes before you come up with that sort of stuff. But I want to move on then to where we go next. The DUP tell us they're going to vote against the amendment tonight. I'm uncomfortable with the amendment, but it's a compromise. The amendment is a stretch for us as well, because it calls on the UK Government, the European Union, to work constructively in the context and to put in place any waivers, mitigations and flexibilities necessary to make implementation as light as touch as possible. Now, I have no difficulty with light touch, but you see, when I'm a week out from the end of a negotiation, it's not always best to say, look, we're prepared to do something. But I accept the Alliance Party's position and what they're trying to do. They're trying to unite this House into a position. And the DUP have spent this last hour or so telling us that we have to reach out, we have to find common ground, we have to accommodate each other. Well, then why are you voting against that? That's another compromise from this side of the House. But you are voting against it because, unfortunately, you are Brexiteers. Red, white and blue Brexiteers. So it is. But you are not serving the interests of anyone by doing that. And you cannot achieve your objective without harming our economy, our political relationships, business, farming, and all those other things. There's no doubt that are precious to you. So here's what you're going to have to do. If you are serious about finding common ground, and you are serious about working together, you're going to have to work with us. You can't have it all your own way. It's all right for your MPs in Westminster who go for coffees or whatever they do with the European Research Group. You have to work with us, and you have to work with these benches over here and those benches over there. So if you are serious about working with us on this issue, then let's see how serious you are, and there's an amendment for you to vote for. So
members, time's up. Very good timing. Okay, members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Stuart Dixon and Andrew Muir be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I take it the House is divided and the House will divide. Thank you. Members, the question will be put in 3 minutes, and I would remind members that they should continue to uphold social distancing in the chamber, and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Thank you. Okay, members resume their seats, please. Okay, members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Stuart Dixon and Andrew Muir be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The House will divide. The House will divide. Clear the lobbies. Okay, members resume their seats, please. Members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Daglan McAleer and Emma Sheeran. Tellers for the noes are Paul Gibbon and Jonathan Buckley. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I'd also remind you to ensure that social distancing continues to be observed while the division is taking place. Please be patient at all times and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear lobbies, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, secure the doors, please. Okay, members. All members resume their seats, please. Yep. All resume their seats. Okay. Clerk, please read the result.
78 members voted. 45 members voted aye. 33 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
Okay, members, then I would like to confirm that the motion as amended is carried. Unfasten the doors, please. And members, the next item on the order paper is order item 5, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.